Okay, I'd like to call to order this meeting of the Sacramento County Board of Supervisors for Tuesday, June 16th, 2020. Madam Clerk, will you please call the roll and establish a quorum?
Good morning, Supervisors. Frost.
Here.
Kennedy. Here. Natoli.
Here.
Peters.
Here.
Cerna.
Here.
And you have a quorum. This meeting of the Sacramento County Board of Supervisors is cablecast live on Metro Cable 14, the local government affairs channel on the Comcast, Consolidated Communications, and AT&T U-verse cable systems. The meeting is closed caption and is webcast at sacmetrocable.tv. Today's meeting will be repeated Friday, June 19th at 6 p.m. on Channel 14. This meeting is also broadcast live on KUBU Radio on 96.5 FM. A DVD copy is available for checkout from any local library branch. Please take a moment to silence your electronic devices at this time.
Great, thank you. Supervisor Peters, will you do us an honor and lead us in the pledge, please? Thank you. I have another notice here to read. In compliance with directives of the County, State, and Centers for Disease Control and Prevention, CDC, this meeting is live streamed and closed to the public. Temporary procedures are subject to change pursuant to guidelines related to social distancing and minimizing person-to-person contact. Members of the public are encouraged to submit public comments electronically. Public comments will be distributed to members of the board, read into the record upon written request, and filed in the meeting record. Public comments may be related to a specific agenda item number or for a matter that is not posted on the agenda, referred to as an off-agenda item. The following are ways that the public can make comments. You can email our clerk of the board at boardclerk@saccounty, that's spelled SACCOUNTY.net. Please include the meeting date and agenda item number, and your first and last name are optional. You can also go online at bospublicmeetings.saccounty.net. Click on Make a Comment Electronically. And with that, I'm going to take a little bit of Chair's prerogative and take just a moment. I know that in past meetings during our shutdown, myself and other members of the board have expressed concern, the same concern that's been expressed to us by our constituents in recent weeks and months about the inability to provide verbal comments as is expected and normal when we're not in the middle of a pandemic here in Chambers, when they usually have 2 or 3 minutes to comment on either an item that's on the agenda or an item that's not on the agenda. I don't like making ultimatums. I don't think any of us do. And this is certainly not directed at any particular member of the executive team or our clerk of the board. But I just want to make it clear that yesterday afternoon, I did send in writing just that, an ultimatum. I will not be participating in any further Board of Supervisors meetings after summer break if one of two things does not happen. The first, whether we can have public comment here in person with adjusted social distancing limitations here in Chambers, or if we do not have the ability to have a telephonic capacity to accommodate members of the public that want to address this board orally and in real time. Again, this is not directed at anyone's failure. I think we've all been frustrated with the circumstance, but as I know Supervisor Natoli have made mention of in these chambers, again in recent weeks, this is of critical importance to what we do and how we do business in public and with the benefit of public testimony in real time. With that said, it's my understanding, having had discussions with our county CEO, that I believe he feels similarly in terms of the import of this issue, and we are expecting that he and his capable staff, along with the clerk of the board, will take the time over summer recess to make adjustments as necessary, whether that's either finding a way to accommodate people here in public, at our podium, in chambers with us during hearings, or again, to participate by other means, telephonically, or perhaps even with new audiovisual platforms. Mr. Gill, I don't know if you wanted to add anything else.
No, I do not. Thank you.
Great. Thank you. Any other members of the board have any comment on that subject? Okay.
Thanks.
All right, with that, our first item, please.
Okay. For your consent matters, items 1 through 67. For item 55, I need a motion to drop the authorization to execute an agreement between the Sacramento Sheriff's Office and the City of Sacramento to reimburse the City of Sacramento for 1/3 of the cost to repave the Sheriff's Emergency Vehicles Operation Course located at 3905 Alert Road.
So you need a motion to drop that?
Drop that,
So moved.
yes.
Okay, it's been moved by Supervisor Natoli and seconded by Supervisor Frost. Any further comment? If not, please vote.
Unanimous vote.
Okay.
And then I have 2 notes for you. For item 61, you're introducing an ordinance. So you're adopting an interim transportation mitigation strategy for the Florin Vineyard Community Plan area and introducing an ordinance amending certain sections of Chapter 16.85, Title 16 of the Sacramento County Code relating to the roadway credit reimbursement provisions of the Florin Vineyard Community Plan Development Impact Fee. You're going to waive reading and continue this to July 14th for adoption. And then you're adopting an ordinance, item 66, adding Chapter 16.86 to Title 16 of the Sacramento County Code relating to the establishment of development impact fees to finance the cost of public facilities within the Metro Air Park Special Planning Area. You waived reading on this on June 2nd. And that concludes my notes for your consent matters.
Great. Thank you, Madam Clerk. What I failed to mention at the beginning of our hearing is that this is our last hearing of the fiscal year, and this represents a bit of a departure from tradition in terms of the duration and format of our budget hearings. And I know that we have a number of associated items on consent that are related or do have some impact on our budget consideration deliberations as well later this morning. So I am aware that there are members of the board that do have a number of items in consent that they would either wish to pull for separate vote and consideration or provide comment. I think what we'll do is just go from my left to right and start with District 5. Mr. Natoli?
Thank you, Mr. Chair. One procedural issue, Flo, as you referenced the consent calendar, we've gotten a number of comments. A lot of them have been tagged to a number of items that are built into the consent calendar. A lot of those folks, as you're well aware, have asked to have those read into the record. Before we take up consent calendar, did you have a process for doing that? I'm going to, again, make a request, certainly through the chair, to have a number of consent items held over to match up with item 77, the budget. But I didn't know what the intent was there before I launch into my comments here and suggestions for pulling some items. So.
What I was recommending is to the chair is that before you take your vote on your consent matters, I do have comments to read for items 46 through 56.
Okay, and there was some, okay, very good. So, Mr. Chair, and certainly appreciate your comments relative to conduct of our meetings and the need to, and I know that the county executive certainly was very well aware of the need to find ways for folks to comment real time on matters for this board. And I understand also, the approach we're taking here with this placeholder budget. But I guess as I reflected on this and had a chance to dive into a number of the items, there's a lot of significant information contained in a number of the items that are on the consent calendar that relate to the placeholder budget discussion. And so I guess I want to suggest that rather than have this a bit disjointed, that some of these items be pulled and coupled so that we can actually discuss them in the context of the budget and what might happen over the summer and the impacts of a number of decisions we'll be asked to weigh in on here today. And so my request would be to a couple items 4 and 5. Also item 19, 20, 21, 22, 24, 29, 46, which we had comments on, and so the clerk spoke that a moment ago, and 59. There are other budgetary items that are included here, and again, I call those out because they have, in a lot of cases, bundles of contracts, community services on the order of magnitude of tens of millions of dollars. And I would just say that one of the things that concerns me, and I understand from a budgetary standpoint, certainly the work that's been done to bring the recommendations to us this morning, is that we have a new caveat that's included in every contract that is being proposed to come before us this morning. And I'd like to have some discussions about that because it allows for immediate termination or amendment based upon what we might do in September. And I get the uncertainty. We're still in the midst of a pandemic and stay-at-home orders and so forth. And so, again, I certainly, with all due respect, understand why the recommendation is before us the way it is today. But this is the opportunity for this board, on behalf of the 1.5 million people that we represent, to deliberate and discuss, certainly in the context of the proposed budget, which this is going to, or the approved budget, the placeholder budget, but also I think to have some conversation about what we do over the summertime in anticipation of things we don't yet know for certain. But also I think some of the things are embedded in what we're being asked to do here today. So. Again, without speaking to each one of those items separately, we can bundle them. I will, at the appropriate time during the budget, comment on in some of the appropriations we're being asked to approve, including the capital improvement budget, also our contract for inpatient mental health beds, which over the course of the last 4 or 5 years has gone from $16 million to now what's proposed to be $39 million. And again, just a whole host of services that relate to the quality of life, certainly from the standpoint of public protection, public safety, social services, human services, right down the line. And so I'd like to couple those items with the discussion about the budget on item 77.
Okay, I appreciate that, thank you. And I'm looking at the clerk, I assume we can accommodate all that, and you took careful note of the numbers that Supervisor Tolley would like to consolidate.
Yes.
Consideration with the budget. But before we continue, let me look to Supervisor Peters to find out if there's any need to, for you to state into the record now any recusals on any of those issues so that we have that covered ahead of time.
I am going to, I have a slide prepared for item 4, which I think
Okay.
Don already mentioned.
Okay.
And a slide for, didn't write the other one down, but
77.
yeah, because it's later. It's
Okay.
a timed item. And then I also want to have County Council comment on item 37, which is a Mather homeless project, and she has reviewed it and determined that I can vote on it. So.
Okay, so what I think we'll do is then maybe at the time, since we're going to treat this all as kind of a package of budget consideration deliberation, when we hear item 77 with the other items that Mr. Tully mentioned, there'll be, again, another special note about what Supervisor Peters just mentioned in terms of her slides. And I know she's done this in past years to be very careful and deliberate about which item she's recusing on. So just want to make sure we accommodate that request.
May I
yes.
say something, please? So then the balance on your items 1 through 67, we are going to hold, you're saying, item 4, 5, 19, 20, 21, 22, 24, 29, 46, and 59. Okay.
Yes. Okay. Supervisor Frost, do you have any any items? Okay.
I made my comments.
All right. I do have questions and comments. Item 56, 58, and 62. So none of those overlap with what we just mentioned. Will be consolidated with 77. Why don't we go ahead and take those now, Madam Clerk?
Okay. And we do have public comments for item 56 as well.
Okay.
56 is the authorization to execute a revenue agreement with the Commission on Peace Officer Standards and Training for the provision of force option simulator training courses in the amount of $1,430 for the period of July 1 through June 30th, 2021.
So I'm not sure if there's anyone from the Sheriff's Department here that can help answer this. Maybe there's someone from the County Executives team that can. And I apologize, I just didn't realize this until after we had our briefing, but I just take note of the very small amount that is associated with this action item. It's $1,430, if I'm not mistaken, and it's affecting, I think, somewhere in the neighborhood of maybe 13 students. And so I just wanted some clarifications. This seems like a very important part of post-training, and is this reflective of the fact that we don't have a number of personnel that are taking advantage of this? When you only have 13 out of hundreds that are looking at force option simulation training? Or is that something that I can get an answer back this afternoon?
Yeah, why don't we get you an answer? I don't have the answer.
Okay, all right. But you understand the nature of the question, I assume?
I think so.
Okay. All right, so why don't we look to have an answer on that later this afternoon? Item 58.
58 is the Sacramento International Airport runway pavement rehabilitation final contract acceptance.
Great. I see our airport directors in the audience. I just wanted to say thank you to everyone that's involved in getting this project complete. Representing that area and living near the airport myself, I know that the interruption to the service that made use of the runway had impacts in terms of flight patterns and especially south flow departure altitudes in the Westlake neighborhood and West Shore neighborhood and some of the neighborhoods, especially on the west side of I-5. And of course, we do continue to hear from constituents in that part of the city and county about their concerns. But with only one way operational, that did have some impact on those associated overflight impacts to the neighborhoods. And so I'm glad to see it back in running order, and appreciate everyone that was involved with that. And then 62, please.
62 is the retroactive authority to apply for grant funding from the Sacramento Metropolitan Air Quality Management District, SMAQMD, Lower Emission Vehicle Incentive Program, and authority to accept funding related to the current program and to execute it and submit all documents and accept funding related to any future SMAQMD LEVIP funding opportunities.
Great, thank you. Again, just another expression of my gratitude to all of those on the county side of this matter to pursue and accept the funding to see that our fleet continues to expand to the zero emission space, as well as to our very capable staff at the Sacramento Metropolitan Air Quality Management District who worked in partnership to see that this is before us today. Again, this is an incremental step, but an important one to see that our fleet, especially our medium and heavy-duty fleets, continue to progress into the zero-emission space that I think we all can agree we want to see for the entirety of our fleet here in Sacramento County. So, another big thank you to our staff. Okay, with that, I think what we have is the balance of consent.
You have the balance of consent, but we should read the public comments before you take that vote.
Okay.
Okay, so the clerk staff and I are divvying up the comments, and we'll read those into the record. Okay, so starting with item 46. This is from Eddie Franco. Dear Supervisor Cerna, I would like this comment to be read aloud during the 6/16 Board of Supervisors meeting as a comment to agenda item 46. My name is Eddie Franco, a 24-year-old resident of Sacramento County and City. I am writing you to express the deep concern with proposed funding to the Sacramento County Sheriff's Department in the county's fiscal year 21 budget. Specifically, I implore that the board reject the roughly $3.1 million in additional funding requested by the Sheriff's Department, detailed in items 46 through 56, and those are agenda items. Instead, I request that the county focus funding and resources on community and social services with a special focus given to infrastructure for unhoused people in Sacramento County, mental health services, hand wash stations, porta potties, and reinvestment in the county's black communities. For too long, Sacramento County has misappropriated our tax dollars, fueling a violent, racist sheriff's department while ignoring marginalized communities. As the last few weeks have shown, your constituents have had enough. We are done. It is past time for a change. Eddie Franco. This is from Katie Franco. Dear Phil Supervisor Phil Cerna, I would like this comment to be read aloud during the 6/16 Board of Supervisors meeting as a comment to Agenda Item 46. My name is Katie, and I'm a resident of Sacramento County. I'm 24 years old. My husband and I moved to Sacramento a few years ago and quickly fell in love with the city. We especially love the people of the city, especially the people who make the city beautiful and diverse. We are committed to working for the people in this community and taking action to prevent Black people from being killed by the police. The Sacramento County Sheriff's Department does not work to protect all people in the community. We need to reallocate funds from law enforcement and preventative community programs like education programs, mental health programs, substance abuse programs, and other social services. I am writing you today to express my concern for the county's fiscal year 21 budget, specifically the budget for the Sacramento County Sheriff's Department. As a young Sacramentan who has attended several protests, I have seen firsthand the terror tactics used by Sacramento Sheriff Department and other law enforcement agencies. I have seen friends tear gassed, arrested, or run in fear for their lives for groups of officers who are shooting tear gas canisters and rubber bullets at them. We need to rethink the way we protect our communities because these methods are not working to protect us. We do not feel safe when the Sacramento Sheriff Department is present. The city invests too much money in law enforcement. Because of this, we have lost too many Black lives to police-sheriff violence. I am requesting you to create a budget amendment which defunds the Sheriff's Department and invest in the needs of our communities. The budget needs to invest in our communities, not sheriffs. It needs to reinvest in rehabilitation programming, not prisons and jails. This is from G. Guevara. I am against funding for Sheriff's Department for a new contract with an outside agency. While inmates should receive counseling and training to reduce recidivism, the fund should be should be allocated to existing county social services departments. In a 29-page document, there is less than 1 page indicating what services this contractor provides, which are vague: batterers, treatment, curriculum. The curriculum is not presented, and no social service agency verifying its validity outside of Sac County Probation, which is still sheriff. Do not increase the sheriff budget. Allocate those funds for mental health programs, youth programs, and job training programs. Organizations exist to advise on how to optimize dollars to reduce crime. Dozens of economic analysts from leading institutions have reports on the biggest bang for your buck: fund education, fund childcare, fund social and educational program, create jobs within these communities. Vote no on item 46. This is from Kalia, I hope I'm pronouncing that correctly, Kalia Friedrich. Dear Supervisor Phil Cerna, I would like this comment to be read out loud as a comment to Agenda Item 46. My name is Kalia, and I am a resident of Sacramento County. I am 37 years old and have lived here for nearly 14 years. I love the people in this city, especially the people who make the city beautiful and diverse. I am committed to working for the people in this community and taking action to ensure that all people are treated equally by and before the law, specifically to prevent Black people from being killed by the police. The Sacramento County Sheriff's Department does not work to protect all people in its community. We need to reallocate funds from law enforcement to preventative community programs like education programs, mental health programs, substance abuse programs, and other social services. I am writing to you today to express my concern for the county's fiscal year 21 budget, specifically the budget for the Sacramento County Sheriff's Department. As a Sacramentan who has attended several protests, I have seen firsthand the terror tactics used by Sacramento Sheriff Department and other law enforcement agencies. I have seen friends tear gassed, arrested, or run in fear for their lives from groups of officers who are shooting tear gas canisters and rubber bullets at them. We need to rethink the way we protect our communities because these methods are not working to protect us. We do not feel safe when the Sacramento Sheriff Department is present. The city invests too much money in law enforcement. Because of this, we have lost Black lives to police sheriff violence. Even one is too many. I am requesting you to create a budget amendment which defunds the Sheriff's Department and invest in the needs of our communities. The budget needs to invest in our communities, not sheriff. It needs to reinvest in rehabilitation programming, not prisons and jails. This is really small. Just one, so I'm trying to figure out. This is from Liz Blum. please read aloud in chambers on 616. First, could you please explain how these funds are coming from AB 109 realignment funds? Are there more funds available for community-based reentry services from AB 109? If so, how are these funding allocations decided on, and how can community be involved in making these decisions? While reentry services are desperately needed in Sacramento County, it seems as if this funding for Man Alive Sacramento is solely for 22 classroom hours per week inside both the main jail and RCCC. Why does this qualify as reentry services while thousands of people are released in the streets with no clothing, food, housing, charged phones, and often no medication? Anti-Police Terror Project has been providing jail support for months, even before COVID-19, and has truly shown that reentry services could look like, as rides are called to get folks home safe and blankets are provided for those who have no choice but to sleep outside. It is honestly shameful that the county has failed to fund human services so deeply that community members have to self-fund basic support for our neighbors getting out of jail. Please do not allocate this $76,876 to Man Alive Sacramento, and instead allocate these funds to true reentry services, which include permanent supportive housing, drug addiction treatment, harm reduction services, and trauma healing services led by people who are directly impacted by the criminal justice system. Alan Pierce, and this is for item 47. Is that the one that we're holding? No. Okay, for the agenda of June 16th, item agenda 47, my following comment is to be read aloud during the June 16th meeting to the Sacramento Board of Supervisors. I am a concerned resident of District 4. I am concerned for the lack of investment in our communities and the overinvestment in the Sheriff's Department. Drug policy should prioritize funding community structures that effectively address the harm of sellers onto others and users who struggle. Therefore, the suggested funds should go towards community specialists who can enact long-term support, not the Sheriff's Department. Such criticisms against item 47 can also be representative of the overall need to defund law enforcement in Sacramento and shift funds towards investing in mental health care, affordable supportive permanent housing, community-led safety programs, and reentry services. Given the recent allocation of $180 million from the CARES Act, more funding needs to be invested in Sacramentans, including and especially our Black communities, rather than departments who exist to incarcerate community members and profit from it. This also means canceling the recent contract to waste $7 million in building a new downtown jail tower. Sacramento has long needed more community investment and must follow the steps taken by cities such as Minneapolis and San Francisco, who are beginning to make changes for their communities. Doesn't ours deserve the same? Sincerely, a concerned District 4 resident. This is Rachel Harrington. I'm not going to read her address in the record, but it is an address in Carmichael 95608 area. Please read my following public comments out loud in the meeting. Now is the time for you to take concrete actions to stop the killing and imprisonment of Black and brown people in our community. You need to require that the sheriff develop a comprehensive plan to end police-initiated violence, and instead of putting money toward the contract and the others on the agenda, you need to invest in prevention and treatment programs that are separate from law enforcement and led by community members. We want you to reduce spending on the Sheriff's Department by 30% for fiscal year 2020-21 and develop funding reduction strategies for the following 4 years, then reinvest all cost savings from the reductions to law enforcement budgets toward prevention and community development. Now is the time to respond to our protests. We demand bold steps for systematic change that supports our Black and indigenous community members. Defund, dismantle, and reinvest. This is a Rachel Harrington, a constituent of Supervisor Frost. Okay, this is from Chelsea Lane. Okay, I believe this money could be better put to use by investing in community programs that do not incentivize free prison labor. I don't agree that these businesses should be given taxpayer money in exchange for free labor. I request that my comment be read aloud during the community feedback portion of the 616 meeting, and this was for item 47. This is from G. Guevara. I am opposed to funding more sheriff contracts, even if they are reimbursed by a federal grant. Sheriff Department should focus on internal misconduct issues before contracting new work to outside parties. While drugs and associated violence are a problem, Sheriff's Department should address the continued persecution of people working in the underground market in marijuana while it and related product has been decriminalized. Reallocating funding dealing with weed-related issues to enforcement of other narcotics. Within the department's existing budget, Sheriff should allocate funding to mitigate drug abuse issues of mentally stressed officers. Instead of incarcerating for small drug sales or use, institute rehabilitation programs funding. While law enforcement spending has ballooned over the last 4 decades, spending on physical and mental health programs have declined. It is not a lack of money issue, it's a priorities issue. No more funds to sheriff. Vote no on item 47. This is by Liz Blum for item 47. Please read aloud. Please do not allocate $718,491 to the Sheriff's Department to strengthen drug control efforts and by forging partnerships among local, state, and federal law enforcement agencies. In case this is not obvious to you yet, this is a part of the war on drugs. Choosing to vote no on this is just one step you can take to combat racist policies that target Black and brown communities. We know that policing does not prevent addiction and does not prevent harm being done in our communities. Please instead fund youth services, addiction services, and community-based violence prevention efforts that are already taking place in our communities. This is for item 48. And this is from Chelsea Lane. Current police training has proven to be ineffective. I do not support this use of public funds to supplement police training expenses until the training has been reformed to address current social issues. This money should be moved to another community program. I request that my comments be read aloud during the public feedback portion of the 6/16 meeting. This is also from G. Guevara. For item 48, I am opposed to funding for the Sheriff's Department for a new contract to train new officers. We do not need more officers. Furthermore, the contract stipulates $3.87 per resident student. Should student total attendance exceed 100,000 hours, contractor shall be reimbursed $4.34. The fact that the rate increases with more students taught suggests a conflict of interest for the contractor, where they are incentivized to increase attendance, but quality of education, retention rate, passing rate are not addressed. I oppose all additional funding on the mere merit that the sheriff budget is too large as is, but especially oppose this item in that it is a freebie to teach new officers, even if the officers don't succeed in the training. No more funding for the sheriff. Vote no on item 48. Okay, item 48. This is from Liz Blum. Please read aloud in chambers. Why are our county tax dollars funding vocational training and recruitment at Los Rios Community College District through the Sheriff's Department when people are dying on the streets? Data shows that more sheriff officers does not make communities safer. Amidst the global pandemic, we need to be investing and prioritizing the basic needs of our community. Item 49, this is from Megan Farrell. Dear Sacramento County Board of Supervisors, my name is Megan Farrell. I am a voter in District 5. I am writing to you my public comment in regards to agenda items for the 6/16 meeting. I would like it read aloud during the meeting. I'm in opposition to the $840,000 revenue agreement in agenda item number 49. This $840,000 that goes to the Sacramento Sheriff Department for transporting and watching inmates perform free labor for the Sacramento Regional Transit District is an absurd amount of funding for supervision and must be reevaluated, with funds redistributed to programs benefiting the inmates, such as housing and job training for newly released offenders. The revenue agreement in agenda item 53 is inadequate. $40,000 for a reentry service is simply not enough, and in comparison to agenda item 49, this minute amount of funding for housing services shows that sheriff office priorities are not to focus on the rehabilitation of offenders, but rather the exploitation of their labor. As the board, you have the power to remedy these inequities. For a general comment, I would like to add that the obvious discrepancies in funding priorities between the law and order category and the rest of the agenda items is emblematic of what myself and millions of others are protesting when we call for the defunding of the police and investing in our communities. Sincerely, Megan Farrell, District 5 resident. And item 49, this is from Spencer May. Hello, I am writing with respect to the Sacramento County Board of Supervisors meeting related to items 46 through 59. I'm actually going to pull this one back and put it with the group for the 46 through 59. Okay, so this one is for item 49. This is from Mr. Guevara. I oppose all new funding for sheriff, especially for the work project program inmate crew supervision contract, as it funds supervising deputies while the labor of inmates is provided at no cost. The $840,000 requested should be allocated for jobs within the community where workers are paid the legal minimum wage. The Board of Supervisors should not allow more funds to pay sheriff's officers when they are already hired and guaranteed to pay through their union contract. Furthermore, the idea that the supervising deputies would be paid $900 to $1,200 per 8-hour shift supervising inmates, while the inmates themselves are unpaid is disgusting. Does unpaid supervised labor sound like something else abhorrent in our history? Vote no to pay deputies to supervise slave labor by any other term. Okay. Item 49, this is from Liz Blum. Please read aloud in the chambers. Have you read the 13th Amendment? Have you ever thought long and hard about how it is connected to the Sheriff's Work Project? The 13th Amendment to the Constitution left slavery legal if one was convicted of a crime. The $840,000 in potential revenue for deputies to supervise incarcerated workers, also known historically as convict leasing, echoes hundreds of years of slave driving incarcerated workers. Do these incarcerated workers have rights? Are they treated with care and respect? Our loved ones tell us they are treated like animals in the care of the Sacramento Sheriff's Department, and while the DA and Scott Jones put disturbing caveats on the COVID-19 releases, giving an ultimatum to those released to either turn themselves back in or volunteer for the Sheriff's Work program, it is clear that there is a profit motive behind this. Recognizing that the main jail perpetuates the worst human rights abuses in the state, our community members are left with an impossible choice during a global pandemic, which will likely drive up participation in the slave labor program run by the Sheriff's Department. And I'm going to turn it over to Greg Tiron, who is a deputy clerk with the clerk's office. He's assisting me with reading the public comments.
Thank you.
Okay, can you hear me?
Yep.
Okay. This is for item 50. This is from Liz Bloom. Please read aloud. Towing enforcement further criminalizes poverty. Please remove this duty from the Sheriff's Department and into the control of a community-based organization that will not criminalize people for the placement of their car. This is for item 51. This is from Claire Tauber. Please read this public comment aloud during the BOS meeting on 6/16 for agenda item 51. Hello, Sacramento County Board of Supervisors. My name is Claire Tauber, and I'm a resident of District 1, so I will direct this comment to Phil Cerna in the hopes that he will advocate for members of his district. In your most recent blog post regarding the board declaring a state of emergency, you remarked that the action was taken in order to protect our general fund, a budget that is already severely stressed by the onset of the pandemic, and that is nonetheless expected to continue funding important programs like the Black Child Legacy Campaign. In the face of this economic recession, it is foolish to continue pouring money into the hands of the Sheriff's Office, in this case to the tune of $671,938, when there are a plethora of other things like health and housing services that need funding. This would not be an effective use of funding, as the Urban Area Security Initiative program states that funds are used to build an enhanced and sustainable capacity to prevent, protect against, respond to, and recover from acts of terrorism. I can say firsthand as a Sacramento resident that this would be a misuse of funds, because my only personal experience with terrorism took place 2 weekends ago in the streets at the hands of Sacramento County Sheriff's deputies. There is a moral obligation to stop funding an institution that I witnessed tear gas my neighbors and shoot rubber bullets into a crowd of unarmed community members. If you truly believe that we are in a state of emergency, please act accordingly. Fund requests that actually make the community safer and stronger, not just make Scott Jones' pockets bigger. Thank you for your time, Claire Tauber. This is for item 51 as well, from Shay Hazarian. Dear Sacramento County Clerk, I would like for my comments to be read aloud during the 6/16 meeting regarding agenda item 51. As a Sacramento County resident, I vehemently oppose all funding increases to the Sacramento County Sheriff's Department. The Sheriff's Department is asking for a $3.1 million increase today in addition to the $372 million that it already receives annually. These funds should be allocated to support Black communities, affordable and permanent supportive housing, mental health care, and community-led public safety programs. The evidence of our community members being shot by projectiles and tear gas by law enforcement, along with Sheriff Jones' continued cooperation with ICE, should make us see that law enforcement does not keep us safe. It's from Shay Hazarian. Item 51 from Chelsea Lane. I think this money should be moved into a community program that can address more pressing issues than Homeland Security. I request that this comment be read aloud during the community feedback portion of the meeting. There's also item 51 from G. Guevara. I oppose accepting $671,938 grant from DHS. There are no details on what this grant is for, and although I am opposed to any funding authorized by BOS from Sacramento County taxpayers, I'm also opposed to any funding authorized by federal agencies to spend federal tax monies on more law enforcement. As I see no stipulation on what items or programs should be allowed by this grant funding, as I see no stipulation on what items or programs would be allowed by this grant funding, feel I am, and therefore our board, is ill-informed to make the right decision and should vote no. Our communities are over-policed. Our departments have weapons suitable only for so-called war zones, and unless this funding stipulates only rehabilitation, anti-recidivism programs, I am opposed. It is likely more training for so-called lethal situations and funding for weapons or gear that are absolutely unnecessary. Sacramento Sheriff does not need more funds to terrorize the Sacramento County residents in the name of Homeland Security. Vote no on 51. Item 51 again, Liz Bloom, please read aloud. Please explain how the Urban Area Securities Initiative and the Regional Threat Assessment Center does not further criminalize Black and brown communities. This grant from the Department of Homeland Security needs more transparency. What are these programs and which communities are they targeting? This is yet another opportunity for you to reject further funding for the Sheriff's Department with a long history of human rights abuses. This is for item 52 from Chelsea Lane. I do not believe this is a good use of taxpayer money. Crime reports for Ileton reflect very small numbers only for petty crimes, and anecdotal interviews with residents confirm that these services are not needed in the area. I request that this money be reallocated to other community programs. I request that my comment be read aloud during the 6/16 meeting during the public feedback portion. This is also on item 52 from Liz Blum. We demand that you cancel this contract and please read this aloud. City of Ileton, the revenue that this would bring the county is not worth the criminalization and policing of this small rural city. Instead, the City of Ileton should invest in community-led public safety programs. Item 53, this is from Savannah Dobrev. It is imperative for these people to have somewhere to call home after their sentencing is completed. Jail time is meant to be rehabilitating, and that cannot happen if once the time is completed, these people are turned over to the streets. With no resources provided, their options become limited, and they will be more likely to become repeat offenders purely for survival reasons. We must defund law enforcement, demilitarize our communities, remove police from schools, decarcerate, repeal laws that criminalize survival, invest in community self-governance, provide safe housing for everyone, invest in care, not cops in cages. I would like my statement to be read at tomorrow's meeting. Thank you, Savannah Dobrev. There's also item 53. This is from Megan Farrell. Dear Sacramento County Board of Supervisors, my name is Megan Farrell. I'm a voter in District 5. I'm writing to you my public comment in regards to agenda items for the 6/16/2020 meeting. I would like it read aloud during the meeting. I'm in opposition to the $840,000 revenue agreement in agenda item 49. This $844,000 that goes to the Sacramento Sheriff's Department for transporting and watching inmates perform free labor for the Sacramento Regional Transit District is an absurd amount of funding for supervision and must be reevaluated. With funds redistributed to programs benefiting the inmates, such as housing and job training for newly released offenders. The revenue agreement in agenda item 53 is inadequate. $40,000 for a reentry service is simply not enough. And in comparison to agenda item 49, this minute amount of funding for housing services shows the Sacramento Sheriff's Office priorities are not to focus on the rehabilitation of offenders, but rather the exploitation of their labor. As the board, you have the power to remedy these inequities. For a general comment, I would like to add that the obvious discrepancies in funding priorities between the law and order category and the rest of the agenda items is emblematic of what myself and millions of others are protesting when we call for the defunding of the police and investing in our communities. Sincerely, Megan Farrell, District 5 resident. It's item 53 from AL French Tubo. Please read a meeting. This type of spending, which should be referred to as housing service for formerly incarcerated individuals, not offenders, should be the focus of our public safety spending, yet it is only $40,000, less than 2% of the $3.1 million on the table today, and 1/10 of 1% of the total sheriff's budget. Supervisors, you can and must do better for our community. Item 53 from G. Guevara. Again, I oppose additional funding for the Sheriff's Department, even if it is for transitional housing for incarcerated peoples. The Board of Supervisors should allocate the $40,000 Sheriff is requesting to other social service departments within the county that are already connected with the communities in which our incarcerated people will be living, perhaps to fund a new social worker who works explicitly with housing for inmates just released. Support community needs, not sheriff wants. No more funds for the sheriff. Vote no on item 53. So item 53 from Liz Blum. Please read aloud why our community is in desperate need of housing once they are released from jail and before they are targeted and criminalized. Good Cause Sacramento discriminates against people with addiction disorders. They continue to blame victims of these diseases by explicitly not providing alcohol or drug recovery or treatment services. The county executive claims that this is also being funded through AB 109. And again, we ask to be more involved in the process of allocating these funds, reentry services that actually meet the need of our communities. Attached to this item, item 53, also do not seem to state how many people will be housed for the cost of $40,000. So please explain to us how many people will have, so please explain to us how many people will be housed and how will they be selected to participate in this program. How was this organization chosen, and how many were considered before choosing Good Cause Sacramento? This is for item 54 from G. Guevara. The Sheriff's Department should fund this contract within their existing budget, not additional funding. SAC taxpayers should not pay for their lack of priorities. What about our barrack agency? Up until this contract, Sacramento County Sheriff's Department had not liaisoned with the local agency providing medical examinations for and collecting evidence from abused and neglected children and sexual assault victims, including adults. In the year 2020, the sheriff is sending victims to San Francisco County for medical evaluations following a crime. It's abhorrent to even read this item requesting a local contract. Why are these funds not already allocated within the Sheriff's Department? The contract suggests that victims would be further traumatized and inconvenienced by having to travel for a medical examination without acknowledging victims are currently being traumatized and have been for an unknown time. The board should demand that the contract be approved, but require that the sheriff will find the $250,000 cost within its existing budget. The BOS should demand report on why it is that the SAC sheriff sent victims out of the county to collect evidence, and demand that as long as victims travel out of the county, the sheriff must personally escort them at no additional cost. Do not authorize this contract with additional funds. Authorize this contract with funds from the existing sheriff's budget. Item 54 from Liz Blum. Please read aloud. Please divert funding from the Sheriff's Department to community-led violence prevention and trauma-informed healing programs. It's for item 55 from Sarah Kantner. For the meeting taking place 6/16/2020. This is a general comment about the budget. I feel that agenda item 55 is a waste of money given the current economic climate and do not serve the greater public, but a very small fraction of our county population. This will not protect lives, bring food to those who need it, or stimulate the economy. I'm against agenda item 55. I request that my comment be read aloud. Thank you, Sarah Cantner-Reed. And item 55 from Chelsea Lane. I do not believe the concerns outlined in this request warrant such a large portion of taxpayer money. There are many more projects, or many more pressing issues for Sacramento than an unpaved road. These funds should be reallocated to other projects. I request that my comments be read aloud during the public feedback portion of the 6/16 meeting.
And now we'll have Jessica Pelton, Deputy Clerk, also reading the comments.
And the first one is item 55, G. Guevara. I oppose funding $91,620 funding to reimburse City of Sacramento for repaving. The Sheriff's Department should drive less and drive smaller cars or ride more horses. All of these issues would reduce the frequency of repaving. In order for sheriffs to connect to the community better, they should walk in the communities or ride bicycles. Many electric bikes could be purchased with the auction of single sheriff's vehicle and dozens if a fewer are sold off. We do not need sheriffs driving SUVs, Crown Vics, or Good Enough. This is not a call to ban all cars. This is a call for alternative vehicles as used by CHP and many local police departments. Require internal audit on miles traveled per officer as a function of calls which they are responding, and why SUVs are required rather than the classic Fords, and how many could do their jobs without a car at all. Do not authorize paving funding without a full evaluation of driving policies that lead to pavement degrading. Item 55. And this is also item 55, Liz Blum. Please read aloud. $91,620 to fix some potholes on a road that only the sheriffs use. This is a shameful use of funds while our community members are unhoused and suffering during a global pandemic. Please instead spend this on permanent supportive housing for people living outside. Item 56, Dr. Cervantes Safiri. I'd like my comment read aloud during the meeting. It's maddening to see that there is a request from the SSO to contract with Post for a force options simulator. How has the community benefited from the use of force thus far? The egregious use of force by the SSO has led to irreversible damage and death to countless individuals of color, including Ryan Ellis, Michael McIntyre, Elijah Tufono, and Deshaun McHolder, just to name a few. Not only should the request be denied, but the training itself should be removed from the indoctrination police officers receive when joining the department. The funds should instead be allocated to the Black Youth Leadership Project rather than studying up on how to use force with people of color. Why not budget for Black students to become civically engaged in California's legislative process through an organization that gives them the tools to advocate for themselves? Item 56, Alicia Ramirez. Please read the comment aloud during the meeting. Hello, Sacramento County Board of Supervisors. My name is Alicia Sawicki. I am a Sacramento resident and a local public school teacher. I wanted to leave a general comment on your agenda, as I know you have been discussing increases to the SAC PD budget. I am writing to implore you not to invest more money into the SAC PD and instead use the funds to invest back into the community. I ask you to use this opportunity to take the first steps towards creating a more equitable society by investing in community outreach programs that uplift the most vulnerable among us. I understand that calls to defund the police may seem impractical or radical to many, especially because we are currently reliant on the police to solve multitude of social problems, many of which they are not properly trained to handle, and most of which can be handled by social workers or community outreach efforts. However, this doesn't mean that we cannot take the first steps towards abolishing the police as we know it, with the goal of building a more equitable and robust way of tackling the root causes of crime, thus drastically reducing the need for police in the first place. I ask you to invest the time to study the efforts of other cities that have seen success with their defunding efforts, including Eugene, Oregon, where crisis workers handle approximately 20% of 911 calls, cost a fraction of the police budget, and have resulted in 0 deaths. We can also learn from the mistakes and successes of the defunding efforts in Camden, New Jersey, that have resulted in a 42% drop in crime over the last 7 years. I ask you to acknowledge that the current system is not working. It is a pillar of systemic racism that disproportionately punishes and terrorizes its Black and brown citizens. We have communities and leaders who are willing to do the work to create a better solution. Are you, the County Board of Supervisors, one of them? Please give us the tools to begin creating this safer, more equitable way of achieving true justice by investing in our community rather than a broken police system. Thank you for hearing my comment. Item 56, Alicia Stawick. Please read aloud. Hello, Sacramento County Board of Supervisors. My name is Alicia Sawicki. I am a Sacramento resident and a local public school teacher. I wanted to leave I think this is a repeat. Yeah. Okay, item 56, Chelsea Lane. The fact that this program has been used in Sacramento for 20 years, yet just a few years ago an innocent Black man was murdered by police demonstrates the ineffectiveness of this program. This money would be better spent on any other program outside the police department. I request that this comment be read aloud during the public feedback portion of the 6/16 meeting. Item 56, Liz Blum. Please read aloud. Trainings have been shown time and time again to be ineffective in changing behavior of police officers. Even $1,430 is too much for the Sheriff's Department to use on so-called training. You cannot train racism out of a system that is built on the criminalization of Black communities. Item 49, Spencer May. I am writing with respect to the Sacramento County Board meeting on 6/16 and their agenda items number 46 through 56. Relating to the Sheriff's Department, please read my statement aloud at the meeting. My name is Spencer May. I am a medical student in the Sacramento and live in District 1. The public health research is clear. Heavy policing does not make communities safer or prolong life in Sacramento and beyond. Too many people have been traumatized, maimed, and killed by the Sacramento Sheriff Department and their jails, and your negligence has again provoked a prodigious fury in your constituents. A transformation in values and visions of how we keep Sacramento healthy and safe is long overdue, and it starts by you. The board abandoning your fear and then defunding the Sheriff's Department and jails, preventing any cares, funding from going to sheriffs, DA, or probation, and canceling the $7 million contract for the downtown jail expansion. Act now, do not delay. Item 46 through 56, Amy Itherburn. I am emailing a comment for the 6/15 Sacramento County Board of Supervisors meeting, and I would like this public comment read aloud during the duration of the meeting. Sacramento Sheriff's Department currently receives over 1/3 of the entire county budget. This is absurd. I'm demanding that the Sac County cuts the sheriff's budget significantly, as well as involve the community in the process to redirect funds to community-based services, education, and housing. I am also demanding that Sac County cancels the proposed new jail downtown that will cost taxpayers upwards of $7 million. I demand that the Sac County invest in care and community-based programs and services that we defund the Sheriff's Department. I also support the demands put forth of Black Justice Sacramento and the 8 to abolition. Number 1, defund the law enforcement. Number 2, demilitarize our communities. Number 3, remove police from schools. Number 4, free people from jail, decarcerate. Number 5, repeal laws and criminalize survival. Number 6, invest in the community self-governance. Number 7, provide safe housing for everyone. Number 8, invest in care, not cops in cages. I demand that we defund, dismantle, and reinvest in our communities. Item 46 through 56, Caitlin Jade Esparza. I request for my comment to be read during this Board of Supervisors meeting on 6/16 pertaining to agenda items 46 through 56 and all conversations with relevance to the Sheriff's Department, corrections, and policing. I am writing as a resident and future physician to the Sacramento community to express my complete support for defunding, dismantling, and the Sacramento County Sheriff's Department, continued reduction of Sacramento County jails population, and an actionable plan for the complete abolition of both systems. The Sheriff's Department has been responsible for countless known and unknown acts of violence against Black and brown communities. Reform efforts have failed for decades. The continued use of county funding to harm and murder community members is repulsive and cannot be allowed to continue. Research has overwhelmingly proved that the law enforcement reform cannot possibly address the inherent racism of a system built from centuries of oppression and commodification of Black and brown bodies. The only way forward is abolition. Abolition would offer us the resources to fund vital social programs, including mental health care, education, housing, food security, and economic freedom, just to name a few. Reallocation of just Sacramento Sheriff's budget, which amounts to $372 million annually, could fund many of the imaginative community-based services needed to address issues currently being mishandled and with lethal consequences by sheriff's departments. I would like to draw specific attention to the following demands, of which make up only a small but vital piece of the path to true abolition. Immediate cancellation of $7 million jail tower project and investment of those funds in community-based programs. Continued reduction of Sacramento County's jail population. Commitment that none of Sacramento County CARES Act funding in the amount of $181 million will be used to fund Sheriff's Department's DA or probation. Investment of CARES Act funding in Black communities with an emphasis of affordable permanent supportive housing, mental health care, and community-led safety programs. I also stand with Black Justice Sacramento, Decarcerate Sacramento, and other local coalitions in advocating for the police and for the policy changes known as 8 to abolition, which are based on the understanding that the only way to diminish police violence is to reduce contact between the public and the police and to shift resources away from the law enforcement entirely. These includes demands to, number 1, defund the police, number 2, demilitarize our communities, number 3, remove police from schools, number 4, free people from jails and prisons, number 5, repeal laws and criminalize survival, number 6, invest in community self-governance, number 7, provide safe housing for everyone, number 8, invest in care, not cops. Thank you for your time. I look forward to the Board of Supervisors' immediate action on the reform being demanded by the electorate and community. Caitlin Esperance. Item 46 through 56. Caroline Lying Bohati. My name is Carol Bohati, and I live in the Arden Arcade neighborhood of Sacramento County, and I do not support 40% of our budget going to the sheriff or building a new jail tower. The $181 million through the CARES Act is given to Sacramento County should be allocated to support Black communities' affordable and permanent supportive housing, mental health care, and community-led public safety programs. Cancel the project of designating a new jail tower downtown and invest this money in community-based programs, redistribute funds from the Sheriff's Department, and use them to house our neighbors and provide services outside the criminal justice system. We need to really reevaluate what is important to the people of Sacramento County community, particularly the Black community who have been and still are suffering and most impacted. The only way to move forward and progress this community to a more positive, humane, safe one is to start by diversifying funds to programs that actually help the people of our community. Allocating more funds to Sacramento Police Department and Sacramento County Sheriffs do not help this progression. It will keep things status quo, if not turn things backwards. Do we really want our community to move backwards? Please consider how future funds will be allocated in our community. Think about the future, our children. What type of world do you want them to live in? Hopefully it's one that creates equal opportunities for and support Black communities, and not one that creates more police force power as a fox veil of safety. Item 46 through 56, Phoebe Walker. I would like my public comment read aloud during the meeting. I am Phoebe, a resident from and of District 2 in Sacramento. Over time, I've seen how law enforcement is ineffective in creating positive, tangible effects in the lives of Black and brown Del Paso Heights residents. Too often, I hear the ways in which you make lives here so much harder. Your role in my community compounds inequality, ruins young people's futures, and has Black people living in constant fear. There is no reforming a system that is culturally and historically built on racism. If you're honest with yourself, most police don't feel any internal desire to fix it. So the people must protect ourselves and our neighbors from you. We won't call 911. We won't ask the monsters under our bed to turn on the lights. As a lifelong resident of Sacramento, I demand that the funding be redirected away from the knee on my neighbor's neck and directed toward community-led public safety programs, mental health care, affordable and permanent supportive housing. Item 46 through 56, Krista Vlasek. I explicitly request my entire comment be read aloud during the meeting. My name is Crystal Vlasek. I am 25 years old and I love Sacramento. I'm writing to you to protect and preserve the people that live in the community. The Sacramento County Board is held with the responsibility for the budget of the Sheriff's Department, city, police, DHP, and jails within this county. What appalls me is that 1/3 of the city's budget is allocated to the Sheriff's Department in Sacramento, $372 million a year and climbing each year. Sacramento County Board recently approved a $7 million contract to establish a new jail tower. I demand for a complete withdrawal for this tower and demand that this be a first step in the 8 to abolition to be carried out via Sacramento County Board. Please see the list of 8 demands. 1, defund law enforcement. 2, demilitarize the community and ban the use of rubber bullets, tear gas, and any other weapons of war against its people. Number 3, remove all police and law enforcement from school grounds of all ages. Number 4, continue to release people in jail. 5, eradicate all anti-loitering and camping and otherwise dangerous policing of the homeless. Number 6, invest in self-sustainable community governance. Number 7, reallocate otherwise policing budgeting by investing in housing, rent subsidies, and safe housing for all. Number 8, invest in various forms of care, eliminating cops and their cages. The police force exists as protected murderers. They execute mass violence against Black and brown communities, the poor, the disabled, the queer, the elderly. The police have zero mercy and they hide under the false pretenses that they serve and protect. The only thing being protected is the deep underbelly of what they don't show us. They show us they won't stop killing us. Imagine what they do behind closed doors. I demand that you defund the Sacramento Sheriff's Office and begin defending, investing, amplifying, and protecting Black lives. Item 46 through 56. Irene Sirwanga. I want to comment on the unethical funding of the sheriff and a strong concern about the plan to cut funding to programs that actually keep our community safe. Specifically related to item 46 through 56 on the agenda, I'm asking the board to cut the sheriff's funding significantly, stop investing in the jail system, remove police from schools, include the community in process to reinvest these funds. I would like my public comment read during the meeting on 6/16/20. Irene. Hello, this is item 46 through 56, Tarana Imam. Hello, I would like to submit a public comment for the Board of Supervisors on 6/16/20. In response to the items 56 through 56, I would like this comment read aloud during the meeting. A $3.1 million increase in funding for the Sheriff's Department and a $7 million new jail is not what Sacramento County needs. I urge you to direct the funding to community programs that focus on prevention rather than punishment, and that you follow the lead of Minneapolis and other cities around the country who are taking active steps to defund the police, reimagine public safety. The Sheriff's Department already receives over 1/3 of the county's general fund annually, money that could be better spent on affordable housing and responses to the homelessness crisis, mental health, addiction, and treatment and other community services. Thank you.
Stephanie Townsend, Deputy Clerk, will read the following.
Okay, item 46 through 46, Amanda Moe. I am emailing to comment on items 46 through 56 for the meeting on 6/16. I am specifically requesting for this comment to be read aloud at the meeting. I am a student at UC Davis who works with community members of Oak Park, Sacramento to improve physical and mental health. As someone who is actively working in the community, I am very much against the increases in the budget for law enforcement. Law enforcement budget should be decreased and funds redistributed to support Black and brown communities. Initiatives such as affordable and permanent housing, mental health care, community-led public safety programs will not only reduce the need for law enforcement, but they will improve the lives of Sacramento residents you serve. You can also use the $181 million you receive from the CARES Act for these services. These services are vital not only for a thriving community, but are especially necessary amid a global pandemic that is disproportionately harming Black and brown communities. These services are also imperative following the release of many community members due to the pandemic. People recently released need to have a net of accessible resources and support when they get out. Further funding of the Sheriff and Probation Department does nothing to actually improve the lives of Sacramento residents, and we want our tax dollars to go into programs that will give back to our community, not lock up our most vulnerable. Thank you, Amanda Moe. This one is from Maria Monchal. Please read this comment aloud. Items 46 through 56. These agenda items add up to $3.1 million going to the sheriff. This is unacceptable given the police are murdering Black people at alarming rates. Additionally, even when they are not, they are still enforcing laws in a way that is inherently racist in our anti-Black society. We need to instead invest the money in programs that prevent the need for the police, like solutions for homelessness, rehabilitation services, mental health crisis counselors, and other unarmed experts who are trained in de-escalation techniques. Thank you, Maria Monchal. Victoria Lisa, County Board of Supervisors. I am referring to line items 46 through 56, sheriff's items for the meeting of 6/16. I would like my comments read at the meeting. It is degrading and irresponsible to entertain the idea of increasing police budgets at this time or any time in the future. There must be no increases of the city budget towards policing efforts, and these must certainly be $0 and 0 cents awarded to police from the CARES funding Sacramento has received. These line items add up to over $3.1 million. We demand our local budgets to be spent on building up our communities, not building prisons and funding more state-sponsored violence executed by police forces. It has become increasingly evident weeks ago on, and police continue to harm and persecute with reckless abandon at the time when they should obviously be on their best behavior, that we cannot police our way out of the situation. Centrist plactations are an insult to those who have suffered life and limb fighting for a more stable life and equality for all our citizens. Defund the police, fund youth programs, permanent housing, harm reduction services, and youth education. Thank you, Victoria Mapson. Heather Newman, meeting date 6/16, items 46 through 56. The money going into law enforcement should be allocated to mental health programs, affordable housing, support to Black and disenfranchised communities, and community-led public safety programs. None of the CARES Act funding should be given to Sheriff's Department. I would like my public comment to be read aloud during the meeting. Heather Newman. Steve Wirtz. Items 46 through 56. To the Board of Supervisors, thank you for taking the time to read my comments today and listen if they are allowed to be read aloud. My name is Steve Wirtz. I am a longtime resident of the Sacramento County in Supervisor Kennedy's district. I am emailing you today to speak as an individual citizen to the proposed 2020-21 rollover county budget resolution on today's agenda, which is item 77 on the agenda for the May 16th, 2020 meeting, and to several additional allocation items related to the Sheriff's Department allocations 46 through 56. I am a licensed developmental psychologist and research scientist in the California Department of Public Health. Locally, I served for over a decade on the County Alcohol and Drug Advisory Board and on the Advisory Board and Evaluation Committee to the Sacramento First Five Commission. I am currently at Sacramento First Five Commissioner. I have advocated for decades for a reallocation of police and sheriff resources toward community investments in prevention, including youth services, early childhood development, youth services, and economic supports for families. The Black Child Legacy is a very successful example of what can be done through county, city, community foundation collaboration. Black infant mortality has been reduced substantially through these efforts. Now is the time to make change. I have attended several of the recent peaceful protests to raise these issues again. I join with many other residents of Sacramento County today to formally request that the Sacramento County Board of Supervisors begin immediately to reallocate Sacramento County funds supported by my tax dollars towards a more holistic, preventative, equitable, and trauma-informed approach to public safety and health by increasing funding for community building efforts, employment services, health and mental health programs, child care and education supports, and aid for the most vulnerable in our community. In order to do that, the Board of Supervisors will finally have to begin to hold the Sheriff's Department accountable. This needs to include the creation of an actual independent oversight commission that contains members of the community and possesses subpoena power. Most importantly, it also means that you must begin to defund Sacramento Sheriff's Department and the District Attorney's Office. If I read and interpret the Exhibit B Fiscal Year 2021 Recommendation Budget Appropriations PDF document correctly, the Sheriff Department accounts for about 50% of the net county budget. As I argued for years, this must change. Many of you have said that you believe Black Lives Matter, but those words mean nothing without action. I am tired of hearing about case after case of Sacramento Sheriff's Department using excessive force against Black people and receiving no consequence. I am tired of Sheriff Jones' campaign against oversight. I am tired of him protecting and failing to fire deputies who perpetuate excessive force. I am tired of having a law enforcement body that seems uninterested in serving all the community and treats Black lives as expendable. Enough is enough. A 21st century city needs a modern public health and safety approach, not one steeped in outmoded police practices that maintain status quo of white supremacy and privilege. Sacramento, like every other in the U.S., needs a new strategy of health and safety programming. To paraphrase Dallas Police Chief David Brown, it has become increasingly clear that we are asking law enforcement to be many things, and it's not working out. Sheriffs are relied on to be the first responders, ad hoc mental health professionals, animal control, and the rest situations, judge, jury, and executioner in the blink of an eye. Examples abound of these types of changes. LA's Mayor Garcetti has already announced $150 million defending the LAPD for divert to spending in the $250 million packages better to serve marginalized Angelenos. Minneapolis City Council members have vowed to dismantle the current Minneapolis PD program and dramatically rethink how we approach public safety and emergency responses. To begin with, any projected budget increases are forthcoming funds earmarked for the Sacramento County Sheriff's Department would be redirected and invested in community-led health and safety programming right now and going forward. This should come in form of community support for health, mental health, employment, ADA services, food security, and many other needs that go unmet and could be readily addressed by community organizations and those who are closest to those in need of assistance. We have many examples right here in Sacramento, including Black Child Legacy, home visitation services, family resource centers, youth development, employment training and services, and community and hospital-based violence prevention services that are trauma-informed. I join with the other community spokespeople and leaders to demand Sacramento County Board of Supervisors make a clearly stated commitment to abolish the current outdated institution of the Sacramento County Sheriff's Department at the end goal, and right now make and pass these resolutions by July 1st. 1, stop increasing Sheriff's Department funding. 2, propose and vote for a multi-million cut from the Sheriff's Department budget as the county responds to Project COVID-19 shortfalls. Number 3, to provide and expand current investment in community-led health and safety strategies instead of investing in law enforcement. 4, to do everything in your power to compel the Sheriff's Department and all law enforcement agencies to immediately cease enacting violence on community members. This should include creation of an independent oversight commission that contains members of the community and that possesses a subpoena power. And 5, to use the federal COVID-19 funds to begin to address the fundamental root cause, i.e. systematic, historical, and structural racism and discrimination in education, health, employment, housing, criminal justice, of the unequal distribution of power and resources disproportionately impacting our communities of color and other vulnerable populations in Sacramento. Now is the time to take bold action. Thank you, Steve Wirtz, PhD. Taylor Ruiz, meeting for 6/16/20. Please read my comments aloud to the public. Hello, my name is Taylor, and I have been a Sacramento citizen for most of my young adult life. I find it unethical and unnecessary that the U.S. spends so much of our tax dollars on militarizing the police force. If we use that money to put back into the community and redefine crime, there would be absolutely no need for such a high budget in general. I am asking for the city of Sacramento to defund the police. Do not give the Sacramento PD any new budget raise. In fact, decrease it by distributing our money evenly against the community, focusing on our homeless community and our Black and brown communities as well. Use it for good, not for control over community. The Sac PD and the police force in the U.S. in general has proven not to keep anyone safe except for white people or people with money, so we must rewrite our laws. Thank you for reading my comment. Tim Pauley, items 46 through 56. Dear Board of Supervisors, my name is Tim Pauley. I request that this comment be read during the public comment period of the June 16th meeting relating to items 46 through 56 Sheriff's Department requests. The board is in no position to approve law enforcement or public safety requests at this time of worldwide outcry over the systematic racism and violence of policing in this country. Lives are at stake, and this is not the time for business as usual. I and many more citizens demand a freeze on my funding towards the arrest, trying and incarcerating of our own citizens until a large-scale public inquiry is launched and performed into this incredible misuse of tax dollars that deprives our own people of their rights and lives. We are watching to see if you simply try to tuck ongoing business into a meeting, or if you recognize the moment you are living in and stop funding structural racism in Sacramento County. No budget approvals for policing, full inquiry into equitable use of massive police budget for human needs. Respectfully, Tim Pauley. Kristen Corby, items 46 through 56. Dear Sacramento County Board of Supervisors, if possible, I would like this comment read out loud during the meeting. I would like to join those who have called on the board to significantly reduce the Sheriff's Department budget and redirect those funds to programs to help our communities, including specifically our Black community. I strongly urge the board to reduce the Sheriff's budget by 3/4, reducing it by 1/4 annually, and redistributing those funds to other services that can help our community, namely mental health programs, homeless services, and education programs. The community has given way too much of our funds to programs that tear apart our community, and it is long overdue to redirect those funds to programs that build our community. Respectfully, Christian Corby. Kyle Kim, items 46 through 56. Hello, my name is Kyle, and I am a medical student in the Sacramento area. I am concerned about the state of our city, state, and nation. I feel strongly for my Black and POC brothers and sisters grieving at the blatant injustices we have grown so terribly accustomed to in our modern era. We have had enough of the suffering and oppression at the hands of law enforcement and those in power that allow for the mistreatment, mental, and physical harm committed against fellow humans. I implore you to think about how an investment into the Sheriff's Office and its spending is simply a movement in a direction we know has caused so much grief and death. I beg you to consider instead using funds directed toward law enforcement like those proposed in agenda items 46 through 56, and instead invest in the community, youth, health, and social service programs that can most effectively heal the wounds that are festering. An investment in our communities instead of more policing of bodies, and invest in the institutions like the Sheriff's Office is the real medicine we so desperately need. Invest in communities and not Sheriff's Department. If you're going to repave something for the Sheriff's operation course, why not use those funds on a community road where more people use it? Please feel free to read the public comment in the meeting. Thank you, Kyle. Margaret Bishop, items 46 through 56. Hello, Sacramento County Clerk of the Board of Supervisors. I am writing to you today to express my concern for Sheriff's items on the agenda for the Board of Supervisors meeting tomorrow. Items 46 through 56. Please read my comments aloud during the meeting tomorrow. My name is Margaret Bishop. I am a resident of Sacramento County. I was raised in Sacramento, specifically in Fair Oaks, and have lived here my whole life. I care deeply for Sacramento and the safety of all the residents. I was privileged enough to grow up in the community that was not heavily policed, largely because Fair Oaks is a majority white area. I know that not all neighborhoods in Sacramento are as privileged. The shooting of Stephon Clark shook Sacramento. What we are seeing now with police violence is in response to protesters who are rallying against police violence and shootings is disgusting and unacceptable. Police are supposed to keep our community safe, and instead they are terrorizing Sacramento. Between items 46 through 56, the sheriff is asking for a combined over $3.1 million. This is an unreasonable amount of money to be allocating to our already overfunded police. The city invests too much money in law enforcement. Because of this, we have lost too many Black lives to police sheriff violence. I am requesting the Board of Supervisors to defund the Sheriff's Department and invest in the needs of our communities. Sacramento needs to invest in the well-being of communities, not sheriffs. We need to start cut funding to our bloated and over-militarized police force and start funding initiatives that actually help the Sacramento County to be safe. Sincerely, Margaret Bishop. Daniel Wogelis, items 46 through 56. Please read my comment aloud during the meeting. My name is Danielle Wogelis, and I'm a resident of Midtown Sacramento. I am concerned about how much of the county's budget that currently goes to the Sheriff's Department and would like to see those funds reallocated towards programs that actually provide for the well-being of our community, affordable housing, education, mental health services, etc. Reading through the agenda, a few items stood out to me. Item 47, in order to deal with the effects of drug addiction in our communities. I want the county to invest in providing treatment services and working to address the root cause of addiction rather than focusing on punitive measures that increase police presence and further terrorize communities that are already struggling. Item 48, I don't want my tax money funding the indoctrination of a new generation of cops. Thanks. Item 49, are the inmates on the work project crews being compensated for their labor according to at least California minimum wage? If so, where are their wages coming from, and why do we need to provide extra funds for deputy supervision? If not, why are you okay with enabling slave labor? Stop funneling money into systems that are built on and perpetuate racism and economic inequality. Prioritize using these resources to build a county where everyone is given the care, consideration, and respect that all humans deserve. Thank you. Items 46 through 56. Chev Adamson, I would like my comment read aloud during the public discussion. Hi, my name is Jay Adamson. I'm 24 years old and I am a senior this semester at Sac State. As we know, the Sac County Board is the one that is responsible for approving of the Sheriff Department's budget, the CHP's budget, the city police budget, and the budget for the jails within the county. Currently, the Sheriff's Department in Sacramento receives $372 million a year, roughly 1/3 of the entire city budget, and your budget for the sheriffs has increased every single year. The Sac County Board also approved a $7 million contract to construct a new jail tower downtown. We also know that Sac County has been given $181 million through the CARES Act, which needs to be spent by December 2020. And we also know that the Sac County jail population has already been decreased by 30% due to COVID-19. This $181 million has not been allocated to anything yet. I am here to remind the board that none of this money, not a single cent, should go to the Sheriff's Department. This money should be specifically allocated and invested in Black communities and other underfunded communities for housing support, mental health care, and community support teams, not the police, not for the police in these Black communities, and not for the police in Midtown, nowhere. We are also here to demand an immediate cancellation of the jail tower project, and the $7 million contract should be immediately canceled and reinvested into the community. I demand the full list put forth by 8 to abolition to be carried out by the Sac County Board. 1, defund law enforcement. 2, demilitarize our communities, including tear gas and rubber bullets. Tear gas itself is banned chemical weapon of war. 3, remove police from schools. 4, continue to free people from jails. 5, get rid of loitering and camping laws within the city for the homeless. 6, invest in community self-governance. 7, invest in the housing and rent subsidies for everyone inside of giving the money to the police. And 8, invest in care, not cops of cages. The funding of the police is more than just a hot button issue that we are discussing in the media right now. It's an actual, tangible, observable, and measurable murder. It's a violation of Black and brown bodies, on queer and trans bodies, on disabled bodies. The police do not protect us, and because of a 2005 Supreme Court ruling, they actually have no constitutional duty to do so. We are the ones that pay you, and we demand that you use the money that you gave us to invest in our communities, not on our slow death. We demand that you defund the Sacramento Sheriff's Office. Jesse Cockless, items 46 through 56. Hi, please see below for a comment for Tuesday's meeting, 6/16. I would like my comment read out loud during the meeting. I would like to comment on items 46 through 56, which are items related to the Sheriff's Department. I believe it is unethical to increase funding to the Sheriff's Department when we should be decreasing funding there and increasing funding to programs that actually keep our communities safe, programs that provide care and desperately needed services, which would be administered by community organizations, not the Sheriff's Department. I would also like to say that I strongly oppose the building of another jail tower, and the project must be canceled immediately. As Sacramento County community, our priorities should be decarceration, not increasing our capacity to lock people in cages. In the historical moment where the whole county is demanding justice for Black lives and defunding the police, it would be extremely tone deaf for Sacramento County to continue pouring money into criminal justice system which targets Black lives when we could be funding crucial community services. Thank you, Jesse Cockless, Sacramento resident. Courtney Poole, items 46 through 56. Good evening. I would like this email to be read and out loud during tomorrow's Board of Supervisors meeting, and I am giving permission to do so. I am commenting in general on agenda items 46 through 56 that will add a total of over $3.1 million towards the Sheriff's Department. This is unethical investment as many programs and resources that protect public safety are being cut. Please reconsider this budget decision. With all the CARES Act funding coming through, I implore you to spend this on investing in Black communities, affordable and supportive housing programs, mental health services, and community-led public safety programs that have been proven to improve our community. In addition, please cancel the $7 million project for a new jail. The $7 million could go a long way if it funded community-based programs that would build trust and collaboration with communities. Thank you, Courtney Poole. Heather Rogiers, items 46 through 56 to the Sacramento County Board of Supervisors. I am Heather Rogiers of District 4. I am submitting public comment to the Board of Supervisors, which I requested to be read out loud during the City Council meeting. I am speaking on items 46 through 56 that relate to a total increase of $3.1 million in funding for law enforcement. I would like to publicly condemn any and all funding increases for armed law enforcement at this time. I believe instead of these funding allocations, the Board of Supervisors should be following the examples of other cities across the county who are addressing crime as well as tensions between law enforcement and the public in a more meaningful and practical way. For example, the city of San Francisco is shifting the burden off of emergency responders for non-criminal programs and disputes and onto unarmed professionals. We need to follow this model and reserve emergency response for emergencies only. We need to invest in programs that use unarmed professionals to handle all non-violent issues. My ex-partner is an African-American male with mental health problems. The two of us dealt with several domestic issues. However, I do not feel safe calling for help from county services to handle these disputes without fear that they would escalate our conflicts based upon his demographic, the nature of law enforcement training, as well as the very tools they bring to resolve these issues. Furthermore, without social services such as access to housing, healthcare, and more, the burden fell on me to be his counselor, his housing, and his lifeline in general, making it even more difficult for me to exit the abusive relationship without subjecting him to situations that would amplify his mental health issues. This system is not tenable, and increasing law enforcement funding ends up increasing crime for the very reason. Data suggests that increasing law enforcement funding leads to necessary contraction of other social services. There have been a dozen times when I wanted to reach out to some sort of social service for help. I have been working with Weave and every other social service available, but in the moments of crisis, they also tell me to call 911. I should not have to involve an armed person in a mental health crisis and potentially jeopardize somebody's life in order to help them. I should not have to use valuable law enforcement resources, including time that dispatchers could be responding to violent threats, in order to perform a wellness check. That is nothing short of a broken system, and it is funding increases that make it so. We desperately need more mental health workers in facilities. We do not need more arms or more vehicles that can even navigate city streets, thus leaving our own law enforcement officers to bleed out, waiting for help while a Bearcat sits a block away, unable to help them. We need to de-escalate tensions between emergency responders and the public they serve, and thus we need to limit their profession to emergencies only while increasing funding for other services. Thank you, Heather Rogers. Patricia Bowles, items 46 through 56. Dear Sacramento Board Clerk, I would like my public comment to be read out loud during the meeting. On June 16, 2020, I demand that the Board of Supervisors cancel the $7 million design build contract to start new jail expansion project downtown. I demand that none of the $181 million CARES Act funding go to the sheriff, DA, or probation. I demand that the Board of Supervisors defund the Sheriff's Department and their jails, which currently consume over 1/3 of our general fund budget. Sincerely, Patricia.
Darrell Johnson, Deputy Clerk, will read the next set of the comments.
Item 46 through 56, this is from Shay Robinson. Dear Board of Supervisors, I would like the following public comment read aloud. I urgently request that for agenda items 46 through 56, you allocate the funds to support Black communities, affordable and permanent supportive housing, mental health care, and community-led public safety programs. I ask that you do not expand the budgets of the police at the expense of everything else. Reinvest in these communities. Thank you, Shay Robinson. This is from Nicole Handler, item 46 through 56. Please read aloud at 6:16 meeting. To the Sacramento County Board of Supervisors, I am writing in regards to agenda items 46 through 56, specifically as they pertain to funds allocated to the Sacramento County Sheriff's Department. I implore the board to reject agenda items 46 through 56, sparing item 53, which if approved, will provide funding to a community organization and parlaying the actionable funds towards community-based fundings such as education, mental health services, homeless outreach, and other services committed to working towards the health and well-being of all Sacramento County citizens. I think it's time to rethink how and where we spend our money, and it starts today, not years down the line. As a lifelong resident of Sacramento County, I have never felt a stronger calling than the present state of racial inequity to write and share my concerns. What an exciting opportunity that as the county of the capital city, we set a tone and have the chance to lead the nation into a more equitable and just future. Thank you for your time, and I once again strongly urge the disapproval of agenda items 46 through 52, 54 through 36. Nicole Scherhandler. Okay, this is from item 46 through 56 from Rach Pitts. Please read this comment aloud. I want to lead my voice to the growing movement to defund policing. Although this may not happen overnight, the process needs to begin now, and it starts today by redistributing the outrageous sheriff's budget into programs that actually serve our community. We can't continue business as usual. Too many are hurting, too many are dying, too many live in constant terror. Imagine what we could build if the county gave the amount of money the sheriff is asking for into community-oriented mental health services or youth programs. Thank you for your time. Rach Pitts, resident of Sacramento District 1. Item 45 through 56, this is from Rachel Whittington. Hello, I would like my comment read aloud during the meeting. My name is Rachel Whittington. I am commenting to demand Sacramento County Board does not increase the Sac Sheriff's Department budget and instead begins the process of defunding and reinvesting into programs that better benefit our community. Sacramento County still has $181 million from the CARES Act that needs to be spent by December 2020. None of this money should go to the Sheriff's Department. The Sacramento Sheriff's Department budget increases every year and already receives over $372 million a year, which is a third of the county's general fund budget. Instead, this money from the CARES Act should be allocated and invested to support Black communities, affordable and permanent supportive housing, mental health care, and community-led public safety programs. Sacramento County has also recently approved a $7 million contract to begin designing a new jail tower downtown. Sac County's jail population has already been decreased by 30% due to recent COVID-related releases. We demand that the board cancel this $7 million project and reinvest this money into community-based programs, because all local law enforcement agencies, California Highway Patrol, City Police, and Sac County Sheriff's deputies, incarcerate community members into Sacramento County jails. It is pertinent that defunding police begins happening on the county level. The focus needs to be on investing into housing, mental health care, diversion, and re-entry efforts led by impacted people. It is unethical to continue funding the Sacramento Sheriff's Department in such excessive way, cutting funding to or neglecting to provide proper funding to programs that keep our community safe. Such a high budget for the Sacramento Department is part of what allows human rights abuses to occur daily in Sacramento County jails and allows violence and injustice to happen in our streets at the hands of Sheriff's Department and Sacramento Police. Please do our community right and defund Sacramento County's law enforcement. Item 45 through 46, Jack Corfig. Hello, my name is Jack Corfig, and I am a resident of Sacramento. I am emailing to leave a general comment for the meeting occurring tomorrow, 6/16, on how CARES Act funds are being allocated. I kindly ask you to read this message at the meeting. I implore you to refrain from pouring the $3.1 million planned for the Sheriff's Department, DA, and probation into those programs mentioned in items 46 through 56. I must emphasize how imperative it is that we instead use the unallocated $181 million set aside for Sacramento County COVID-19 relief to invest in 1, Black communities and communities of color, especially those who have been particularly impacted by COVID, 2, affordable and secure housing, 3, mental health care, and 4, alternative public safety programs in which law enforcement does not get involved when they do not have to. These demands must be contextualized within the present circumstances in our nation. First, we know that communities of color, especially Black communities across the U.S., are impacted by COVID to a higher degree than white communities. One of the main reasons why the pandemic has impacted Black and low-income communities so strongly is the level of particular exposure, pollution. Beginning in the 1940s, redlining was used to segregate Black, brown, and low-income people into neighborhoods marked as declining, hazardous, and essentially undesirable. Over the years, factories, refineries, highways, and landfills were intentionally zoned into those same communities. BIPOC has developed an increased vulnerability to COVID, cancer, and heat-related death due to the racist trend of redlining. As Sacramento County must know, having acted on environmental justice in the past, that our city has without a doubt participated in redlining. Please act to rewrite Sacramento's racist history and reinvest into the communities who need the relief the most. Second, the Sheriff's Department conspired with Sacramento PD to murder Stephon Clark. This is one murder among many in a racist trend across U.S. law enforcement in which the police illuminate their commitment to white supremacy through killing black citizens. When the DA had the opportunity to charge the officers involved, they took no action to do so, thus displaying their belief that black lives are expendable. The bottom line is the DA, the Sheriff's Department, and probation do not deserve these funds in any respect. Please take this consideration and allocate these funds into programs that will support and uplift our most vulnerable communities. It is time that we begin to divest and dismantle oppressive systems such as the law enforcement. Black Lives Matter. Sincerely, Jack Corficake. Item 46 through 56, Nick Pineda. Please read my comment out loud. Meeting date 6/16, agenda item numbers 46 through 56. Board members, I urge the Board of Supervisors to cancel the $7 million design build contract to begin designing a new jail tower behind the main jail in downtown Sacramento and invest the $7 million in community-based resources. A new jail tower will not make Sacramento safer. It will only continue the cycle of systematic racism and incarceration through overly policed communities. Locking our people up is not the way to build community. Sac County's jail population was reduced by over 30% due to COVID-19 related releases, and the county should be focused on continuing down this path by investing in housing, mental health care, diversion, and re-entry efforts led by impacted people, not giving more money to the Sheriff's Department or Probation Department. I urge the Board of Supervisors to reject the Sheriff's request for authorizing the Sheriff's or his designee to execute personal service agreements for the Central Valley high-intensity drug trafficking area. Again, this funding should be directed toward mental health and substance abuse programs, not furthering institutionalized racism in the form of mass incarceration. Sacramento should follow the lead of other cities around the country who are taking steps to defund police and rethink public safety. The Sheriff's Department already receives over $150 million of the county general fund annually, money that could be better spent on affordable housing and responses to the homelessness crisis, mental health, and addictive treatment, and other community services. Nick Pineda. Item 45 through 56, this is from Paul Reynard. Please read my comment out loud. Meeting date 6/16, agenda item numbers 46 through 56. Board members, I urge the Board of Supervisors to cancel the $7 million design build contract to begin designing a new jail tower behind the main jail in downtown Sacramento and invest the $7 million in community-based resources. This looks like this is a repeat from the previous comment. Item 45 through 56, Cameron Clarkley. To whom it may concern, please read this comment aloud during the meeting tomorrow morning. The Sacramento Sheriff's Department unjustly receives over 1/3 of the general fund budget every year while constantly cutting community-based safety programs, and now they are requesting over $3.1 million based on items 46 through 56. This is unnecessary, unethical, and a waste of resources that can instead be used for community-based programs. These funds should be used to support Black communities, affordable and permanent supportive housing, mental health care, and community-led public safety programs. Please make the right choice and allocate these funds toward making lasting and uplifting projects. Sincerely, UC Davis medical student. Item 45 through 56, Asuma Magdim. I would like this comment to be read into the record. Dear Chairman Cerna and members of the Sacramento County Board of Supervisors, my name is Asuma McDeem, and I am the Policy and Advocacy Manager for the Sacramento Valley chapter of the Council on American and Islamic Relations, the nation's largest Muslim civil rights organization with over 30 offices nationwide. With the COVID-19 pandemic highlighting the increasingly demanding need for strategic allocation of county funds, it is concerning to see the disproportionality with which taxpayer monies are handled and distributed, with over 1/3 of the annual county budget funneled to law enforcement and a fraction of that into rehabilitative programs. In addition, recent events around the nation have highlighted a greater need to revisit the policies and funding related to law enforcement practices. With the expiration of many contracts that the Sacramento County Sheriff's Office are engaged in, we would like to highlight the opportunity for a more thorough review and need-based assessment in regards to many of these programs, as many are up for up to 5-year provisional terms. Item 51 on the agenda outlines $671,938 in funding from the Department of Homeland Security, administering through the City of Sacramento for a number of training services, including terrorism liaison training courses. This follows a long history of programs, most recently the Preventing Violent Extremists and Creating Safer Community programs administered through the Governor's Office of Emergency Services, which have been proven to disproportionately target and survey communities of color and of immigrant backgrounds. Sacramento County has a higher number of refugee families, with over 30,000 settled in the region over the past 27 years, a majority of which settled in the past 10 to 15 years. These communities are put at risk through programs like the UASI, which trains and employs local law enforcement to survey and share information on the communities they swear to protect and serve. To serve and protect. That funding, in addition to $840,000 allocated to item 49, the $290,250,000 allocated to item 48, the $718,491 allocated to item 47, and others, is significantly overwhelming when compared to the mere $40,000 allocated to item 53 for community-based solutions to housing and reentry services for people being released from Sacramento County jails. The recidivism rate in Sacramento is upwards of 59% at times, a rate exacerbated by the lack of funding for programs that provide resources for reentry. Our funding is being allocated in the wrong direction, and I ask you to put it on hold until there is a thorough and needs-based reevaluation of our county's priorities. Thank you. Item 45 through 56, Christina Reynard. Dear board members, I urge the Board of Supervisors to cancel the $7 million design and build contract to begin designing a new jail tower behind the main jail in downtown Sacramento and invest the $7 million in community-based resources. Okay, this is a repeat. Item 45 through 56, this is Eileen Havaka. Dear Board of Supervisors, my name is Eileen, and I live and work in Sacramento. I am a queer cis woman with education privilege, speaking in solidarity with everyone who knows what it means to love their neighbors, especially with people who are poor, Black, Indigenous, and trans or non-binary. I request that this comment be read in its entirety at your meeting. You know, it's really astonishing to read your meeting agenda. It's like you have been on a different planet for the past few days, weeks, years. So let me update you. There is currently a wave of protest against police violence in the United States, all over, including, yes, here in Sacramento. It has been met with a wave of violent repression. Sacramento even went so far as to call in the military against its own citizens. Law enforcement officers in Sacramento have fired rubber bullets and tear gas canisters at people in an effort to discourage them from expressing their opposition to violence. At least 5 individuals have been injured by rubber bullets, including some who have undergone major surgery. Families are still mourning. The injured are still recovering. The rest of us are still angry. We've been building momentum, and we aren't going anywhere. We are hurting, but we are so glad to be part of a tide of demand to defund, yes, to abolish police. And you decide this was the time to pass some funding for the sheriff's office. As you may recall, it was the sheriff's helicopter who hunted Stephon Clark in his grandma's backyard. I remind you, in case you were thinking of some excuse about how sheriffs are one thing and city police or National Guard or another. When we say we want to abolish the police, we mean everyone who wears a uniform and carries a gun, and we mean now. We don't mean fund surveillance services to treat us as the enemy, agenda item 51. We don't mean police training to teach supposed public servants to see the public as a threat, agenda item 48. We don't mean paying overseers rather than paying actual workers, agenda item 49. We don't even mean that the sheriff should fund transitional housing, agenda item 53. Services that actually support our communities, which can certainly include transitional housing, should be funded directly by the county, not funneled through the sheriff's department. You know, societies can exist without police. Look it up and think about how public pressure on you is only escalating and how much more police violence you want to be part of your legacy. Defunding the sheriff's department will save millions. When in your career have you ever had this much public funding to create new services? What about that pet project you always thought would be nice? This is an incredible opportunity for you to be a part of something new. It's time. You can do this. Eileen. Item 45 through 46. I don't have a name on this. Meeting date 6/16, item 45 through 56. I would like the following public comment read at the 6/16 meeting. As a concerned Sacramento community member, I demand defunding of law enforcement in order to fund programs that actually keep our community safe and invest in the future. We demand the Board of Supervisors cancel the $7 million design build contract to start a new jail expansion project downtown. We demand none of the $181 million CARES Act funding go to the sheriff, DA, or probation. We demand the Board of Supervisors defund the sheriff's department and their jails, which currently consume over 1/3 of our general fund budget. Okay, agenda items 46 through 56. This is Sarah Ryrich. Dear Board of Supervisors, I demand that the $181 million from the CARES Act not be allocated to the Sheriff's Department, the DA, or probation. These funds should instead be allocated to support Black communities, affordable and permanent supportive housing, mental health care, and community-led public safety programs. Sacramento Sheriff's Department currently receives over $372 million every year, which is over 1/3 of the entire budget, and their budget increases every year. This does not make us safer. In fact, it terrorizes and injures our communities, principally over Black and brown community members. The money should instead be allocated to programs to support the community, such as mental health programs, housing assistance, and youth programs. I'm appalled at the lack of accountability of law enforcement here in Sacramento. One case in point is that days after the murder of Stephon Clark in his grandma's backyard, police unions gave $13,000 to DA Anne Marie Schubert days after his death. This amounted to collusion, and It's no surprise that she did not file charges against the officers. This lack of accountability makes our community less safe and only serves to line the pockets of the DA. I am appalled at the militarization of local law enforcement right here in Sacramento and their abuses of our communities. Peaceful protesters have been shot with rubber bullets to great injury and even loss of eyesight. I witnessed this firsthand here in Sacramento. Law enforcement officers shot my friend in the back of her head at close range, and she was bleeding profusely and had to have her wound stapled at the ER in several places to stop the bleeding. I cared for her that night. It happened, and she was severely traumatized. She had other giant bruises as well, as did other friends. The police also tear gassed them. These actions against peaceful protesters are abhorrent and don't belong in civilized society with First Amendment rights. These actions by law enforcement officers signify a police state, fascist government, and totalitarianism. Sorry. If this were to happen in another country, our leaders would speak out against it. But right here in Sacramento, the leaders just keep giving money to law enforcement, which is wielding this horrific violence. I demand that you not allocate CARES Act money to law enforcement, Sheriff. I also insist that you defund law enforcement in Sacramento overall, including the police and sheriff and CHP. You also need to prevent collusion between law enforcement and the DA's office. Thank you, Sheriff Ryrich. Okay, this is from Benjamin Garcia, meeting date 6/16. It's item 56. Okay, please read this aloud. I would like to publicly comment out that the SCDSA Police Union, who has contributed large quantities of taxpayer money to the campaign funds of board members here, publicly oppose any legislation providing actual consequences to their use of force. Moreover, an internal machismo culture and lack of accountability in the union and department will nullify any intended effects of training. Real change will be brought about through reduction in police funding and the empowerment of an independent prosecutor to deal with police crimes. Item 46 through 56, Andrea Riviera. Dear Sacramento County Board of Supervisors, my name is Andrea Riviera and I am a resident of Sacramento County. I have been living in Sacramento County for nearly 4 years now, and this is the first time that I am exercising my right to provide public comment to the board. Please read the statement during the hearing. I am writing to you today to express my concern for the county's fiscal year 21 budget, specifically the budget for the Sacramento County Sheriff's Department. The county is proposing a $3 million budget for the county sheriff's department to use at their discretion. Throughout the community, the department has become a symbol of a system gone wrong due to the minimal amount of oversight. A video from 2017 has resurfaced that shows officers firing at an unarmed black man, and just several days ago, the Sacramento Bee published an article related to a case in which inmates were beaten to death in Sacramento County Jail. Not to mention that Sacramento County Sheriff's Department continues to transfer individuals into custody of the U.S. Immigration and Customs Enforcement, despite repeated attempts in the community to stop these transfers from taking place. The county must do better than city council officials for the sake of building a more equitable Sacramento. The city voted to approve Sacramento PD's budget just last week, despite outcry from the community asking for change. This is your moment to do better for Sacramentans. The budget needs to be invested in our communities, not sheriffs. Thank you. Item 46 through 56 is from Derby Gross. Hello, greetings, peace, and hi. First of all, I would like to say thank you to the community of Sacramento City who came out to protest the horrific murders of Black Americans and the unjust, diversive police force that has been pulling at our nation all too regularly. I would also like to thank the City Council for taking time to listen to the citizens of our beautiful city. Sacramento, the capital of California, this is the Wild West. We are the forward thinkers, and yet we still face dark times. Only a week ago, Sacramento was split in two, at least it seemed that way, split between community members, leaders, and that of police force shooting at our people. After a long week of protesting, screaming, crying, hurting, running, helicopters, National Guard, and lack of city officials, there was beautiful Saturday. To me, this day was everything. County-wide people came out to call out the corrupt nature of this country and the police force that is far too often very dangerous. This Saturday seemed to heal, maybe too much, because after that day, the city seemed to quiet. The mayor let the National Guard go, a nice ending to a bizarre choice to call them originally. He also called out the leader of our country, to what made me think, hey, we are all in this together. We do stand together. I am writing in hopes that we take this chance to make sure, as Californians, as people of the capital, to make sure to make some bold choices to do what we can to ensure Black Americans are not being murdered anymore. To do this, we will have to be vocal and stand strong. I will end with this. I only speak up as to encourage, enlighten, allow to dream, imagine we take a stance with the people, rewrite our city, our police. People put money into the correct places. I know you're scared. We all are. Do what's right. Fund our schools, our communities. Do something different. Be the leaders our country needs. Try harder than ever. Please consider a budget that will aid our world. Defund the police, change our world, try harder, be loud. Please read my comment aloud and thank you for your time. Sincerely, Days with Peace and Love, Derby Madden Gross. Okay. This is for item 46 through 56. It's from Alejandro Ramirez. Hello, my name is Alejandro Ramirez. I would like to submit my public comment for the meeting on June 16, 2020 at 9:30 a.m. I would like to request that my public comment be read aloud during the meeting. I am submitting a general public comment, but will be referring to agenda items 45 through 56. First, I would like to comment on the recent contract made to spend $7 million on planning for a new building behind the main jail downtown. Knowing that this is only the beginning of an expensive and expensive project, I would like to echo the demands to cancel this contract and any plans for this new building. I support the demands for the $7 million to instead be reinvested into community support programs. The jail population has dropped 30% in Sacramento County as a result of releases due to the current pandemic. I would like to see this trend continue, and instead of investing in new jails, redirect that money towards housing, mental health services, public service programs, and reentry services that are led by our community and by impacted people, not by the Sheriff's Department or Probation Department. Finally, I ask that the $181 million that was received by the county via the CARES Act not be directed to the DA, sheriff, or probation. They should be directed to the Black community and be used to fund the social services mentioned above. Please listen to the voices of the community activists who are reaching out and sharing these demands. Please start down the path that creates Sacramento without police and incarceration, and a Sacramento that can achieve true safety and justice. Okay, agenda items 46 through 56. This is from Catherine Rain. Hello, Board of Supervisors. My name is Catherine Rain, and I am a resident of Sacramento County. I am leaving this public comment ahead of your meeting today on 6/16 in regards to the sheriff's items, agenda items 46 through 56. I would like this public comment read aloud during the meeting. I support my community's efforts to enact fiscal changes to our county's law enforcement agencies, specifically the Sheriff's Department, which already receives over one-third of our county's general fund budget annually. Their additional request for items totaling $3.1 million is excessive and does not support the needs of our community. COVID-19 has reduced our county jail population by 30%, and the board must continue to support decarceration by investing this money instead in efforts which are statistically shown to reduce rates of incarceration and enhance the well-being and livelihood of those in our community who are most in need. These efforts are affordable and permanent supportive houses, mental health care, community-led public safety programs, and programs led by impacted individuals on diversion and reentry efforts into society of previously incarcerated individuals and those at risk. For these same reasons, I urge the board to allocate the entirety of the $181 million in CARES Act funding to efforts mentioned above, with particular attention made to ensuring these funds uplift and are led by members of the Black community. None of this funding must go to funding the DA, probation, or Sheriff's Department. Until programs that are statistically proven to enhance public safety and grow the equitable prosperity of the Black community are fully funded, our county's law enforcement agencies must not be allocated any additional funding and must have all current budgetary items thoroughly evaluated with guidance by community activists. I lastly urge the board to cancel the proposed building of a new jail tower downtown and reinvest that $7 million in the needs I have outlined previously. Thank you for reading aloud my public comment. I will be awaiting news that the Board of Supervisors has taken the community's demands to heart and not allocated any additional funding on their agendas to county law enforcement agency. Kind regards. Okay. Agenda items 46 through 56. This is from Caitlin Hayes. Hello, I am writing to voice my concerns about the funds that the local police are asking for. I hope that we can use these funds to better benefit the community and lower the SAC PD budget significantly. These funds would be better allocated to schools, social care, and providing low-income housing. Please read this comment aloud during the meeting. Thank you, Caitlin Hayes. Agenda items 46 through 56. This is from Eric Bond. Dear board members, I urge the Board of Supervisors to cancel the $7 million design build contract to begin designing a new jail tower behind the main jail in downtown Sacramento and invest the $7 million in community-based resources. A new jail tower will not make Sacramento safer. It will only continue the cycle of systematic racism and incarceration through overly policed communities. Locking people up is not the way to build community. Sac County jail population was reduced by over 30% due to COVID-19 related releases, and the county should be focused on continuing down this path by investing in housing, mental health care, diversion, and reentry efforts led by impacted people, not giving more money to the sheriff's or probation department. I urge the Board of Supervisors to reject the sheriff's request for authorizing the sheriff or his designee to execute personal service agreements for the Central Valley high-intensity drug trafficking area. Again, this funding should be directed toward mental health and substance abuse programs, not furthering institutionalized racism in the form of mass incarceration. Sacramento should follow the lead of other cities around the country who are taking steps to defund police and rethink public safety. The Sheriff's Department already receives over $150 million of the county general fund annually, money that could be better spent on affordable housing and responses to the homelessness crisis, mental health and addiction treatment, and other community services. Additionally, Sacramento was giving $181 million through the CARES Act for economic relief due to COVID-19. None of this funding should be allocated to the Sacramento Police Department, the Sheriff's Department, the District Attorney, or toward probation programs. Please allocate the money received from the CARES Act to support our Black communities, including affordable and permanent housing, mental health care, and community-led public safety programs that keep our communities safe. I respectfully request that my comment be read aloud during the meeting. Thank you, Eric Bond.
Okay, I have a few more comments, 4 more comments for items 46 through 56. And they've requested that their comments be read into the record. Hello, Board of Supervisors. My name is Oscar Rios, and I'm a resident of Sacramento County. I am leaving this public comment ahead of your meeting today. In regards to the Sheriff's items, Agenda 46 through 56, I would like this comment to be read aloud during the meeting. I support my community's efforts to enact fiscal changes to our county's law enforcement agencies, specifically the Sheriff's Department, which already receives 1/3 of our county's general fund budget annually. Their additional request for items totaling $3.1 million is excessive and does not support the needs of our community. COVID-19 has reduced our county jail population by 30%, and the board must continue to support decarceration by investing this money instead in efforts which are statistically shown to reduce rates of incarceration and enhance the well-being and livelihood of those in our community who are most in need. These efforts are affordable and permanent supportive housing, mental health care, community-led public safety programs, and programs led by impacted individuals on diversion and reentry efforts to enter society of previously incarcerated individuals and those at risk. For these same reasons, I urge the board to allocate the entirety of the $181 million in CARES Act funding to efforts mentioned above, with particular attention made to ensuring these funds uplift and are led by members of the Black community. None of this funding must go to the funding of the District Attorney, Probation, or Sheriff's Department until programs that are statistically proven to enhance public safety and grow the equitable prosperity of the Black community are fully funded. Our county's law enforcement agencies must not be allocated any additional funding and must have all current budgetary items thoroughly evaluated with guidance by community activists. I lastly urge the board to cancel this proposed building of a new jail tower downtown and reinvest that $7 million in the needs as I have outlined previously. Thank you for reading aloud my public comment. I will be awaiting news that the Board of Supervisors has taken the community's demands to heart and not allocate any additional funding on their agendas to county law enforcement agencies. Kind regards. This is from Courtney Copeland. Hello, I would like to add that I wish for these comments to be read during the meeting and time, if time allows. Thank you. Okay, this is for the agenda items of June 16th for items 42, 45, 46, 47, and 56. For 42 and 45, dear Board of Supervisors, I have a question in reference to the request from the District Attorney to pursue grant funding for programs to crack down on insurance fraud. Item 42, I see language saying that if grant funding is not available and the District Attorney wishes to continue these programs, then general fund money can be used to pay for these even at the expense of cutting other programs. However, in reference to request to pay for programs like construction job training for probation clients and providing trauma-informed mental health care for youth, item 45, there is a note that these programs are contingent upon the availability of county resources and may be terminated or revised. It seems to me that the County of Sacramento is prioritizing matters like insurance fraud over vital job training and mental health services. Why are we so quick to cut these programs when revenues fall short, but willing to make sacrifices for the sake of cracking down on workers' compensation insurance claims? It seems to me that our priorities are out of line. 46 and 47, I noticed that in item 47, we expect to spend $718,491 on drug trafficking investigation and enforcement, which will later be reimbursed by grants. I also noticed that in item 46, we propose spending only $76,876 on reentry training for people being released from incarceration. Why is it that we are able to leverage and spend so many federal dollars on tracking drugs, but allocate so little to reentry services for our neighbors preparing to return to the community? If we plan to spend 9 times as much on drug enforcement as on reentry training, it seems like our priorities are out of balance. 56, why are we paying for provision of force training but not de-escalation training? Our officers are clearly willing and able to use force, often more than is necessary. We demand de-escalation training. Surely you can find some room in your budget for that. Thank you for including these comments in the meeting and the public record. Please respond to let me know that you have received them. Nishanti Siani, forgive me if I mispronounced that. Read this out loud. Sacramento County continues to lag behind the rest of the country and world in how it operates. The sheriff causes more harm than it does good in the community. This is literally blood on their hands and little to no consequence for it. The Board of Supervisors is a group of privileged, entitled, oblivious white people who are out of touch with the reality of the world. You are failing. You are allowing a system that brutalizes and subjugates black people to continue and doing nothing about it because you're afraid of damaging your chances at being reelected. It's pathetic. Figure it out. Now defund swine. Laura Blosser, items 46 through 56. Hello, regarding items 46 through 56, I demand the Board of Supervisors cancel the $7 million design build contract to start a new jail expansion project downtown. I know that completing the design portion of this project will give more legitimacy to completing construction, and I do not support it. We demand none of the $180 million in CARES Act funding go to the sheriff, DA, or probation. Prioritize people by directing funds toward housing, jobs, and education instead. We demand the Board of Supervisors defund the Sheriff's Department and their jails, which currently consume over 1/3 of our general fund budget. You have my permission to read my comment out loud. Thank you, Laura Blosser. And that would bring you to date on all of the public comments to this time.
For 46 to...
For your consent matters.
Okay.
And I do want to just make a note that there were public comments received for items 4, 5, 38, 42, 45, and 46 through 56, and we read every comment that requested to be read into the record.
Do you know offhand how many comments you just read with your staff's assistance?
I don't offhand. I think about 120. We were at 102 when we started,
Okay.
and then those other comments that came in.
Great. Thank you. And thanks to the staff of the clerk of the board for being very pragmatic and deliberative about how best to handle the cascade of comments that we obviously received, and again points out the need for a better way, I think a more appropriate way to handle comments from the public in the future. So with that, Supervisor Tully, do you have a comment?
Yes, Mr. Chair, if I could, and certainly in light of the comments, and many of those were printed out in advance, so we had a chance to see many of them. And again, I want to echo your thanks to our respective clerk staff for reading those into the record. I guess I was going to offer a comment that it might be prudent, certainly in light of the range of discussion that will be tied to the budget and the comments we received on the items that were read into the record, plus others that we received that were noted by the clerk, and certainly the opportunity we have to discuss items that are pulled off the consent calendar. I guess I'm going to offer that maybe we should suggest that we hold the consent calendar until later in the day so we can revisit those items. Otherwise, we take the actions, and then if we want to revisit an item as it relates to the budget, then I think we're a bit hampered. It's a bit clumsy, so I would just offer that as a suggestion.
So you're suggesting that we just hold the entirety of consent versus the ones that we read off earlier that...
Right, I called out the ones that I wanted to speak to directly, but we've heard other commentary here, and so I think in light of how that may intertwine with any other conversations we have, that's the reason I offer that. I mean, I don't necessarily take exceptions to many of those items, even the ones I've called out, but I wanted to offer that as a suggestion. So.
Okay, thank you. Supervisor Peters?
Yeah, I don't agree with that suggestion. There are many contracts on there for mental health and other items that the county engages in and that need to get signed so people can get help, and other items that don't have anything to do with the law and justice portion. So, I would disagree.
Okay. Any other comments about procedure, since we've waded into that? Okay, seeing none. Yeah, I don't know that there's any practical problem with holding off and considering the entirety of consent. I mean, I understand Supervisor Peters' point about importance of the contracts that may not be associated with the theme of the comments that we just heard our staff recite. So I think we can go ahead and, at least unless someone tells me differently in terms of process and protocol for the meeting, I would agree with Supervisor Tolley in that we just hold off our consent and kind of act kind of comprehensively at once, so that we can have an honest discussion before any of the substantive consent matters and time matters are approved relative to the budget. Supervisor Frost?
Do we have staff members in the audience who are waiting for consent, who are going to then sit here all day waiting for consent?
Okay.
The members that are here for other items.
I understand.
We do. It's up to the board's wish, whatever you guys want to do.
Yeah.
That would be a consideration if we have staff members sitting here all day waiting for something that could have just been a vote. That's all my point.
Supervisor Peters?
Well, then let's go through them one at a time. I mean, what does leaning delinquent solid waste service charges, that's not part of the discussion, or we have things for other cities like Citrus Heights and Rancho Cordova. We've got the airport parking lot improvements, transportation related items. Let's just, maybe we can go through them a section at a time. If it's, I think we need to vote on as many of these as we can.
And we will, obviously, we'll.
Well, today.
Yeah, I know, understood. In terms of the comment, it's well taken by Supervisor Frost in terms of staff time, but I assume anytime we have a board hearing, that the staff are here for the duration, because no one can predict how long any item on our agenda might run, depending on public comment and other factors. So while I appreciate that, I'm going to assume that all of our staff are here committed to be here to either enhance the discussion, answer questions, respond to comments, regardless of the duration of the meeting. Supervisor Tolley, you had chimed in. I don't know, did you want to comment?
Well, thank you, Mr. Chair. I punched up and then took it back just a moment ago. But I guess, I'm fine going. We have the consent calendar before us, and we've gone well past 10:45, so we could actually call item 77, although I think that was intended to be presented, at the end of some of the other hearing items, including some planning items in between. I'm fine going through one by one. As I said earlier, I called out some items to have some discussion around them. They're certainly pertinent to the budget and to, I think, where we stand today, but also looking forward over the next, 10 or 12 weeks in advance of, some budget considerations later in the summer. Again, I would certainly acknowledge that there are items here that aren't related to budget per se, and that, could be dispensed with. Again, I just didn't want to get too precise when it came to trying to call out items on the agenda. I, call forward ones. We had comments, and I think some of a good deal of commentary we heard here this morning relates obviously to broader budget, but also specific items on the agenda. And again, I don't intend to contest many of those items, but I do have some comments, and there are some items that I want to weigh in on, and I know others would as well. So if we want to just start to the consent calendar and maybe have as it relates to item 77, there is pertinence to that as well, though.
Okay, what I'm going to suggest that we do that. Let me take a straw poll from the board members, though, in terms of our day, and see if there's, no pun intended, any appetite for a lunch break, or do you want to just continue to plow through the whole thing straight through? I don't believe we have a closed session today, so this is it. And,
I like to eat. Lunch.
Okay.
Me too.
Okay, that's two.
I'm fine with keep going for a while. We certainly could take a lunch break, but it's only just
An hour is fine.
Should we then?
Half hour is fine.
Should we then break for, I'll split the difference, 45 minutes, and then say come back at a 1:45? All right, seeing heads nod, we are in recess till 12:45. Okay. Okay, call back to order this meeting of the Sacramento County Board of Supervisors for Tuesday, June 16th, 2020. Madam Clerk, will you please call the roll and reestablish a quorum?
Yes, Supervisors Frost,
Here.
Natoli,
Here.
Peters,
Here.
Cerna,
Here.
and you have a quorum.
Thank you. And Supervisor Patrick Kennedy should be joining us shortly. Okay, so again, I want to thank those members of the public that took time to write our clerk of the board or our individual offices seeking to be acknowledged in the formal record for consent items, which is what we heard for the last hour and a half prior to our recess. I believe at this point procedurally, because of the nature of the balance of consent that we want to consider individually relative to item 77, I'm going to ask the clerk now, should I go ahead and read the statement? Okay, so at this point, I'd like to call a motion for consent items 1 through 67 with the exception of the following items: 4, 5, 19, 20, 21, 22, 24, 29, 46, 56, and 59. Okay, it's been moved by Supervisor Frost. Is there a second?
Second.
Second by Supervisor Peters. Please vote.
Unanimous vote with those members present.
Great, thank you. And then, just so we have a kind of a clean slate in front of us to handle the balance of the afternoon, I've coordinated with the clerk of the board. I believe we're going to go ahead and get our public comments on items not on the agenda read into the record. I believe she has 3, I have 1, so that shouldn't take too long. And then hopefully by that time, Supervisor Kennedy is back with us and we can quickly go through nominations, which also should not take that long. And then that way we can just focus on the balance of our...
So then are we going back to consent?
Yes. Well, the items
Well,
that...
the items we've called out to
Yeah.
withdraw from consent, we're going to go back and address those individually? The 4, 5, 6?
Yes.
Whatever that
But
said.
we're treating those with 77, correct?
Correct.
Yes. Okay.
Okay, are we ready? This is your off-agenda comment 1. This is from Martha Esch. Board Clerk, please read aloud this public comment at the next live SCBOS meeting. Subject June 4th, 2020 announcement by the Sacramento County Board of Supervisors of 5 vacated board seats on the LMA's 13-member board. These vacated seats may be appointed by Sacramento County Board of Supervisors according to LMA bylaws 2004 unamended. Under SB 323 enacted January 1, 2020, Section 5505 Code Section 5505 changed candidacy for all board directors of common interest developments to meet specific requirements, including membership in the CID. Sacramento County Board of Supervisors agenda of June 4th lists Daryl Wu's phone number for further information on the LMA. However, 6 attempts have been made days in a row to a voicemail full message. Certified mail sent to LMA in March and April 2020 have been returned, stamped, not picked up. Does Sacramento County Board of Supervisors, the application forms, does Daryl Wu have them? Apologize for butchering that. Okay. And I'll go ahead and read. I just have 2 more, and I'll read those out of order. We have a comment from Mandy, I believe it's Mandy Goff. My name is Mandy Goff. I am sending this letter because my husband passed away on May 10th, 2020. He was taken without permission to Sac County for an autopsy, and now I am expected to pay $400 for a transport fee. I am writing this letter because I am unable to attend the Board of Supervisors meeting, which I was told to attend in order to argue my case. Due to COVID, everything has added extra stress on an already stressful, life-changing event. Because I have to write a letter makes this less personal, and you do not get to see the pain in my face and tears as as I write this letter. On May 10th, 2020, my husband passed away. He was an organ donor. I left the hospital being told that he would not be a coroner's case, and UCD would be calling the mortuary soon so they could pick him up. The next phone call I get is from Sac County Coroner's Office telling me that they have my husband and will be performing an autopsy. Never once was I asked if I wanted one or informed of any charges, nor was the process explained to me. When they told me they had him, I started crying, and I told them I did not want this done. When I asked why they are performing an autopsy, I was told because the doctor gave a mechanism, not a reason. By performing an autopsy does not bring my husband back. I, as the next of kin, was fine with the mechanism given by the medical doctor. It was Sac County who wanted further answers. By performing this autopsy, it delayed my family and our children, who are 5 and 7, the right to a service for an additional 10 days. 10 days, my children are left wondering where and what happened to their father, who is their superhero. No closure for an unnecessary 10 days. I know he is just a body at the coroner's office to you, but to us he is our world, and one day one of you all will be in my position, and it is not fun and not fair. When someone becomes a coroner's case, it is paid for by the county, so why wouldn't the $400 transport fee also be paid by the county? I did not request the autopsy, nor did I want the autopsy. I feel as though Sac County is taking advantage of grieving families. I am already faced with expensive medical bills, cremation fees, and now an additional $400 fee for something I did not want done and did not give consent. I am asking that this $400 transport fee be waived, please. Thank you for your time, Mandy Goff.
Madam Clerk, before you continue, Mr. CEO, did you want to make?
Just very quickly, the clerk did bring this item to our attention. Mr. Wagstaff and our coroner are looking in, contacting the person, see if we can resolve this issue.
Thank you for that. And additionally, my staff have too contacted the constituents, so please circle back with them as well.
Will do.
Thank you.
Okay, and then I have one other comment that came in this morning. This is from Keith J. Please ask Soups to change the policy as soon as possible so as to not continue the extreme delay of the meetings. Simply make the comments a part of the record so that public business is not delayed, especially bad form to have timed hearings delayed by this. Thank you. And that concludes the comments I have.
Okay, and as I mentioned earlier, I am also in receipt of a public comment. The commenter has requested that his comments be read into the record, and because this is by way of a meeting that I had with Mr. Ted Samara, or not a meeting, but a phone call with Mr. Ted Samara, head of United Public Employees yesterday afternoon. I feel obligated that I should do the reading, so I will go ahead and do that now. Hello, distinguished Board of Supervisors. Thank you for allowing me to address the Board. I am requesting that this be read into the record. With great frustration and concern, the county is eliminating the paid administrative leave and returning back to work employees who have been out of work due to underlying medical conditions which may be worsened if they were to catch the coronavirus. At a time when employees who have been at work all along feel somewhat safe, you are now bringing back hundreds of employees with little to no safeguards in place. On May 27, 2020, the County Executive, Nav Gill, issued a return to work RTW guideline in response to the novel coronavirus pandemic COVID-19 health emergency guidelines. The county exec did state in his order that departments must perform a detailed risk assessment and implement a site-specific protection plan prior to the return to work. As of June 15, 2020, UPE has not received RTW plans from over 45 departments that house over 2,500 of our members. I was told from Labor Relations last week that the county has not received many, if any, of the RTW plans. UPE has raised our concerns numerous times requesting the RTW plans and our right to meet and confer with the departments. However, we have not had the opportunity to meet and confer with any except for DCFAS. With only 6 days until employees return to work, the lack of preparedness displayed by the county is concerning, to say the least. I pray that the Board of Supervisors will do everything within their power to stop the spread of this coronavirus. I ask that the county reconsider extending the leave that they placed their employees on at the onslaught of this pandemic. The rushed approach without the appropriate safety precautions outlined in NAV's order will only increase the possibility of the spread of this coronavirus to county employees who are at work, coming back to work, the community, and those seeking county services. Sincerely, United Public Employees, Ted Samara, Executive Director. Again, this is an item that's not on the agenda, so we cannot act on this, but suffice it to say, it's just happenstance, but I did have a conversation with our county CEO, I believe, at the tail end of our briefing, where I asked whether or not whether or not all the boxes were being checked in terms of making sure that we go through meet and confer processes relative to return to work, and the response I received was that that has occurred. I just want to end by saying I am concerned when I hear two different things from two different parties on something as emergent and important as our employees' safety. So I would just appreciate, Mr. Gill, if you could circle back with Mr. Samara and at least further vet what his concerns are to find out, what he believes to be some of the gaps in our preparedness for return to work in light of the pandemic.
Yep, understood.
Thank you. Okay.
Mr. Chair?
Yes.
Sorry to interrupt. Madam Clerk, could I ask you to put the item numbers back up on the board? It was so fast.
Oh, yeah.
I saw item 4 was on that, but I'd asked about item 37 also, so just need time enough to focus. Okay, compromising of that. Okay, 37 should have been on that. That was the one I asked about this morning.
Can we let the record show that the exception will include 37 as well?
Yes, we can amend that, yes.
Thank you.
Thank you for bringing that up. Okay, Mr. Kennedy, you were on your way here when I suggested that we try and get all of our functory items out of the way. So we're going to go ahead and take nominations at this point. That should not take more than a couple minutes.
That's item 78. Okay. You are considering, for your nominations today, continuing to August 11th, the Carmichael Old Foothill Farms Community Planning Advisory Council, Casumnas Area Community Planning Advisory Council, In-Home Supportive Services Advisory Committee, Local Child Care Planning and Development Council, North Highlands Foothill Farms Community Planning Advisory Council, Orangeville Community Planning Advisory Council, Sacramento County Mental Health Board, and the Vineyard Area Community Planning Advisory Council. Your first item is Antelope Community Planning Advisory Council. Supervisor Frost.
Please continue to July 28th.
Okay. Then we have the Cemetery Advisory Commission. Supervisor Frost.
I'd like to appoint Brian Fansler.
Okay. And then Supervisor Natoli.
Need to continue that till August 11th. We don't have any applications at this time. Thanks.
Got it. Cordova Community Planning Advisory Council. Supervisor Natoli.
Yes, I would nominate the incumbent to one of the seats, Gloria Mattas, and continue the remainder till July 28th, please.
Okay. Then we have the Delta Citizens Municipal Advisory Council.
Continue to July 28th, please.
Okay. Galt Arno Cemetery District.
Also continue to July 28th.
Okay. Sacramento County Youth Commission.
I would continue to July 14th, please.
And then we have South Sacramento Area Community Planning Advisory Council. Supervisor Kennedy.
Yes, please continue to July 14th.
Okay. And that concludes your nominations.
Very good. All right. Thank you. So now I believe we have in front of us a fairly clear path for the balance of the afternoon. I know that we did receive another public comment, but it's on item 77, so we'll just add that to whatever comments we had on that.
Yeah, and that was a comment that asked to be read in the record, and so staff will read that.
Okay, so then with that, we're now going to go one by one for the balance of consent, correct?
Okay, so this would be item 4 is our first item. And
Madam Clerk, if I could though, but if we're going to call item 77 on the budget, then to link those kind of back to the budget. So I guess, expecting that we might take the other items that are we're set hearing times and then call those the bulk of the consent calendar with the budget item, so we can kind of, we're going to vote them individually, I trust, or maybe as a package. But
That would be up to
yeah,
the board.
maybe for convenience sake to match them up. Otherwise, Phil, it gets kind of out of sync with. the
We're
budget
already out of sync, so let's
Yeah.
try and figure this out. So what are you suggesting?
That those consent items be matched up with item 77, be called at the same time, or we can, in relationship to the budget.
Okay.
Yeah.
All right. So then what would be the first item we're going to
Okay,
hear
so
right now?
then your first timed matter would be item 68. Let me
Okay.
just make sure. This is a pretty large agenda. Item 68 is the authority to enter into an agreement with Next Move Homeless Services in the amount of $1,838,585 for the operation of the Laverne Adolfo Transitional Housing Program for former foster youth effective July 1 through June 30th, 2021, with the option of 2 one-year renewals through June 30th, 2023.
Good morning. Oh, no. Good afternoon. Sorry, it was supposed to be morning. It's actually good to see all of you. Ann Edwards, Department of Human Assistance. I'm here before you as the result of an RFP issued on February 10th to provide on-site and scattered site transitional housing, mental health and substance abuse treatment, employment, training and education, and parenting support to transitional age youth so they can successfully transition to adulthood. 3 proposals were received on March 10th. The request for proposal asked for the following specific items to be thoroughly described and asked for attachments supporting these items, such as curriculum, letters of support, etc. A program description that details how the proposer would address transitional age former foster youth barriers to housing, how to mitigate and address childhood traumas, and mitigate barriers to employment, education, and housing. Explain special resources, procedures, or approaches that make their program more advantageous. Describe collaborative partnerships who will support the program. Describe the service delivery model, qualifications, experience, and outreach to this specialized population. And finally, to provide a sound budget that corresponds with the proposed program. The proposals were reviewed based upon the ability of the submitting organizations to articulate the aforementioned items and to provide supportive rehousing services and supportive services that enhance a youth's ability to transition into and maintain permanent housing and provide a mathematically sound budget. In its response to the RFP, Next Move demonstrated the ability to operate the Adolfo program in the manner requested. On March 25th, DHA announced the recommended awardee of the Adolfo program to Next Move. On March 31st, DHA received a written letter of protest from Volunteers of America. We reviewed the protest letter and determined the information VOA cited in the letter of protest did not meet any of the grounds cited in the RFP. DHA notified VOA of that decision on April 3rd. I am therefore requesting you approve the award to Next Move, and I'm happy to answer any of your questions.
Supervisor Tully.
Thank you, Mr. Chair. Thanks, Ann. And I know I've had a chance to speak with both Ms. Edwards and Mr. Wagstaff in advance of this meeting, not in the last couple of days, but we did get a letter, I believe you're in receipt of it, from Volunteers of America, and it speaks specifically to the scoring categories for the RFP. And so again, if you might take an opportunity, because they hone in on, particularly as it relates to experience. And when you have an operator who's operated the program, you're very familiar with it, as am I, and I'm sure members of this board, for 16 years out there at Mather. And we're, I think, very much in the mix when the program came out of the ground, even before it got to Mather. And so I guess I'm curious on this whole thing about experience. And when I look at some of the other items we've already approved earlier this afternoon with about articulating experience, having contractors with experience, organizational experience. So why, and again, maybe you can correct it if it's not correct, was it given such a low score when you have an operator who has done it, unless they were non-performing, there was no reference to any non-performance or lack of results as it relates to the youth and young adults that have been and were enrolled in the program. So I guess if you could take a moment to address that issue, and I may have some other questions. But
Of course. So for this program, the organizational experience was reduced to 10 in order to increase the program design to 30 and supportive services to 25. This is actually a trend in our homeless services contracts, and I have some data about using those same types of numbers in other RFPs, not just this one. So we're really looking at the focusing on the program elements in lieu of just experience. It's been a long time since we've included the number of 30 in program experience because we're really looking for innovative and updated programs. This was done in response to changes in the foster care system from 2015 to 2016, and I can highlight some of those changes for you. Extended foster care went into effect where foster youth and probation youth were able to extend foster care to 21. But these youth aren't required they get just a monthly stipend, and they're not required to doing case management with either child welfare or probation. So this particular program at Adolfo really needs more case management and more experience with a more difficult population. Extended foster care changed how we receive referrals. So we're not getting as many referrals directly from CPS and probation, so the program has to do a significant amount of outreach, and the next move proposal highlighted significantly more outreach than the VOA proposal did. And under VOA in the last couple of years, the vacancy factor has ranged from 10% to 17% since October of 2018 because many of the youth aren't finding that the program is actually meeting their needs. So the changing in that scoring was very deliberate around really focusing on program and supportive services. It was not intended to exclude any particular provider. The same is true for the budget. There was also a question about the scoring for the budget, how it was different for the family shelter versus the Adolfo program, and that's true. The family shelter budget was $720,000. The Adolfo budget is $1.8 million. So when there's significantly more money, we tend to have more points for the budget. And again, as I said, we've got so for 1, 2, 3, 4, 5, 6, 7, 8, 9, 10 RFPs that we've done in the recent, probably a year to 18 months, the court scores are pretty significant. Organizational outreach and capacity, 20, 15, 10, 10, 15, 15, 20. So this is not inconsistent with other RFPs that we have done.
I appreciate the explanation as it relates to other RFPs, again, without getting into detail which those were, but certainly made a general reference to some of the services that were being called out in those other RFPs. I guess I would want to ask, though, in your comment a moment ago about, it wasn't meeting the needs of the program participants. And obviously, you were dealing here with foster youth who've been, in a lot of cases, in the system for many years. They've been subjected to neglect, to abuse, to transiency, to, you name it. And I guess I saw no reference. Again, we didn't get copies of the proposal, so we didn't have that ability to, as board members, to, not to necessarily would second guess a panel, but to do any evaluation of that. But I can just, again, maybe speak to the familiarity with the current program provider, and I think how they've integrated themselves into the community. But I think really the focus on trying to prepare young people who have, a variety of challenges, I say young adults, and the ages have changed, obviously, to prepare them for being able to live on their own, to, obviously pay rent, to have a skill set, a job, be able to maintain the job, to cope with any other issues, whether it's mental health or, addiction, and any other issues that may be, a part of their overall life experience. And I think it's so critical, though, to, when you develop those relationships with those folks, and, a 10% vacancy, I mean, I guess you could argue you should have 100% 100% enrollment rate at all time, but I mean, that doesn't, it strikes me as being, I think that you had 58 enrollee positions, and at any given time, 10% would be, say you'd be down 5 or 6. I would imagine with turnover. And so I guess I'm struggling here with the recommendation, and this has no reflection on Next Move, and again, it's not even a reflection on the panel, is that when you have a provider, again, because I saw no reference in the staff report, and maybe there were things here, and again, I don't expect you to have to reveal things that may be a relationship between the contractor and the county staff, but if in fact they were meeting the requirements of the folks there and helping folks, again, I don't know if you did any exit interviews with program participants. You said that we weren't meeting the needs, and Next Move demonstrated on paper anyway that they have the ability to do this. I guess it concerns me that we make a change. Again, I have no idea what the scoring, how close it was, how disparate it was, but we're being asked here now 14 days before the end of the contract period, and I get it that, Bruce said this and you told me the same, that they knew the panel's recommendation in March, but the action's not final until this board acts on it. And so we're going to have how many young folks, adults that are enrolled in that program, they're basically, they're probably all already aware of it in the last couple of weeks. Basically, they're going to, whatever relationship they've built with their counselors, with their mentors, with the folks there in that program, I have no idea what that transition plan is, but if VOA turns the lights out on June 30th and Next Move is supposed to be in there on July 1st, that to me is a great deal of disruption for folks who are very vulnerable anyway and probably have a difficulty, in many cases, trusting adults or the system because of their own place in life. Again, it's no reflection on Next Move, but again, I just have a real difficult time with that short transition period. You've explained it to me, and so has Bruce, but that I can't recall in recent times, unless we had somebody who just hasn't performed or been negligent in performing up to the requirements, where we just have that quick turnover like that without any transition, because I think it's going to be very disruptive to the folks that are, to the folks that are enrolled in that program. So I don't know if you have any thoughts. I don't expect to sort of respond to everything I've said, but that whole issue related to that really concerns me relative to the program participants.
So VOA was aware in late March that there would be a transition. My staff have been making every effort with their staff to begin that transition process, and they have declined to participate in the transition process until after this meeting. So we had a greater opportunity for transition, but they did not want to participate. I think it might be helpful if I review some of the program design differences between Next Move and VOA, because this was a competitive process. A decision was made on the proposals we received, not on the longevity of if we were just going to go with someone who was there, we wouldn't do an RFP. But I'd be happy to go over some of the program design elements that are different to demonstrate the differences between the two, if you so wish.
If you do that briefly, just distinguish, Mr. Chair, I'd be glad to hear that. I think it's important from the standpoint of...
And I know Mr. Kennedy is also in the queue for questions and comments. So.
Would you like me to do this first? Okay.
Yeah.
So in VOA's proposal, they did not explain the actual program design. They were vague in their description, stating things like, we use trauma-informed practices, but did not identify what those practices were and how they improved outcomes for youth. The evaluators felt it was not clear what the actual program was. As requested, they did not provide a curriculum for the classes or workshops for the youth or any training for staff. They did not identify an outreach plan or describe how they would meet the needs of youth struggling with addiction. They did not identify measurable outcomes or goals for the program. Next Move outlined a comprehensive program that included on-site mental health clinician team to address childhood trauma and other mental health issues. They have significant housing experience to the unhoused youth. They have a program design that includes emotional support pets and focuses on harm reduction practices for alcohol and drug treatment. They have experience serving the homeless population and working with CPS to house families in crisis. They identified clear and measurable housing goals. They identified strong partnerships with WIND Youth Services, Waking the Village, STARTS Behavioral Health, Lutheran Social Services, and the Sacramento LGBTQ Community Center. The team felt Next Move was client-centered and will offer a wide variety of services specific to each youth needs. There was a significant difference in the budget, too, around program and services. The program activities budget for VOA, and this includes workshops, education, employment incentives, totaled $74,300. The program activities budget for Next Move, including all of those same items, was $279,768. So it really felt like the proposal was more focused on really providing the services to the youth.
Could I just follow on then? And I appreciate the explanation. But again, we've monitored the contract. We've, had interface with our social workers, with our program folks. And again, just being repetitive here, but if they were underperforming or they're deficient in their partnerships under the current contract, I would have thought that would have been called out. Obviously, you have a competition. I get it. You put it down on paper, put your best foot forward. But do I take from this that some of the things were said that they don't have a relationship with Win Youth Services, they don't have a relationship with Lutheran Social Services? I would be willing to bet that VOA has those relationships and probably maintains them right now, even if with or without this population that they're serving. So,
and we asked specifically to identify that in the proposal, and they did not. And I'm not saying VOA was underperforming. We got some feedback that some youth didn't feel like the program was for them. We did monitor the contract. They were not necessarily underperforming, but Next Move's proposal was far superior to VOA's.
Okay, that's all I have right now. Thanks.
Okay, Supervisor Kennedy?
Thank you, Mr. Chair. I just want to say that I actually appreciate the fact that you looked at changing the percentage that was based upon experience, because in my experience, that changes the good old boy network. That brings in new ideas. It brings in new, fresh, looking at these programs. So, I'm not discounting experience. It's obviously important, but I think that this gives us an opportunity to look at new ideas. I did take a deeper dive into the proposals and found that, in my opinion, the Next Move proposal was much more specific and was much more and hit the points that the programmatic points that we want to make. So I will be supporting the staff recommendation.
Thank you.
Okay, thank you. Any other comments from board members? Supervisor Peters.
I agree with Patrick, and from my days in the private sector, one of the most important thing when you answer an RFP is answer the questions. I mean, when we did that, we would have someone outside our company go through the RFP and review our proposal to make sure we answered all the questions. And it's a shame that didn't happen for VOA, but they didn't.
Okay, thank you. Supervisor Frost, any comments or questions? Okay, we don't have any comments on this?
No, there was only one comment, and they did not ask for it to be read into the record, and Mr. Natoli made reference to it when he first started.
Okay. All right. I think the board members were in receipt of a response to a question that I inspired when I had my briefing with Ann, which had to do with understanding a little bit better the composition of individuals representing different agencies and organizations who did the evaluation. So I do appreciate that. As I mentioned to one of my colleagues about this, a situation like this is so unfair to everyone involved. And I say that only because we have two organizations that I think this board and past boards think very highly of in terms of their ability to provide essential services. And so we're then thrust into kind of an odd position where we're being asked to choose between, two great organizations. And yeah, they have different histories, different experience with the county. But it can be very quickly and simply interpreted that somehow not accepting an appeal or going with what is recommended somehow condemns the other. And I just want to be clear that as it relates to the vote we're about to take, that's not my intention. I have a lot of respect for both organizations, what they do and how they do it. One of the things I did ask Ann about, and we had a good conversation, she and I, my Chief of Staff, Lisa Nava, about some of that history and some of the experience with VOA. And I think Ann was being very honest and candid, explaining that there had been some shortcomings in that history in terms of, and please correct me if I'm wrong here, Ann, but generally speaking, how they account for some of their activities and expenditures, and it hasn't necessarily been easy to decipher at times. And I kind of wondered out loud during our briefing on the phone whether or not, if there was interest by the board, that there could be hypothetically put in place any kind of measures that, if it were the will of the board to honor VOA's appeal here, whether there can be implemented new measures that could basically force the issue for them in terms of making sure that they do account for their activities and their funding and their expenditures much more precisely. And as we expect for so many other contractors that we deal with here at the county. And I think the answer was, yeah, there probably are some of those, there's probably some opportunity to do that. So I'm a bit torn here. Again, I have one-on-one great relationships with both organizations and the executive leadership with both organizations. So it's not a very comfortable space to be in right now. Supervisor Frost?
Well, I didn't say anything earlier because I did agree with Supervisor Kennedy in his comments, but I think something that comes to my mind is the process and the importance of the competitive process. And the RFP, both organizations had an opportunity to submit put their best foot forward and submit an application. And if I'm not mistaken, and you described a couple minutes ago that the appeal that came from VOA did not address there were no errors that you could see in the RFP process, and there's never been a time when you and your staff have given me the impression that I needed to question your ability to review the RFPs. And so I think it's important that we reward people who actually won the contract. I know it's hard. I love VOA. I mean, I know a lot of those people. They do a great job, but this is business, and coming from the private, being a business owner for over 35 years, I get, sometimes you have to make these hard decisions without without emotion, so much emotion, but as, just selecting the one who earned it. And so I'm prepared to support your recommendation. I don't think it would be fair to go back and take something away from an organization that actually won the RFP just because someone else wanted it. Thank you.
Thank you. Supervisor Tully.
Yeah, thank you, Mr. Chair. Well, again, I think we structure a process that is designed to be fair and certainly as objective as can be, but you cannot tell me that this is without subjectivity. People have to score it. They have to look at proposals, and whether it's me or Ann or a panel or you or anybody else, you're going to do it subjectively. It's not an exercise where you get either a 5 or you get a 0. That's not how it works. And I think that in fairness, and certainly I appreciate Mr. Kennedy's comments, but experience does count for something, and it's not about a good old boys network by any means, and this or any other aspect of it. And I feel pretty strongly about the program. Again, we've changed things out at Mather. I, was there with the community as we put those things into place 20-plus years ago. That counts for something. It relates to relationships with the community. And, again, I get it as a competitive process, and it looks better on paper, but I still haven't heard that they've been deficient in the way they provided services and help people transition into adulthood, to survive in the community and survive in life. And I didn't see that. And what you want to do in the future, that's great. Maybe that's better. But I think that there's a track record here that needs to be taken into consideration. And I'm doing that in my thoughts, and I don't intend to support the staff recommendation.
Okay. Supervisor Frost?
I'd like to go ahead and move approval.
Okay, there's a motion by Supervisor Frost and a second by Supervisor Kennedy. If there's no further discussion.
I have a discussion. I've got to ask County Council.
Sure. This is related to Supervisor Peters' question to me regarding her ownership interest at Mather Field. The information that was provided to me is that Supervisor Peters owns commercial, office buildings, and undeveloped land, which is approximately 1,400 feet away from the Mather Community Campus. As you may recall, the California Code of Regulations related to conflict of interest state that the effect of a decision involving real property that's over 1,000 feet shall be presumed to be not material unless there's clear and convincing evidence that shows otherwise, which means that unless there's clear and convincing evidence otherwise, Supervisor Peters can vote on this this item. And also it's related to number 37 as well, because that's an additional contract at Mather Community Campus. Since these two contracts involve transitional housing for moving homeless youth and homeless families into permanent housing, my opinion is that it does not have a material effect on Supervisor Peters' property interests, so she therefore is permitted to vote on this item, and at item 37 as well.
Great, thank you. As someone that just finished his biannual ethics training, 2-hour ethics training, I appreciate those the clarification.
That explanation was almost 2 hours.
Sorry. You can read I can send you the email too, it's even longer.
All right, with that noted, please vote.
And the motion carries with Supervisor Cerna voting no and Supervisor Natoli voting no.
All right.
Thank you.
How was it going?
Now we're on to 69.
Yes, we are on item 69. This is to mitigate impacts from COVID-19 to construction and development activities by adopting an interim urgency ordinance extending ordinance number 1589 adopted on May 5th, 2020, authorizing emergency temporary use of property, extending the date of certain entitlement or other approvals to December 31, 2021, extending building and other related permits to December 31, 2021, and adopt a resolution initiating zoning code amendments. The environmental determination is exempt.
Good afternoon, Leanne Moffett, your planning director. This is a combined economic development and planning item. You've previously adopted this interim ordinance. This extends that ordinance and also has you initiate some permanent zoning code amendments related to the item. And I would be available for any questions you have.
Your brevity is appreciated. Okay, any questions of staff?
Move the item.
Okay, and it's been moved by Supervisor Peters, second by Supervisor Frost. We don't have any public comment, right?
No public comments on item 69.
Great, thank you. All right, with that, please vote.
Unanimous vote.
Great, thank you.
Okay, now we are on item 70. This is the public hearing on the benefit category change and levy of increased service charges for the Malibu Estate subdivision. This is within Zone 1 of County Service Area Number 1.
Good afternoon, members of the board. My name is Dorothy Kodani, and I will also aim to be very brief on this item. In a response to a condition of approval for the Malibu Estates subdivision, a request was submitted to initiate the benefit category change process for County Service Area Number 1, which provides street and safety light services in the unincorporated portion of the county. Therefore, notice and ballot were mailed to the property owner on May 1st. There are 3 parcels for the subdivision, and they are all currently in the safety light only category with an annual service charge of $2.56. The proposed change will be to the enhanced street and safety light category with an annual service charge of $49.64 for 20 proposed lots. So unless there are any questions from your board, we recommend that you open the public hearing, consider testimony, objections, and protests, close the public hearing, and direct the clerk to tabulate the return protest ballot.
Great, thank you. All right, with that, I'll open the public hearing. Seeing no one approaching the podium nor having any written comments, I'm closing the public hearing and would ask the clerk to please open the envelope.
Okay, we have one ballot. Okay, this is this is the protest ballot on County Service Area Number 1 benefit category change. The legal owner is Jeremy Jager. This is for parcel numbers 228-0082-015, 027, and 028. The site address is 4552 Palm Avenue, and they are in favor.
Thank you, Father.
All right.
Then
Peters?
we ask for the board to adopt the attached resolution, and I can read into the record the fill-ins on the resolution. And that is Section 2. At the close of the hearing, the board had received 0 written protests. And Section 3, at the close of the tabulation, the board had received 1 protest ballot, totaling 100% of the total service charges to be levied, of which 100% was in favor of the benefit category change and 0% was in opposition.
Great, thank you. Supervisor Peters.
I've had no objections from the community to this, so I would move the item.
Okay, Chair will second. If there are no further questions, please vote.
Unanimous vote.
Thank you.
Great, thank you.
Okay, for the second item, this is the County Service Area Number 10, Benefit Zone Number 3, public hearing on establishing a service charge within this Councilman South Division, South Subdivision, and the, oh, that's all for this title. Sorry about that.
Okay, good afternoon again, Dorothy Kodani, and to present this item in response to a condition of approval for the Castleman South subdivision, a request was submitted to initiate the establishment of a service charge for County Service Area Number 10, which provides trip reduction services. Notices and ballots were mailed to the property owners on May 1st, and this item proposes a levy of an annual service charge of $112.68 per single-family lot. And again, if there are no questions from your board, we recommend that you open the public hearing, consider testimonies, objections, and protests, close the public hearing, and direct the clerk to tabulate the return protest ballots.
All right, very good. Okay, with that, I'll open the public hearing. Seeing no one approaching the podium nor having any written public comments, I will close the public hearing. Madam Clerk?
Okay, so for this item, there's 3 ballots. Get it together here. Okay. This is the protest ballot for County Service Area Number 10, Benefit Zone Number 3, annual service charge to be levied on the Castleman South subdivision. And this is for the parcel number 11500911017. And the legal owner is Surjit Joel, and he is in favor. Okay, I'm going to open the next one. Bear with me. Okay, let's see. I'm going to cite this as 2 separate ballots. This is the protest ballot. It was in one envelope. This is the protest ballot for County Service Area Number 10, Benefit Zone Number 3, annual service charge to be levied on the Castleman South subdivision, parcel number 11500911016. And the legal owner is Harinder Joel and Mandeep Kaur. I hope I pronounced that right. Voting in favor. The third ballot is for parcel number 11500911014. And the legal owners are Harwinder and Sarwan Joel. And the site address is 8730 Castleman Road, 95828, and they are voting in favor. I don't think I read the address for the previous one. It's 8698 Castleman Road. Just want to put that in the record.
Great. Thank you.
Those are all in favor.
Thank you, Madam Clerk.
Thank you. And since there is no majority protest, we ask for the board to adopt the attached resolution. And again, I'll read into the record the fill-ins. Section 2, at the close of the tabulation, the board received 0 protests, which the board has duly considered. Section 3, at the close of the tabulation, the board received 3 protest ballots, totaling 100% of the total amount to be levied, of which 100% was in favor of the service charge and 0% was in opposition.
Great, thank you. With that, the chair will move the item and seek a second. Okay.
Thank you very much.
Thank
Have
you.
a
Been
good
moved and seconded.
recess.
There's
We'll
no
see
further
you.
conversation. Please vote.
Unanimous vote.
Thank you very much. We'll see you in July.
Thank you.
Now for item 72, we do have one public comment, but it's from staff, and I believe he'll speak to that. So no comments literally from outside, but it was just a communication that we added to the record. Item 72 is the approval of issuance of Series 2020 Airport System Senior Revenue Refunding Bonds and the defeasance of other Department of Airport debt for debt service coverage relief, and approve the appropriations adjustment request in the amount of $49,900,000.
Good morning, members of the board. Colin Bettis, your county debt officer.
It's gonna be a long day.
Yeah.
Good morning.
Good morning. Sorry, good afternoon. I'm sorry. The item before you now is a request to the board authorizing the issuance and sale of the Series 2020 bonds to refund the remaining Series 2010 County of Sacramento Airport System Revenue Bonds, to approve the use of current funds to defease a portion of the Series 2010 bonds and a portion of the Series 2018 bonds, and request reimbursement from the CARES Act funding for this purpose via the $49 million AAR included in the board packet. In 2007, the county began the Terminal Modernization Program at Sacramento Metropolitan SMF International International Airport. I'm sorry. Current interest rate conditions provide an opportunity for the county to lock in debt service savings by refunding the majority of the Series 2010 bonds. The estimated average annual cash flow savings from this refunding is $1.4 million as of May 22nd, 2020. A TEFRA hearing is required for the issuance of these bonds, and due to COVID-19, this hearing was held via teleconference, in which there were no members of the public that called in, and there were no written comments provided. A certification of this has been provided as additional materials. In addition, the Department of Airports is eligible to receive funds through the CARES Act Airports Grant Program. This program is specifically to assist airports due to the significant drop in demand. We have worked with our financial advisors and the Department of Airports to identify the use of money that would provide the greatest impact to the airport operations and their rates and charges, which will result in defeasing $33.1 million in principal amount of the bonds that will result in reducing the debt service requirement by approximately $17.8 million over the next 2 years. Timing of the occurrence of this defeasance is of urgency and must be completed prior to the end of this fiscal year. We are asking for authorization to issue no more than $130 million in fixed rate debt with an expected final maturity in July 2040, and the approval of the defeasance of bonds using current resources to be reimbursed through the CARES Act program. The County Debt Utilization Committee met on May 15th and unanimously approved this item and accompanying documents on May 26th, 2020. No new money will be issued as part of this refunding, and due to the current volatility of the market, if authorized by the board, the 2020 refunding bonds will be priced at a time that the airport director, chief fiscal officer, and the county's financial advisors agree that the timing would be beneficial to the county. Prior to posting a revised preliminary official statement, the board will be provided with an updated version of that POS via email. And Cindy Nickel and I are here for any questions you may have.
Great, thank you. Any questions of staff? Okay. We have no.
Sure.
Supervisor Tully?
Yes, Colin, so there was a TEFRA that occurred last Friday. Could you tell us who conducted that and what the outcome was, please?
There were no members that called in, there were no comments provided, and there were no written comments provided at that
Who conducted the hearing?
I did. Under the IRS guidelines, a member of the board does not need to be present, but they do need to receive the comments, and we've provided that in a certification.
So the IRS regs allow us to have a TEFRA in this moment, and we advertised it, we did everything.
This is under the emergency orders, under the pandemic, that you can do a TEFRA without having a hearing body?
That rule was already in place, but with the pandemic coming in, with the public input in it, IRS does allow us to do that, and that's what we talked to bond counsel about it, and that's what we advertised. We did everything we needed to do. The requirement is that you do it, and then when you come back to the board and report out what happened with it.
Versus this board conducting the TEFRA?
Correct.
That's correct.
That's how we're going to do it in the future?
No. No, this was an extraordinary circumstance for us.
Okay.
Even though that rule's been in place, we very seldom take that advantage of that.
But this exhausts the opportunity for the board to obviously chime in on.
Correct, this is your chance now to give us.
It's just been bifurcated is the way I understand it.
Yes.
Okay. All right, any other questions or comments from board members? Madam Clerk, any last minute public
No.
comment? Okay. All right, with that, entertain a motion.
Move approval.
Been moved by Supervisor Frost, second by Supervisor Tully. Please vote.
Unanimous vote.
Thank you.
Okay, for item 73, this is the 711 Orangeville project, a use permit, special development permit, and design review for an automobile service station and convenience store for a property located at 9396 Greenback Lane in the Orangeville community, and the environmental document is a negative declaration.
Good afternoon, members of the board, and I do have a PowerPoint on this item. It is a new 7-Eleven in the Orangevale community, located at the corner of Greenback and Main. The site, it's at 9396 Greenback, shown on the aerial on the right. It is a 1.1 acre site. It is zoned general commercial, and it is in the Greenback Lane special planning area and in the Orangevale Visions area as their downtown. The request is for a use permit for a 24-hour automobile service station with around a 5,000 square foot fuel canopy, a little over 3,000 square foot 24-hour convenience store, and a taller fuel station roof structure, which is fairly normal for new stations these days. There's a special development permit around signage, also very typical for new service stations, and a deviation to the streetscape cross-section, and a design review. This slide is the site plan and shows the layout. I think it's a little bit easier to see on the next slide, which is a colored landscape plan. I would note that there is a potential future road right-of-way widening on both Greenback and Lane and Main, and this site plan does accommodate for that while still meeting the setbacks. The site plan has a sort of patio and plaza area out on the corner, complying with the SPA standards.
Leanne, can I interrupt for a sec?
Yes.
So what you just mentioned, that there's future anticipation of road widening, and you say that this meets that condition, or that expected condition there, change of condition, I guess. That means that the minimum setback would still be maintained at the full width of the widening project, correct? And so there'd be no variance necessary, no special treatment, no having to come back before this body to receive a special condition of any sort, correct?
Correct.
Okay.
Thank you for clarifying.
Thank you.
Yes, that was probably too much of a shortcut to say that, yes. Because of the SPA, we have spent a lot of time working with the applicant on the aesthetic design of the structure. And so this portrays the structure with some ornamentation, extra lighting standards, kind of going with the rancho style, one of the three styles called for in the SPA. So the key points are the project site meets the location requirements for a new primary service station. Staff recommends that the land use is compatible with existing land uses and the neighborhood. We've found it consistent with the general plan and Greenback Lane SPA. We believe findings can be made in support of the requested deviations for the special development permit. There's initial study neg deck identifying less than significant impacts. I did want to note there was community opposition and concerns expressed at the CPAC meeting, and the packet in front of you includes a variety of correspondence with concerns. There were no comments in writing when we made it to the Planning Commission. As I note on the next slide, the Community Planning Advisory Council did recommend approval despite some of those concerns expressed at the CPAC meeting. The Design Review Advisory Committee also recommends approval, and the Planning Commission recommends approval to the board on a 5-0 vote. And so with that, these are the recommended actions in your staff report. There's also an accompanying PCN request that is the next agenda item.
All right, that concludes your report.
Yes.
Thank you, Supervisor Frost.
I don't have any questions, but I just wanted to thank Leanne. I know this is this project has been a lengthy, I guess they're all kind of lengthy, right? But I'm going to say that this is probably the most beautiful 7-Eleven you've ever seen in Sacramento County. And if you've seen some of the elevations, part of the problem that the community had originally was that they didn't feel like they needed another tire store or another gas station, because that's all we have. And we did get a lot of opposition, but and I'll probably be saying this again in item 73, one of the bigger problems that we have in Orangevale is that we have a lot of empty commercial space and not enough investors that are willing to come in and spend millions of dollars to build, just infuse money and capital into that commercial corridor. So I'm excited to support it, and I move approval. I don't have any questions, but I just wanted to thank you for helping make this possible.
Yeah, I will say the design guidelines in the SPA did give planning staff and the design review committee sort of the impetus to be able to work with the applicant to demand a very high quality design.
I mean, they wanted a restaurant, and from the outside, it kind of looks like a beautiful restaurant. It's a 7-Eleven, though. Nice country
second
market.
motion.
Thank you.
Okay, any further comment? There's a motion and a second. No public comment, correct?
No, not on this item.
Great. All right, with that, please vote.
Unanimous vote.
Great, thank you.
Okay, for item 74, this is the 7-Eleven Orangeville PCN ABC license hearing to determine whether public convenience or necessity would be served by issuance of a Type 20 beer and wine liquor license to 7-Eleven located at 9396 Greenback Lane in the Orangeville community.
I have a shorter PowerPoint on this one. So again, we've already seen the location. This item is the PCN request for a beer and wine license for the prior 7-Eleven. This is the 1 mile radius map showing the locations of other stores that have both beer and wine and full liquor licenses. Again, they're requesting off-sale beer and wine. The need for the PCN is triggered because the site is in an over-concentrated area. The census tract permits 3, and there are currently 9, 2 of which are Type 20 and 7 of which are Type 21. Staff is recommending approval in part because the Orangevale CPAC recommended approval on a 5-2 vote, and again, there were those prior comments that I referenced, as well as some speakers at the meeting. The Sheriff's Department is willing to withdraw their opposition with compliance with all of the conditions, and this does have all of the normal conditions you see, restricting hours of sale between 7 a.m. and 10 p.m., the size restrictions, and all the normal crime and other security camera conditions, the whole gamut of all those normal conditions.
Okay.
And that concludes my presentation.
Thank you. Supervisor Frost.
So I'm also going to support this. There was one letter of opposition, and I think their main point was that there were already 9 businesses serving alcohol, selling alcohol in the same area. Again, I want to say that the bigger problem, in my opinion, is that, this is an huge opportunity to have someone willing to invest and infuse funds into a commercial corridor. And the fact that the sheriff had put out so many conditions that they're going to, there won't be any loitering, they have to remove graffiti within 72 hours, they have a timeline from 7 to 10 that they can serve alcohol. And so that kind of environment where if you're going to go buy alcohol, where would you rather go buy it, could potentially bring up other areas. And so I'm prepared to support it and move approval.
Okay. There's a motion. Is there a second?
Second.
Second by Supervisor Kennedy. Madam Clerk, we have no public comment, correct?
No, other than the one that Supervisor Frost mentioned.
Thank you very much. Okay, with that, please vote.
Unanimous vote.
Great, thank you.
Okay. Item 75 is the Silva Ranch Biosolids Project, a use permit amendment to allow the continuation of a biosolid application operation on approximately 3,336 acres located at 13955 Twin Cities Road in the southeast community. The environmental document is a prior negative declaration.
I do also have a PowerPoint on this one. So as indicated by your clerk, this is a request to extend the expiration date of an existing use permit to allow the continued application and disking of digested municipal sewage biosolids into the topsoil at the Silva Ranch. This is a very large property, over 3,000 acres in the southeast portion of the county, and they are asking to go an additional 15 years. So these use permits do have expiration periods so that we can periodically come back and again examine the conditions. So this would be allowing them to go to the year 2035 before they would have to come back to the board to extend it again. The location is 13955 Twin Cities Road. The area has there is a history of the application of biosolids on this site since 1995. There were 3 use permits that all had different components. And then an additional renewal in 2005. And so the expiration, they did file this application to renew prior to the expiration date coming up. It's just taken quite a long time to get through the process. And in February of 2019, the Central Valley Regional Water Quality Control Board adopted revised waste discharge requirements, also regulating and permitting the use. We've determined that this is a use permit to the board, and so that's pretty much what that says. There's other federal and state regulations that apply. There's a slide on technical information about biosolids. I'm going to let you kind of review that. I'm not going to read all this into the record, but mostly to point out that there are other additional, beyond the use permit, regulatory mechanisms for ensuring that our issues are addressed, including by the State Regional Water Quality Control Board and the Central Valley Regional Water Quality Control Board. There has been neighborhood concerns expressed through the process. There were complaints between October and September of odor. There were concerns expressed about water quality, dust, tracking of material, and worker health. In response to those concerns, staff has spent a fair amount of time revising the conditions and updating the conditions. And so your package has those full sets of conditions. This slide highlights some of the topics that we've addressed in those: EMD conducting inspections, reducing the overall amount of material that can be applied, addressing setbacks.
Leanne, can I interrupt for a sec? Can you go back to the previous slide? I know Supervisor Kennedy is also in the queue. Okay. I had a question about this slide, though.
Sure.
I just want to make sure I understand. Under water quality, that reads like a statement of fact. Is that an opinion or is that a fact?
That was an opinion.
Thank
That
you.
was a concern.
Thank you.
Thank you. And one of which we have tried to address through the imposition of clear conditions, including well monitoring, no land spreading of biosolids if there's high wind, providing sanitary facilities to personnel, having conditions on preventing track out onto roads, specifying the depth of tilling for materials and monitoring protocols.
What about weather and atmospheric conditions?
On the wind, you mean? Or sorry?
What if it's what if you're expecting 4 inches of rain in a 24-hour period?
I'm not sure between the use permit or the other state water quality permits. I would expect that has been addressed as well.
Okay.
I'm not familiar with all of the
But also
water
wind,
quality permits.
you know. Okay.
Groundwater monitoring is one of those. There's also conditions on odors in the packet. We did take this to the Agricultural Advisory Committee in late 2019. They had some comments about conditions that have been incorporated into the package, and they did recommend approval. The Southeast Community Planning Advisory Council initially saw this as a workshop item. Again, issues were raised, which is why it took so long, kind of going through all the various conditions and working things out. Came back in later 2019 where they recommended approval on a 3-to-1 vote. And then the Planning Commission considered this in April. That was one of the meetings where comments had to be made in writing in advance of the meeting, but there were no public comments that were made there, and they recommended approval. So staff is recommending approval with all the list of conditions that are here. I did want for the record to correct condition number 27. It has a spelling of one of the creeks. It's actually Hadsellville Creek. The correct spelling is in one of the other conditions, in condition 41, but it is wrong in that one condition. So that concludes the staff presentation.
Great. Thank you very much. Supervisor Kennedy.
Thank you, Chair. You piqued my curiosity when you said that it took, and I'm paraphrasing, but an unusually long amount of time to go through the process. Why is that?
They were operating, and so we were not shutting them down while we went through the use permit. And it took a lot of technical work on the conditions because they do have a long track record. There were concerns that were stated, and we spent a lot of time working with them, making sure we got the conditions right, and there were conditions that we could live with for the next 15 years. And we did allow them to operate while we were working through the process.
Okay, thank
so
you.
we weren't preventing them from operating.
Thanks.
Supervisor Natoli.
Thank you, Leanne. Again, I think you did a good job in summarizing, and certainly appreciate the staff work on this. Obviously, they've been in operation now for 25 years under use permits of one size or the other relative to the acreage that they've been able to apply to. A couple of questions. One, as it relates to the water quality monitoring, that came out of some of the irrigated lands and some orders back in 2014 or maybe earlier. So how's that information become available to the public, and is it reported to the planning department? Again, there's a whole regulatory regime there, but if somebody wanted to access that information and do it easily, is it something that then can we, as part of the condition, make sure that it comes back so that's in our files? Obviously, somebody will visit this 15 years from now if they intend to continue this, or before that if they make application under circumstances of time. But that water quality monitoring is important information. It'll be in trust with obviously some state agency, but how do local agencies, and could EMD or planning department or somebody be another repository for that information, so somebody want to inquire about it?
You know, I have to admit, I'm at a disadvantage not having the actual project manager here. I'm not sure I can answer that standing here right now.
But we could follow up with you
We'd
on
have to,
that,
yeah.
where
Okay.
you can find the information.
Because, well, yeah, because the use permit conditions are what they are, so if there's some connectivity to making sure that the local agency, whoever is appropriate, or maybe there's a couple of appropriate entities, receive that information so that it is available to the public should they inquire about it.
We'll follow up on that.
Okay.
Thank you.
And then, secondly, and I appreciate some of the revisions to previous, or clarifications maybe, but could be termed revisions, I guess, to receptors, particularly as it relates to odor. There's a protocol, though, if somebody files a complaint or calls in, requires some response within 24 hours. What, if anything, though? I mean, there's going to be some odor associated with this material. I mean, if anybody's been out there, I know I have, and there's some, there's some odor. Obviously, it gets dissed in and gets applied, and that's taken care of. But is there any quicker response that could, and again, if so, but even if they respond and they find odor to be an issue, it doesn't say you can't have odor. It's just you're just trying to separate some of the, the distance, or provide distances so there's some separation between those who might be a receptor of the odor. So, is there, I guess, what differs here versus what's been in place? Because that's the complaints I've generally heard.
Right. Condition 16 on page 6 of attachment 2 is the one that directly addresses odors. And it does refer to the satisfaction of environmental management or their designee in conjunction with code enforcement. Plus, we have increased the setbacks and some of the other items. So that's the condition that it directly addresses odor. I would have to get back to you on how that compares to the prior condition. But I believe it has been beefed up in this version.
Because it doesn't say what happens. Because then it just says objectionable odor shall not be perceivable beyond the limits of the property. Okay, so we make that's the rule, that's the control. And they say they shall self-monitor, but if we have complaints, then we got to respond within 24 hours and 10 days to investigate. Well, most times, if not all times, the problem's either gone or it's dissipated, wouldn't even be detectable. And then it says appropriate control measure must be taken to prevent the occurrence of nuisances to the satisfaction of EMD or its designee in conjunction with code enforcement or other responsible regulatory authority. That sounds like a lot of words without any enforcement tool there. I mean, well, so what? So what? EMD goes out there and there's an odor, so you're not supposed to have the odor leaving the property limits, and that may occur from time to time depending on what weather conditions. So what does this mean, I guess? I'm asking you, what does that
so I
mean?
think we would ask for operational changes. We could look at them in the context of EMD's permitting, in the context of this use permit, and in the context of their business license. And obviously the ultimate, if we can't achieve compliance, then the ultimate would be to revoke some of those permits. But preferably, we would be working with the applicant to avoid that.
Again, I'm just providing some, I guess, a reasonable assurance to folks who may be sensitive to the odor that, the follow-up one is timely, but secondly, that, we engage with, it's not just the landowner permits it, obviously, but Synagro is the one who's actually applying for the permit to apply. And they get the benefit, obviously, of, having a place for the material to be placed. Then the landowner can use it to soil amend and such. It's just that, I guess that condition seems a little bit nebulous, I guess, to be honest about it. But how does it differ from the condition we had previously, or is it the same?
I would have to go back and report back to you on that. I don't.
Okay. All right, that's all the questions I had.
Okay. No public comment?
No, not for item, let me just double check, sorry.
75.
For 75, no, we do not.
Okay. All right, any further questions by the board? If not, entertain a motion.
Mr. Chair, I'm prepared to move the item with the appropriate aspects, including the environmental document. I guess I would ask as two things as part of the motion to maybe have some clear understanding of the departmental roles as relates to that question I raised on item 16 for responsiveness to constituents should there be, concerns expressed in the future. And then secondly, I think to Mr. Gill's response to the other question about the monitoring information being available at some, easily accessible location, whatever that is, a website or through planning department. But I would move the item with those notations.
Okay, Chair will second. All right, if there's no further questions or comment, please vote.
Supervisor Peters, unanimous vote.
Thank you.
Okay. Item 76 is the Sacramento County Zoning Code 2020 Technical Updates, request to amend the zoning code with technical amendments related to chapters 1, 2, 3, 5, and 7.
All right, I also have a short PowerPoint on this one. So this is a group of zoning code technical fixes, many of which were staff generated based on our experience with the 2015 code. We bundled a lot of these items that were challenges to us, as well as a few other things that have come up with the goal of addressing a number of concerns and inconsistencies in the development code since it was adopted in 2015. We've categorized that in 5 topic areas. One is we're now calling things cannabis, having a consistent terminology. The next category is dealing with a number of use categories having to do with discontinued uses. And then at the bottom of the slide, there are 8 items having to do with primary uses where we are fixing various use regulations and use definitions as described in your board report. Any questions on any of those? We have a couple of accessory use topics that we are revising, as well as some temporary use topics.
Quick question.
Sure.
You and I talked about the temporary uses as it relates to recreational vehicles for agricultural activities, and
yes,
to this moment, haven't been able to determine how that might get referenced in the code update. But in the event that there was something that was supposed to have been addressed and it comes to our attention, we have the.
Yes, we also concluded that for farm worker housing, there's also already a reference to the use of RV vehicles if needed for farm worker housing already in the code. So in part, we felt this was redundant, and we weren't clear what the origin of this phrasing was, and it didn't come with any standards. So,
okay, thanks.
We also have some changes with regard to development standards, a fair amount of formatting, and trying to make things consistent, getting the standards in the right chapter, not blending those two things. And then a number of specific topics at the bottom of the slide, these 6 items where there were revisions to various development standards, as explained in the board package, in the board report. And then there were a couple items that related to new state regulations. These 3 topics where we needed to bring our zoning code into compliance with recent state changes. And then we also have an item that was requested by a board member in open session, which is addressing use in the downtown Reelinda special planning area, allowing them to have events on Park District property.
Supervisor Frost?
I just want to especially thank you for helping with that, because that made it possible for some folks to do some activities that they couldn't pencil out before, and so you made their dreams come true, and we appreciate it.
All right, good.
Thank you.
So we did provide information to the Community Planning Advisory Councils in March and April prior to the Planning Commission. That information was, we didn't go to their meetings. We provided other written and other materials, and it provided information on our website. We did not have any comments or questions submitted by the Community Planning Advisory Council members after we provided that clarifying information about what was in this package. And the Planning Commission has recommended approval, and so these are the staff recommendations.
Great. Thank you. Question about our CPACs. It just occurred to me. What are they? How are they meeting or convening after the middle of March? Are they doing it by Zoom?
Yes, we've been holding Community Planning Advisory Council meetings, a lot of hard work on the part of the clerk of the board staff to convene those. They are being convened using they're being convened using a...
By phone.
By phone, yeah.
Telephone.
The phone?
Yeah.
Well,
Okay.
it's a...
We're actually
I remember
using
that.
the Blue Jeans app.
Blue Jeans app,
Which
yeah.
streams the meeting so that the public can participate that way.
Okay,
Yes.
very good.
Yeah. And we
Okay.
have seen active participation by the public, particularly in writing on some items.
Good, good. Okay, any further questions of staff? Madam Clerk, we don't have any comments in
No.
writing?
Move staff recommendation.
Okay, it's been moved by Supervisor Natoli. Is there a second? Second. Second by Supervisor Kennedy. Please vote.
Unanimous vote.
All right, thank you, Leanne. Now for the main event. And maybe as a reminder, you can just, again, for the record, kind of explain how we're treating this.
Yes. So the following items were pulled from the consent calendar to be coupled with item 77, and that would be items 4, 5, 19, 20, 21, 22, 24, 29, 37, 46, 56, and 59.
Okay. And so is it the pleasure of the board that we would do what? Go one by one, starting from number 4 through each of these? Okay. So why don't we go ahead and do that? Unless the CEO and his staff wants to tee up generally.
Just
The
generally
budget.
speaking, this is a placeholder.
Okay.
What we are planning on doing is rolling the budget. That's the term we're using. We're working with our departments with the impact that coronavirus is having on our budget. Our plan is to come back in September, have the full budget hearings, all the packages, come ask you on the budget for 2020, 2021, and it'll be 3 to 4 days worth of public hearing that we're planning on having at that point. So what we're doing next couple months is continue work with the departments, what needs to be funded, and then come back in September.
Okay, thank you for that. I'll just add, for those that may be watching, carefully watching these proceedings, they're obviously very noticeably different than our typical June budget deliberations. What the CEO just mentioned in terms of it being quote-unquote a rollover budget means that it's essentially a status quo of the 2019 budget moving forward. And the reason we're doing that should be obvious to most, which is we just have such uncertainty in terms of especially our revenue picture, but also our expenditure condition as it relates to responding to COVID-19. So I think he and his executive team were very wise early on in the spring to understand that, and therefore that's why we're treating this a little differently this year. Supervisor Kennedy?
Actually, you just summed up everything that I was going to ask.
Okay. All right. Very good. Okay, so we will start then with item 4, and again, we're trying to treat the items that the clerk just read that were on consent because there was we all acknowledged that there's some connection or association with the broader issue of deliberating and approving the rollover budget. So we'll begin with item 4.
Okay, item 4 is the fiscal year 2019-20 capital improvement plan rollover for fiscal year 2020-21 and incorporating additional projects.
Okay. Any contextual tee up by the staff, or
Same
if
as
not,
the
we'll just...
previous one, as I mentioned.
Okay, very good. Supervisor Tolley.
Thank you, Mr. Chair. First, I want to make note of the material that was in the actual item that came with our agenda packet. Then we had the CIP binder that we had earlier in the spring that went to the Planning Commission. So most of my questions are going to come as it relates to that. But in the attachment that was brought forward, there were additions to the CIP. I did want to note, and I had a conversation with Mr. Vicari from Transportation, that there was an addition of 2 bridges in District 5 and for potential, I guess, reconstruction and to include in the 2021 budget. I want to express some concern about the Kiefer Boulevard Bridge over Deer Creek. This was the first I had seen of this as of yesterday. I spoke with Mr. Gill about it and spoke to Mr. Ricari last night. When we have pavement deterioration to the level we do throughout this county, but certainly in District 5, and roads leading up to the bridge, although this, the Kiefer Boulevard in that area is one of the better paved surfaces, you know, and we're going to put forward, because we can qualify maybe in total for $4 million for this bridge replacement that hasn't been deemed structurally deficient. I'm concerned because one of the things they'll make us do is to build it to the 200-year flood elevation, which means a bridge that's infrequently, but from time to time with high water in Deer Creek, doesn't pass the water underneath it, so it can be 4 or 5 feet, and sometimes it makes the news. Somebody drives a car into the water and it has to be rescued. It just seems to me that the message we send, even though we're going to be chasing after SB1 monies in some silo, that for $4 million that would put a bridge, would probably put it 6 or 8 feet in the air. Again, I'm not trying to be exaggerative at all. We have quite an oak tree canopy, and certainly the traffic on Kiefer Boulevard, I nor am the neighbors interested in making that another, sneak street through the rural areas to get, to and from, town. I'm really concerned. I'm prepared to allow it to stay in if they want to explore it. But, if we can put a new box culvert in there for $50,000 or $100,000, maybe it's on our dime, rather than spend $4 million for a bridge that, won't be built for a number of years, but could be very excessive in that location. I just wanted to note that. I know, Nav, you and I talked about it a bit, and again, I talked to Ron, so I'm willing to leave it in for them to explore it, but I don't want to spend a lot of money and then get so deep into it, oh, well, we spent, $500,000, and now we got, we can't claim that from the state if we don't build this thing, and so I just wanted to duly note it, and you noted that yesterday in our conversation, so. Then I wanted to go to the document, if I could, briefly for a moment or two, and ask a couple of questions. In the county buildings and capital construction, where would I find Mather Community Campus? Buildings? I've searched, but maybe I've overlooked it.
So, may I ask, were you looking in just in the board agenda item, or were you, okay.
Right.
So the board agenda item doesn't contain the full list of projects. What we've done in this is we're really rolling over the projects and the budget amount from the fiscal 1920
I think he's
CIP.
asking a little bit different.
Sure.
I believe if it's not under general services, if it's not there, we'll put it in there.
Okay.
That's where it will belong. It's just general
That's what I thought.
Yeah.
Again, I didn't want to say it's not in there, but I could not find it. I'm not saying it's not in there. So that was the question. It should be under general services.
Yeah, I don't have it in front of me,
Yeah.
but if it's not there when we come back in September, we'll have
Okay.
that.
Okay. I think it's important because otherwise it's always kind of an orphan item in that nobody kind of owns it, so to speak. And I know, having talked with Ann and others, that there's an assessment of the facilities update going on, as we do with a lot of our facilities. But if it ever gets on a list, at least it gets up for some consideration at some future date. So I wanted to be sure. And again, Colin, if it's in there, certainly just let me know what page. But to your point,
But we'll make sure.
Okay. So the next question I have is about, and it goes to some of the commentary that we heard today from folks, but in 2021 we had, for the main jail, termed the annex here on page 142. We have the $8 million from the prior year. This budget's now $3.2 million. We haven't even expended dollars on the contract that we awarded in April, which was going to carry us through next year with the planning, design, and so forth. Why are we putting another $3.2 million into something that we have yet to determine what we're going to do, what it's going to look like, and so forth? So we got $3.2 million for this year, which would be approved if we approve this document. $3.2 million then anticipated for 21-22, and $1.6 million for the ensuing year. Again, some of that's subject to change, but I guess I'm curious as to why, when we're looking at some of the budget issues we haven't even spent the money that we allocated a year ago. We just started on that, so I guess that's my question.
So may I, one of the things that I want to clarify on this
Can you bring
board-
the microphones down so we can hear you? Thank you.
Yeah, absolutely. One of the things that I want to clarify is that while you took a look at the original plan that we were coming forward with, the full CIP book, pass that on along to the Planning Commission. We are planning on coming back in September with a full revised book as well. That will take into consideration some of the budget impacts that have come about because of the reduced revenues. So what we're actually doing is taking last year's we're rolling over the budget amount, and what we've identified is specifically those projects that have a need to move forward prior to the September approval of the CIP.
Does that help, President Tully?
So is that what's included in, well, that's not exactly what that said here either. It just says new capital project started before October, so that's the attached list here?
So the attached list is new CIP projects that weren't in the 1920 CIP plan. And so these are new projects that would need to be approved by the board in order to move forward with them prior to approval of the full revised CIP plan in September.
So what we're doing today in a placeholder budget, are we putting placeholder in for $3.2 million for main jail annex or not?
So when you look at the dollar amounts that are included in the financial analysis portion of the board report, these are the dollar figures that mirror the budget that was approved for the fiscal year 1920. So you're authorizing that appropriation level, but the only new projects and so the new projects are the ones that are being brought forward along with the approval of the budget appropriation.
Okay, Colin, maybe I'm being dense on this, but so if I'm looking at, I'll just take page 142, but you could take any of these pages where you have a column that says fiscal year 2020, 2021, and you have, Ecology Lane building for ADA upgrades, or you have Fleet Services Warehouse, or you have John Price Attorney Building. Those amounts are not, we're not fixing those amounts for purposes of budgeting today, or so those columns are all zeroed out, or are we putting placeholder numbers in there that will then be visited in some permanency in September?
So I'm not sure which document you're looking at. Are you looking at the 1920 CIP?
Page 2 in the staff report.
No, do not look at the 2021. Look at the 1920.
Tell me, Britt.
What, yeah, I know. That's what's confusing.
Sorry, before he says, there is no 2021 CIP. There's no book we've produced. All we produced is
You got a draft right here.
Well, that was what we brought to you before, that we asked permission to take that to the Planning Commission. We've done that. Under our normal process, we would have brought that to you in the budget process and said, board, here it is with planning's input. Right. Can we go forth with it? We have not finished that process. That is still going through. What we're asking today was a rollover budget, and that's what Britt's going to address to what funding we're asking for.
Right. So we're treating the CIP essentially like we're treating the budget. It's a rollover budget. We are rolling over the 1920 CIP with the exception of those few items that were not in the 1920 CIP and need to start prior to September. And that's the only change from 1920. We realize it's just a placeholder CIP. It's not the new CIP that will actually be in place for the bulk of 2021. That will be coming to you in September, along with the revised recommended budget that will include the sort of the real budget for 2021. Is that clear?
I think. Okay, so we're adopting the 1920 at this point in time, and then
and with a placeholder.
And the projects added are the American River Parkway, picnic shelters, and the American River Ranch. Those are the only two that are being added. What's being added? What are we being asked to approve today? Then I'm sorry, but.
So the list of projects, there are projects.
You're going to have to get on the microphone.
Go in the middle.
Sorry. Yeah, excuse me.
You're too close, Brett.
There are projects for the executive airport.
Yes.
There are projects for Mather Airport and International Airport.
Okay.
So each of those are included within the exhibit as the attachment to the board item. There are county buildings. There's one for county buildings. And then there's the projects for transportation as well.
So we're doing BT Collins to Youth Detention Center, where you're spending $2 million, $3.6 million to replace their personal alarm device system. Is that, we're doing that today?
Or is that what we had in 1920?
So
Are we
this is a new
approving today?
project that is coming forward, and the plan is to start this project prior to September.
Okay.
So it'll be included in the September CIP as well, but because this
we're
wasn't in the
basically treating the
19
1920 CIP as a 15-month budget.
Correct.
Okay.
With the stuff that we know that we have to add stuff. Those are a couple projects that Colin just went through.
Maybe a different way to get a better grasp on it, Supervisor Natoli, is to ask, how do you envision the format that you would bring this back to us for final in September?
What we'll do is we will go through with our budget process if the CIP projects are going to stay or not. What are we going to fund, what we're not going to fund. Realizing we took something to the Planning Commission, and a couple of projects that Colin and Britt talked about, we fully anticipate to put those back in there and say we would like to continue the funding for it. The comment that Supervisor Natoli has made on the Kiefer Boulevard Bridge is something we're going to look at. Does it come in or out? So we'll have a new book that will show you all the projects that we want for 2021.
So then I would assume that there would be plenty of opportunity once the board returns from summer recess and the time that we actually are, a week away from our final budget hearings in September, that there's plenty of opportunity for one-on-one briefings, meetings, opportunities for board members and our chiefs to express to you or underscore to you what capital projects in our respective districts or countywide that, again, we have some sense of priority for, so that it finds its way,
Correct.
at least into the discussion about finalizing the CIP.
Correct.
Okay.
Okay.
This does not preclude that. That's just a very important point, thank you, because we do know there are some particular needs. Supervisor Natoli, you've been talking about the Gene Harvey roof. We're going to keep looking at that. We had the structure and discovery. We found a way to get that in there. If you have something else that's in there, let us know as we're preparing the list.
We've been talking about a methamphetamine clinic, and
Yeah,
so
if it's,
Okay, I think it's understood then as to what we're taking action here today. I guess the point that I want to point out, and I know you responded after we had some discussion about the CIP before it went to the Planning Commission, and that relates to Parks budget, the unfunded. There's $79 million in unfunded projects. There's still zero, and again, you haven't brought this yet to be document in that draft. That may not be what's going to be in September, but we have zero capital improvement besides grants and money that's dedicated from Measure A for bike trail improvements. We've got $12 million in unfunded libraries. And I guess my concern is that contrast that against $55 million, or nearly $54.2 million in either RCCC or main jail projects, some of those which were budgeted for the past year. And again, I understand how they get to be the priority. The biggest contrast for me as a board member and for our full consideration is that the CIP has nothing, and this is before we had the pandemic and before we had the fiscal challenges we have now. How in a county this size we can put zero into capital improvement? That, I'm not discounting maintenance or getting some monies for a particular project, but we have zero for the next 5 years. We had that in before the pandemic hit.
just to kind of exasperate the point, it's been zero since 2004.
Right.
So, I mean, this is not an occurrence that just happened now.
Yeah.
We have not. I could not agree more with you. This county has not put money in it because our financial wherewithal has never been there. Before the pandemic hit, we are looking at it pretty closely. We're working on the library master plan, and the pandemic took us off course on that. What do we need to invest back in the community? And a lot of that money is not there. So I just wanted to just reemphasize that as we go back in our history, we look at it, we have not made the investments that we should have made, should have, could have. We can always look at it that way. Hindsight is always 2020. We've not put money in the library. We've not put money in parks. We actually went the other way on parks. We excluded them from any way for them to get any parks built, and we stripped that out of that because at that time, I'm not trying to second guess what that director's decision was. he crippled us. So it is going to take us some time, Supervisor Natoli. I agree with you. We had a glimmer of hope before the pandemic hit that there might be something we can do on it, but that doesn't mean we're not going to do it. We are very much aware of that. That's why we created the list.
Right.
That's why we went through parks and said, we got to do something with it. The one-off situation we had in Supervisor Cerna's district, we were very fortunate that we got a grant to do it. Otherwise, we would have been competing against what we need.
We had to fight tooth and nail just to get that.
To get that. So I totally, I mean, Colin, myself, the whole executive, we know that we have to, and this is a long-term thing for us. This is going to take us 5 to 10 years just to get this back. So you have that issue going on. Then with the CIP, the other one that we are very diligently aware of is the age of our facilities. Most of our facilities were built in the 70s. And the other day we were having a telephone meeting, and there's a couple of folks that were not even born in the 70s, and we had to, that kind of gives you an idea how old we felt at that point. So there's that issue that's looming on us. So we have parks, we have library, and we have county facilities, and us collectively, we have to keep this in front of us and start chipping away at some of these things to bring these facilities online, be it the Met Clinic, be it other issues that we're working on.
I think what happens, Nav, and correct me if I'm wrong, but I think what happens is every time we have a challenge in our national, local, state economies, this is one of the first to kind of get pushed aside, and that becomes cumulative when you have a great recession and you're on the cusp of, the next year we're actually going to start investing in the CIP to finally come back from the Great Recession. Then you have this, once every 100-year pandemic. And then what I'm hopeful is that we don't lose sight of the fact is we don't want to get so behind the 8 ball here that we can never even dream of, have the audacity to think that we could ever enhance the CIP investments that need to be made, to your point about the age of our facilities. So.
Absolutely. That's why we have that unfunded. Some of it is just keep that in front of us. So we need to have that in front of us.
If I could, you responded after we had a discussion in March, or whenever it was, maybe late February, March, on the CIP that we couldn't include parks because it was $1 million buy-in. Is that, and that's why? Because they haven't contributed to the capital improvement programming?
It was their 2% that got taken out that would have been available to go back into facilities. So part of the discussion before we got hit with the pandemic, when we're looking at the budget, what would that look like if we got them back at some level contribution coming in? It's a call on the general fund, but we were trying to figure out, do we go all in 1 year? Do we stagger it in? How do we get that in? We're going to still keep looking at that, but a lot of those options are very narrow for us right now.
Okay, well, I appreciate that. I mean, this is the conversation that certainly I was looking forward to at least having, because again, I think it keeps the attention on it, and to me, it's a very important.
What I would, if it works the way I'm hoping it's working, and collectively we're thinking about it, we do want to have that conversation with the board about. We do think it's a short-term, medium, and long-term, and we got to have our goals set up, realizing, to your point, that we might not be getting to every one of those, but we got to have an idea what is that we're shooting for on this, and keep that in front of us. So it's going to be I want to have that conversation, but it's going to be a very long process for us.
Like a 2, 5, and 10 year.
Yeah.
Okay. Supervisor Kennedy.
Thank you, Chair. As Supervisor Cerna and I just made it under that 1970s line, I do want to make a suggestion that before September, when we come back and we have the budget talks, that for full transparency for the public as well as the 5 of us, that we have maybe 3 columns and show what we have spent because of the pandemic. I'm sure we have to keep track of these numbers for the CARES Act anyway. So what we've spent because of the pandemic, what it has cost us, and what did we recoup through the CARES Act. Real clear, those numbers would be helpful. Thank you.
Okay, any other comments or questions about?
No, I think with the explanation, Mr. Chair, I would move the item with the understanding you're going to be coming back with a significantly revised document, I guess, for our consideration.
And a robust discussion.
And more robust discussion, and hopefully a roof on Gene Harvey's school, so that's why I got an editorial comment. Anyway, I move the item.
Yes, Supervisor
Don,
Peters.
I'm sorry, because my conflicts on this, I have to move the item. And,
I'm sorry, okay. Good, I deferred to my
Flo has a
colleague.
slide.
Reverse engineer it here.
Okay.
Yeah, it is. So let the record reflect that I'm recusing from voting on these projects that are on the screen due to potential conflict of interest. So then I would move that item except these.
Second.
See.
Okay, it's motion by Supervisor Peters, second by Supervisor Holy. Please vote.
A unanimous vote, and then we'll need...
Balance.
I move the balance.
Okay, Chair will second. So it's been moved by Supervisor Holy. Chair is seconded. Please vote.
On 1 second, I don't know what happened there. Sorry about that. Please vote. Ms. Peters, will you please vote?
Oh, I
Thank
thought
you.
I did.
Okay, and the motion carries with Supervisor Peters recusing.
Very good. Okay. Item 5.
Item 5 is the approval of appropriation adjustment requests for various departments.
Mr. Chair, members of the board, Britt Ferguson, the county's chief fiscal officer. As you know, every year we ask the board to approve year-end budget adjustments to make sure departments don't exceed their appropriation authority and address other current year fiscal issues. This year we are recommending adjustments to 10 budget units, including canceling $15.2 million in semi-discretionary restricted fund reserves to help mitigate the impact of potential realignment and Proposition 172 revenue reductions, increase in appropriations in the clerk recorder fees restricted fund offset by an equivalent reserve cancellation to correct a budgeting error. We basically got budgeted as revenue when it should have been to the clerk recorder department when it should have been budgeted as revenue to the restricted fund and a reimbursement to the clerk recorder department, and then transferring appropriations between objects in various budget units. Happy to answer any questions.
Great. Thank you, Britt. Supervisor Tully.
Yeah, thank you, Mr. Chair. Britt, the reason I wanted to at least call attention to this is that understanding what you're proposing here, again, is to free up at least the dollars that have been in semi-discretionary reserves to allow some flexibility as you continue to budget and come back to us in September. But I guess what I wanted to express, and it'll relate to some of the items that I've called out a little later on, is as particularly as relates to realignment. Again, those were state commitments, and again, the state's been going through its budgetary process. We've weighed in. I know NAV and others have had our legislative advocates weighing in on that. But if I'm not mistaken, if realignment is realigned and we get less, either what we anticipate as being less or more than that, that it's been an approach where we wouldn't backfill behind that. And so what that means, particularly in the 1991 realignment, which is largely social services, but it could be in the area of law enforcement as well with the 2011, that the recommendations that we see and have seen in years past, so I won't prejudge what you're going to bring to us, is that programs get cut significantly because they were tied to realignment. Yeah, and so if you could help me understand, what the thinking is going to be there, and again, you've had some direction by the board relative to, how things line up relative to shortfalls and so forth in some previous board decisions. So I guess I'd like to kind of...
Sure. Actually, in recent years, we have not taken the firm position that we do not backfill reductions in realignment revenue, right. Mostly because over the years we have sort of intermixed realignment and Prop 172 with net county cost in such a way that it really wouldn't be fair to do that, and because of the critical nature of those programs. We obviously look at that carefully, but we don't have a flat, not in the way that we do, for example, with categorical revenue, like grant revenue or the various categorical funding revenues we get from the state or federal government for various specific programs. It's the nature of the semi-discretionary revenue that you have flexibility in how you can use that between programs, and so we have not adhered to a strict reduction scenario. But obviously, reductions in realignment revenue, once both 91 and 2011 and 172 revenue, which are mostly sales tax, as you know,
Right.
will have a significant impact on the budget. And that's one of the things we're grappling with as we put together a budget for September.
So one of the things we have been advocating to the state is for them to use general fund on the realigned programs, because to Brett's point, a lot of the programs are so critical out in our community that if you just go solely by realignment, you will be making big reductions.
Yeah.
And that's the point we've been making. The state is in, even though the state assemblies constitutionally met their obligation, but they're still in negotiation with the governor about how the cuts, what looks like, what the triggers are, federal money comes in. So that's our mindset that we're going into this, is that if it's absolutely realigned and we have no other way to do it, we will look at that dollar for dollar reduction. What we did in 2009 and 10, we learned a lot out of that, was that we were taking a lot of things out under that philosophy, and we have softened that a little bit, that if there is a way to leverage, do something different, let's keep the programs, let's keep leveraging it. And the state has been accepting of that with us, so they've been equal partners with us on it too.
Well, and I just would echo, what you've both touched on, and that is that those realignment monies, as we'll see in some, items 21, 24, for example, in our health services and social services, that's go across a vast range of services to, people in our community who are in need. A good portion of that, some of that's dedicated dollars flowing through, mental health and/or public health streams, but a good deal is realignment, or helps us to fill in, and those are community contracts where, again, our partners in the community help us provide those services. And again, going back to 8, 9, 10, when we had to cut those contracts first under 71J, before we ever got to discussions about county workforce and so forth. I mean, obviously we're not there at this juncture. We don't know exactly where we are, but I guess I was concerned that what this was saying here, because this had a little more detail than actually item 77, and because this was the appropriations adjustment, which is well appropriate. But I think the one thing it doesn't bode well either is the ending fund balance. The projections, basically cut by 2/3 from what we budgeted a year ago.
If I could just interject, this is, as of right now, that's the nature of the uncertainty. We have to do what we're recommending today because we need to close our books, but there might be, with the state action, other actions, we do believe, at least I do believe, our financial picture could change. I don't think we're going to be exactly at this spot when we come back to you in September.
I hope not.
Yeah, I hope not too. Okay. And does this appropriation adjustment, does this require the 4/5 vote, or we do this with a 3/5 vote because it's in the budget window?
This is a 4/5 vote. These are adjustments that are being done for the 1920 budget. The actual approval of the budget, that will be the other item, will be a majority vote.
Yes, 77 is majority. This is just truing up what we have for the current budget. That's a 4/5.
And just an important point, again, I know everybody up here knows it, but that the two windows that the board, through a simple majority, whatever that would look like, there's only 2 times during the year when that can be done, is when you're doing your proposed or recommended budget and then your adopted budget. Other than that, then all the actions, including this one, require 4/5 because you're locked in by your budgetary process. Is that correct?
That's correct.
Correct.
Okay, all right. Okay, I don't have any other questions. I'm prepared to move the item.
Okay.
Second.
It's been moved by Supervisor Tully, seconded by Supervisor Peters. Please vote.
Unanimous vote.
Okay, item 19.
Item 19 is the fiscal year 2020-21 renewal of various county insurance policies not to exceed $6,802,873.
Supervisor Tully, you pulled the item.
Yeah, I did it. I didn't know if it was going to come to the podium. So my question here is that obviously we've seen our insurance liability rates go up significantly from 5.1 to 6.8 million as embodied in this item. The question I wanted to ask, though, is that on the item 77, there's a category, and I've just got to find my notes here, for insurance, it shows a $25 million, and is the 6.8 included in that? It's on page. So on page 6 of 9 in your 2021 recommended budget appropriations, there's a category for liability/property insurance that shows total appropriations of $25 million. We're being asked today with this item to, approve about a 25% increase because of the, insurance market and a variety of other factors. And so, are those separate amounts, or is that embodied in that?
So the short answer is no. The 2021 budget that's being recommended to you is a placeholder rollover of the fiscal year 1920 budget. So it includes exactly the same appropriations that were included in the 1920 budget, and our view on that is what we're really doing is just doing a placeholder for 3 months. It's an annual amount, but the truth is really we just need to get through 3 months. So that we certainly have sufficient appropriation authority to get through the 3 months. When we come back in September, we'll have a revised annual amount that will reflect all of any other adjustments that have occurred related specifically to 2021.
Okay, but my question is, though, so the item we're approving today, which is to renew the insurance policies for 2021.
Yes.
Includes an increase for the coverages as outlined from
Yes.
5.1 to 6.8 million dollars.
Yes.
So, would that 6.8 million be embodied in whatever number in the 25 million last year? So was the 5.1 in the 25 million last year, or is it we buy excess?
Maybe if I can help. The way to view this is that all we're looking for is a 3-month appropriation to get us going, to get us to September to have a new budget. Whatever increases and changes, that's what we're going to bring to you in September. We don't believe the increase right now in the insurance line that we have a sufficient appropriation to keep the bills going. So when we come to you in September, we will have that $6 million embedded in all our insurance line items.
Okay, so this is only a portion of the insurance coverage that we bring forward then? No?
That's your whole year insurance there.
Okay.
So the budget, in a normal circumstances, the budget we would have presented to you would have already put that in there. The budget we're working on has it. Those increases are in the budget that we're working on.
Right.
When we come to you in 3 months' time, the full amount will be there. What we're asking you to do under 77 is just give us enough appropriation rolling 3 months that as bills are coming due, that we can keep paying them.
Okay, I get that. Let me ask the question one more time, though. So, is our annual insurance cost in the neighborhood of $25 million versus just what we're doing with this item? Or how does that number get plugged in? Is there for other coverages for buildings or whatever? I'm trying to get some understanding of.
So in 1920, that was the budget for insurance. And the budget for 2021 will be a different number. It may or may not be a full $6 million more. It's going to be a different number. But the rollover appropriation, as Mr. Gill said, is an annual amount, and that's certainly sufficient to cover the 3 months until we come back to you in September.
No, I get that. But is our annual insurance bill $30 million or $25 million for everything? That's my question. This is not all of our insurance in item 19.
That is.
This is a 1 quarter.
No. That is your item number 19 is fiscal year 2021 renewal of various county insurance policies.
Right.
Yes.
And that's what that item is that's what the renewal is.
Now that's not all of our liability and
There
other
you go.
costs.
That's what I'm asking. That's my
Because we're
question.
self-insured in some cases.
Yeah.
This is what we're going out in the market
Yes.
and buying,
Right.
not our self-insurance.
That's my
That's right.
Yeah.
Yes.
It's got nothing to do with the 77. That's a different thing on that one.
Right.
But our annual insurance costs, self-insuring otherwise, take us more
than that, yes.
Yeah.
Because that's only a part of
It
the question.
exceeds that, yeah.
Yes.
And you'll see the totality in September when we come back.
Yes.
Okay. All right.
All right.
Move the item.
Been moved by Supervisor Toy, second by Supervisor Peters. Please vote.
Unanimous vote.
Thank you. Item 20, please.
Item 20, approve the Children's Coalition's recommendation to award a Children's Trust Fund contract and authority to execute an agreement with Child Abuse Prevention Council of Sacramento, Incorporated, to produce a Sacramento County Children's Report Card.
So just briefly, Supervisors, this item brings back the children's report card that we haven't had for a few years, as the board report mentions. It is funded through the Children's Trust account. It's a contract with Child Action to bring back that children's report card. You will see in here the language that we see in several of the items today, the contingency language that ties back to the fact that we're rolling over the budget and the uncertainty of our whole situation until September.
And that was the reason for the call out on this, is that if we're going, that was the reason for the call out on this item, is that we put that contingency in there, but we have a assured funding source, which had, by the staff report, there was $722,000 in that account. Some of it was being expended in other actions the board's being asked to take here. But why would we set them on a course to begin the work and then put the contingency in that somehow we're going to pull back? The money's there. That's my point, is that why wouldn't we, if we're going to do this, just do it?
So let me just address the issue of the sort of standard language that now you're seeing in all of the contracts that are being approved for next year, that are being approved now in advance of the September budget. We debated how to deal with that because it is a rollover budget, and one consideration was just roll over the current year contracts for 3 months. But after discussions with all the departments, particularly the major departments that had hundreds of contracts, they said that would be a huge workload for them. And it would be easier to do the new contracts that they were already in the process of doing, such as this one and others. Yeah. But we wanted to be sure that all potential contractors were clearly put on notice. The cancellation language, the termination language that you see in most of these agreements is not that different, or in many cases exactly the same as it's always been in all of our contracts. What's different here is that we call out in the whereases, give them notice of the sort of the fiscal situation that we're facing, and the departments are reaching out to those, as they always have to say that. And we just did that across the board for all contracts. So it may be more appropriate for some contracts than others, clearly, but rather than try and, hundreds and hundreds of contracts, we just did it for all contracts just to make sure that we were covered. And what we didn't want to do was leave any contractors without an understanding of the fragility of the fiscal situation. So that was really more the message, and that's what we were trying to do.
Supervisor Natoli, some of this is stemming from observations from 9 and 10, where that kind of language was not there. Contractors thought they had a guaranteed contract, and when we got in these chambers to cut, we were faced with a conversation about, I thought I was assured a contract for 3 years. No one ever told me. So this is out of abundance of caution, say, there is a fiscal problem. Doesn't mean that we're going to come yank the contract, but we want to be partners with them and be transparent with them, say what's happening to us.
And I think, Britt addressed it too, that the applicability may be different depending upon the, because this is one of those things where you have actual work product. And again, I support it. I think it's been 10 years since we've actually done, the data, assimilation and, see where we are relative to children's services. And if you had a, pretty much an assured funding source, it comes from, marriage licenses and court fines and fees, that may be down a bit, but you had, from what I saw here, there was sufficient money to do this. And if you're going to start that task, you might as well take it to the end. So that was my point. So unless there's any questions, I'd move the item.
Been moved by Supervisor Tolley. Chair will second. Please vote.
Unanimous vote.
Thank you. Item 21, please.
Okay. Item 21 is the authority to execute fiscal year 2020-21 continuing one-year expenditure contracts and enrolled provider contracts in the amount of $12,359,794, continuing multiple year expenditure contracts in the amount of $8,810,797, continuing revenue contracts in the amount of $816,896, and authority to reapply for previously approved grants.
So if I may, Supervisor, what this does is exactly what Britt just described for contracts in the area of the Department, Children, Families, and Adults. We just want to keep services going. We don't want to cut any services when we have this period between now and September.
And I concur with that. The reason for the question, I just thought it was important from the standpoint of some of the testimony that we heard this morning about some of the other items around the consent calendar to really highlight some of the things we do, because if you dig down into this, you see what we're doing with Black Child Legacy Project, you see what we're doing with exploited children, you see what we're doing with seniors, with families that are at risk, with pregnant mothers, and then it goes on, and likewise on 24. I just wanted to be sure that as we're talking about budget framework that, if you just look at it as a bunch of contracts, you read the detail, though, it's really important. They're critical services, and as we look at how we're going to hold the line and preserve things, I think it was just important to call it out. So it was, again, I support it wholeheartedly, but I think it's going to be obviously a very integral part of the conversation come September, because, again, these are critical services, and some of these took big hits in the recession in 2009 and 10, and we've built back and we maintained some of them, and some of them are new since then with initiatives. And I thought it was important to call that out. So
I assume too we'll have, as part of that discussion, maintenance of effort requirements as well, which are critical.
Yep. So I would move the item unless there was any.
Okay, it's been moved by Supervisor Natoli, second by Supervisor Peters. Please vote.
Unanimous vote.
Very good, thank you. Item 22.
Authority to execute an expenditure agreement with California State University, Sacramento, to contribute funding to the First Star Sacramento State Academy.
Just ditto the comments in support of. I wanted to highlight this, but I did have one specific question, and maybe it can be for discussion in the months to come. But I thought, I know we've reduced our caseload somewhat. We're still 5th highest in the state with 2,500 youth enrolled in our foster care child welfare system. And I know we've got a number of initiatives to be supportive families. We've talked about it in certainly a couple of other items today, at least tangentially. But I think that something like this, where only 14% of your folks who come through that system graduate from college, and the focus is working with our university to do that. And again, these are types of critical services where we're making an investment in the community and in folks who have some challenges. And I would hope that this one, along with many others, because this is tied to the realignment, 1991 realignment, to my questions earlier, looking at maintenance of effort and holding the line on some of these, where it's really, to stop or start some of these things would be tragic. So, anyway.
Thank you.
I move the item.
Thank you. Okay. Is that moved?
Yes, move the item.
Chair will second. Please vote.
Unanimous vote.
Thank you. Item 24.
Item 24 is the authority to execute fiscal year 2020-21 continuing one-year expenditure contracts and enrolled provider contracts in the amount of $143,729,557, continuing multiple year expenditure contracts in the amount of $7,921,201, continuing revenue contracts in the amount of $15,949,098, and authority to reapply for previously approved grants.
Thank you.
Say the number again, please. Not all the item number.
Item 24.
24. Okay. I got mixed up with all the rest of the numbers.
The small number amongst all those numbers.
So Supervisors, if I may, this is the health services batch of contracts. Same thing that we just did for DCFAS, consistent with what Britt said.
If I could, Mr. Chair, the one thing I wanted to call attention to here, because I think it is a contrast even in light of what we're being asked to do here, and that's in the primary health services division, where of a $25 million apportionment, and there are other sections, there are behavioral health, and again, a lot of important services, ones that we've actually expanded and introduced in recent years, and certainly this board's been very supportive of a number of those initiatives. But when I look at correctional health services, the re-upping of the contract for jail psychiatric services is in nearly $19 million. And I guess I wanted to take this opportunity, and I will on an item that we're going to hear in just a moment as well. We deal with the University of California, and we settled litigation with them a couple of years ago. We're still spending millions each year in that settlement. We have a partnership both within the framework of our correctional institutions, but also within the community. And I would hope that some conversations could be entered into once again to see about how we can partner, because the fiscal duress that we're going to be under as a board and as a community is not lost on anybody in these chambers today, or probably anybody watching. But we have an opportunity to, one, provide services. We have to pay for the services that are rendered. But when I see this number, and so out of the $25 million for those healthcare services, including clinic services, women, infant, and children, 4/5 of that budget unit, of that division, is going to correctional services for the psych contract. And I would hope that we could have another conversation with the University of California, Davis, and their physicians over there and whoever represents them about how we can have a partnership, because what I see is a community that's going to be potentially at distress here, and yet we're going to fund $19 million 1 year for services to folks who are certainly in our care and custody in the correctional institutions, and yet at the community side of it, we only got a little more than $5 million available. $6 million, excuse me. So that to me is a real contrast. I wanted to call it out. Again, I'm supportive of what we have to do here and what we're going to do here. There's a lot of good services, but that needs to be addressed, because to me that's a contrast that's been in place for a long time. Nav, you can speak to it. You've been with budgeting with us. That needs to be brought up again. I mean, I'm not going to be shy away from it, because I think as a partner, we need to do our fair share, but we're doing our fair share. But the community, in the meantime, will be, I think, less able to access services, and it just draws. It takes a lot of the lifeblood out of that particular budget unit. So anyway, that's what I had to say on that.
All right.
I move the item.
All right. There's a motion by Supervisor Antoli. Supervisor Frost, you have a question?
I just wanted to know if that was a requirement of the consent decree.
So, yes and no. So, we are obligated to provide a certain level of mental health services and to increase that level of service. And though that amount is, what we're doing there is consistent with that. So that is consistent with the consent decree. We're not obligated to pay a particular amount or to contract with UC Davis to do that. So those are all issues that are not a requirement of the decree. But the level of service that we're contracting for is a requirement of the consent decree. And in fact, it'll be increasing again over the years as we continue to implement those improvements that we're obligated to make.
Thank you.
Supervisor Tully?
Yeah, I know we have a motion on the floor, but I wanted to ask Britt while you're there, because it goes to, and we can maybe talk about it on 77, but it goes to comments again we heard this morning, but we've all kind of weighed in on this, is that at least during the pandemic, and again, not without obviously some, some hiccups along the way, and probably some, impacts in the community. But we've seen a reduction in the jail population. And some people paint it as being very temporary. I think others would say we don't know, and maybe others say that's that's a good trend. We heard some of those comments this morning. But if in fact we're going to see some reduced levels of incarceration, then I would hope that the contracts that have been in place, and to what you just said a moment ago, that we could have some opportunity to talk about, not just the service delivery and those and their contracts, but actually making some adjustments, so that for the things that were being asked today and the comments that we heard for a couple of hours, we could actually redirect, because the realignment money and general fund money that goes into correctional health services could be used in the community for either diversion, for alcohol and drug treatment, for health, mental health, all those things, if it was available and didn't have to go to hopefully a smaller population that will be more static in the future as it relates to the numbers. I mean, I don't know, what you may bring us in September, and it may be too early to tell. But that to me is one of the promises that's held within what we're experiencing right now, is that we can maybe see, some ability to shift and further invest in to the community outside of the walls of our jails.
Yeah, I mean, that's a good point, and that occurred to us as well. And we have had conversations with the Sheriff's Department, with Correctional Health, some extensive conversations about how things might be done differently if the population level, which is about 1,000 below what it was before the coronavirus hit, were to continue. And they've been doing some analysis, both the Sheriff and Correctional Health, about what that might mean. The big question, of course, is will it continue? There are also, I will tell you, there's some additional costs that come about as a result of the coronavirus. The sheriffs had to set up isolation units. I mean, there's a whole variety of things that also, on the other side, despite the reduced population, impact the cost. So it's not as simple as, I've learned, it's not as simple as you might think, but we are having those discussions, and we are looking at the issue of, what would the correctional world look like if the population were, on a long-term basis, reduced below, that it was when we were originally getting into this issue with the consent decree.
If I could just sum that up, it's all on the table for us to look at.
Okay. Good.
Supervisor Frost?
Will probation be coming back with a report back on the pilot?
Yes.
Thank you. Or before September, or?
I'll double check the time frame, Supervisor.
was just
but
curious.
I can tell you the project's going well. I'll check with Lee to see what timing on that is.
Thank you.
All right, I believe we had a motion by Supervisor Natoli. Was there a second? Second by Supervisor Frost. Please vote.
Unanimous vote.
Okay. Item 29.
29, authority to execute pooled contracts in the total amount of $38,485,716 with BHC Heritage Oaks Hospital, BHC Sierra Vista Hospital, and Sutter Valley Hospitals doing business as Sutter Center for Psychiatry to provide inpatient psychiatric services to adults for fiscal year 2020-21.
Supervisor, I'll just say that Dr. Bielenson and Dr. Quist are here to answer your questions on this one.
I think as they're coming up in conversation with Supervisor Natoli, this has been an item that ever since I've been here since 2007 has always garnered some attention. The rates have gone up and this budget unit has seen the cost go up a lot. So Supervisor Natoli had asked a question about where we've been, what kind of utilization we're having, and is there an opportunity for us to curtail any of the expenses? So I have both Dr. Bielenson and Dr. Quist will be able to answer that. We sent you a very lengthy and didn't expect you to be able to look through what we sent to you this morning, but it does give you how we're utilizing this, the kind of beds, what kind of treatment we're getting, so it's a fairly sophisticated service. So with that, if they could just answer a couple of those questions. I don't know, Supervisor Natoli, if you want to add anything to it.
No, thank you, Mr. Gill and Mr. Chair. I appreciate the information you sent forward this morning, and I know Dr. Bielenson's been here before us, certainly Mr. Quist as well, probably. This, when I look at the number of bed days here at 38,000, and the initiatives we put in place, and this board has supported, better access via clinic services, certainly with teams in the community and so forth, and yet we continue to spend, tens of thousands of dollars a day. In fact, it's approaching, if I do my math correctly here, it's almost $100,000 a day for the bed stays, maybe a little more than that. And yet we've talked about it in these chambers many times about doing some smaller facilities that would have licensure. We've done clinic services, I said, we've done mobile teams, we've done more in the realm of children and adult mental health, and yet we're seeing these numbers, and I know the ACA provided some ability for folks to access that maybe couldn't get access to these services, but when I see this number, it just continues to grow and grow and grow, and we're now pushing $40 million. I actually budgeted $41 million, almost $42 million last year. And no one in sight. And the healthcare providers are charging us $1,000 a day for every bed, and maybe that's what it costs. I know that colleagues have tried to negotiate that in the past, but this is all general fund, all realignment. That's what this is. And so, other capacity to do other things in our budget for the community, whatever it might be. We're taking $40 million right off the top, and that just concerns me. And it doesn't go down; it just goes up. It was $16 million in 14-15, and here we are at $40 million, a little less than for this year's projected. So, again, I don't know if anybody has the answers. We've done a lot of good work out there in the mental health arena, and Dr. Bielenson and certainly Mr. Quist both appreciate you being here. But my inclination is not to support this item, not because I know we don't have to do it, but it's just that we just keep pouring money down here for these critical services, but I don't see any daylight.
Well, good afternoon. Ryan Quist, Behavioral Health. This is a statewide problem with our inpatient costs, and it's particularly true here in Sacramento County, which I got to learn really quick, was that we have 3 freestanding hospitals that can't bill Medi-Cal. This is something that we need to work on with our health partners, and we have been talking to them about how we could address this. Here in Sacramento County, we have a lot on the front door, how to keep people out of the hospital, and now we're working on ramping up the back door. for in terms of where to have people placed. So over the last few months, you approved augmented board and care, and you approved adult residential treatment, and we're hoping that those strategies will be other ways for us to be able to drive the cost down. Like you mentioned, the fact is that we're obligated to pay these bills, so all we can do is work it, and the way we work it, we roll up our sleeves, we work on the front door and we work on the back door, and as soon as we finish one project, we turn around and do the next project to be able to keep working on those two doors.
Just a question, Ryan, for you or Dr. B. So there's no Medi-Cal reimbursement. Why? Is because these are freestanding licensed hospitals, and because we discussed, we actually gave the go-ahead to do a couple of licensed facilities that were the 15 beds, whatever they were called, puffs or whatever. Yep. And I don't know if we ever did those or not, but the idea was that we were going to be able to cut into some of these costs by being able to manage at least some of that population that was in need of those services.
So, surprisingly, before Dr. Quist answers that, let me set the stage a little bit. There are 3 puffs that we had talked about. We worked with the health systems on it, and what we found at that point was that the demand was far exceeding what we had. So I think a lesson learned was that the way we ended up presenting that to you did leave you, I believe, with a false impression that that would reduce this cost. At one point, the department did think that we could negotiate it down. And as Dr. Quist said, this is a statewide thing, that this is what the cost is. So I think we inadvertently left you with an impression that there was an opportunity to negotiate the rates down. And I don't think we should have left you with that impression. Doing the 3 ones that we had been working on, it has helped. I think it's taken some of the costs down a little bit, but not to the extent that in 2015 we were thinking. So I just want to give that historical context before Ryan talks about where he's going with this.
Okay.
Yeah, one of the possibilities would be is if we partner with some of our physical health care hospitals in order to have some psychiatric beds within their facilities. That's something that the medical hospitals see as a problem when it comes to profitability, but there are some strategies that we could work on around that. So that's one of the conversations we're having. The goal is to try to get more beds that we can build in Medi-Cal.
And I would just, and that's important. Again, those initiatives, again, maybe just one of the things we can, workshop as a part of our budget lead up in September to have a better, understanding, what's in the works, what some of the potential opportunities are to, still provide services, but do in a way that maybe has some cost containment. Because, again, when I look at, the general fund realignment dollars here, they're so key and critical to, contracts you approved in item 24, to, item 21, to a lot of the conversations that, were embedded in what we, have here before us today, but are going to be ongoing. And, and those dollars are really precious, and certainly precious to provide services that are life-saving and, critical for folks who have, crises that are admitted into the hospital. But it's just that, the number is so big.
But Supervisor, I just want to be very candid about it. I don't want to leave you with the impression, which we've left in the past, that there is a cost reduction out there. I think stuff that they're talking about, we can do that, but this has been it's been the cost what it is, and it comes in, we have to pay it. Doesn't mean that we're not going to pursue it, but don't want you left with the impression that within 6 months, 9 months, that we're going to have something that will dramatically decrease the cost that you're seeing on this, because the demand is outstripping what we have out there.
And we also have virtually no negotiating power. There's these 3 existing places that literally say to us, okay, fine, don't want to, we'll get more from elsewhere, and they have private payers. One thing that is slightly good news is that Ryan was telling me, I don't want to put the blame on him, but that our trajectory is leveling off rather than going up, and that's a good thing, obviously. What Ryan was talking about, as we've talked about in the past, the front end is where the crisis support and all those sort of things come in. The back end, we have not been able to unload this. I think I used constipated thing last year, but we're stuck.
Thank you for that.
You did.
That's right. I think you corrected me in second testing. So we have this pile of people in the system that we haven't been able to get out to a safe place, and that's where the board and cares comes in, and that's where the MHSA money that you put out comes in, but that's just started in the last few months.
So that does hold some promise. Again, I know those things are all designed to, have better outcomes for folks and certainly provide proper treatment and hopefully keep them out of the inpatient, and some of these stays that can be
And get
very
them
lengthy.
out quicker.
Right, the longer stays. So, just one other question, if I could, then. So we have denied due to no, I don't know if it's just with capital PN or administrative status. So we do deny some. And are the clients or the consumers denied, or is it that we deny the claims and we don't pay them, or what's that mean in that column?
The consumers already received the service. It's that there was not adequate documentation. PN stands for progress note, and then medical necessity is basically how you get to a diagnosis. So there was not sufficient medical documentation to support paying that claim.
So if I read this number right, then for 1920, that in the case of Sierra Vista, they were, there was 2,600 folks that they were going to bill us for that we didn't have to pay for. Is that right? Okay.
See, you saved a lot of money.
Feeling better already, Dr. B. Okay. All right. I'd move the item.
All right, there's a motion on the floor from
Oh, I'm sorry, Mr.
Supervisor.
Kennedy. I'm sorry. I got ahead of the.
Yeah, I understand.
Okay.
I understand. Just want to make note that you have a motion, because the motion was made. Supervisor Kennedy.
I'll second it, and then I just wanted to back up Dr. Bielenson as somebody who's been involved pretty closely with these conversations over the last 6 years. We have no leverage. We just don't. We have the need. They've got the services, and I mean, I overestimated my negotiating skills when I met with them years ago, and it's where we're at.
I mean, if I could just jump in on that one, there was, hindsight's always 20/20, I've been saying that today, that there was a strategy put in place by previous department head that by bringing this to the board and having this conversation, that we would have some kind of leverage on them. And Dr. Bielenson, Dr. Quist, and Patrick, Paul Lake, and myself, we all have gone through the rigmarole. They have us. So it's frustrating, but they have us.
Okay.
You're right. Opportunity may avail itself someday.
All right.
Ed Psych Hospital would be very helpful.
Sure.
It would.
Anything else? All right, we have a motion on the floor and a second from Supervisor Kennedy. Please vote. All
Unanimous vote.
right, thank you. Item 37.
Okay. Item 37, authority to enter into an agreement with Next Move Homeless Services in the amount of $720,780 for the operation of the Mather Community Campus Family Transitional Housing Program effective July 1, 2020 through June 30th, 2021, with the option of 2 one-year renewals through June 30th, 2023 at an annual budget of $720,780.
Happy to answer your questions.
What was my item?
I think the issue was Supervisor Peters' potential conflict of interest on this item was the reason why it was pulled.
Okay.
Yeah, which I don't have.
Right.
As you mentioned earlier.
So
I
there's
guess
no need for discussion?
no conversation.
Okay.
Let's just move along.
Okay,
Yeah, no, I shouldn't, because I
okay.
can't.
Supervisor Kennedy is going to move the item.
Second.
Second by Supervisor Frost. Please vote.
A unanimous vote.
Okay, item 46, please.
Item 46 is the authorization to execute an agreement with Man Alive Sacramento for inmate reentry services in the amount of $76,876 for the period of July 1, 2020 through June 30th, 2021.
You want to kick it off, Don?
Sure. We received correspondence, and hopefully got shared, I think it may have gotten shared with you, from a party that, again, in addition to comments we heard today about what we ought to expend dollars on, that raise issues relative to, I guess, some of the information contained on the website and some of the visuals as it relates to this program.
Yes, Ms. Evans did make me aware of that. I did pass along to the sheriff's office. They're aware, and they're going to be looking into it. I don't know if you want them to answer any questions.
Yeah,
but
maybe
they're
quick,
here.
something. I think it would be good because, again, The images were sent, I think in light of obviously a lot of other conversations going on in the community are concerning, I guess, so.
No, great, and I can tell you that those images don't rise to the level of standards that we have for our service providers. To save everybody some time, this isn't the Man Alive that we're looking to enter into a contract with. This is Man Alive Placer County, which is totally separate from Man Alive Sacramento. Man Alive Sacramento has been a service provider to the Sheriff's Department for over 13 years. Okay. They provide batterers treatment programming that's not only court mandated, but they're also probation certified. So this
is a different organization than one that we had that
totally separate. So Man Alive Sacramento's website is www.notoviolence.com. The mavcenter.org that's referenced in the correspondence from Jolie Terrazas is not a partner with the Reentry Services Unit or the Sheriff's Department.
Very good. You answered the question that was posed, so yeah, I'm comfortable with that.
Great, thanks. Yeah, I was going to raise the issue too. Brought to my attention that there was a email from a constituent that made some pretty profound claims about imagery that was used. It's associated with, I guess, a different group.
Correct.
And so that's Supervisor Matoli and I share the same concern. So I appreciate you clarifying for us the difference between the two.
No, and I assure you, if any of our contract providers or community-based organizations did have that content on their website, we would look at other alternatives.
Thank you very much.
Thank you very much. Thanks for coming over.
Thank you.
Appreciate it. Okay.
Move the item.
Okay, it's been moved by Supervisor Matoli, second by Supervisor Peters. Please vote.
Unanimous vote.
Okay, item 56.
Okay. Item 56, authorization to execute a revenue agreement with the Commission on Peace Officer Standards and Training for the provision of force option simulator training courses in the amount of $1,430 for the period of July 1, 2020 through June 30th, 2021.
I'm hoping that you can help address the question. I'm looking for others that have uniforms and badges here, but so I had a question earlier this morning about this item. This is my understanding that the action that's being asked of us today is to enter into a revenue agreement for a fairly small amount, $1,430, and this is for force option simulation training. And my question had to do with just the small amount, and is that reflective of the fact that there's little interest in this, or it's otherwise not necessary? Sorry, I wasn't sure whom from the department to call down. But my question has to do with why the amount so small. There's reference in the board letter to only 13 participants, I believe sworn participants from the Sheriff's Office, Sheriff's Department. So I just wanted some clarity on that.
Good afternoon, members of the board. My name is Lisa Gaiman. I'm with the Sacramento County Sheriff's Office. So with regards to that, in 1999, Post awarded us the funding for the equipment for the force option simulator. And now this is to just provide funding for 13 outside agency participants to attend that Post will reimburse us for.
Okay, so this action we're being asked to take funds an augmentation of 13 people in addition to a greater number that our deputies have access to?
Correct.
Okay.
Yes,
good.
just part of the agreement with Post.
Otherwise, I was left with the impression that there's only interest 13 out of how many hundreds of sworn personnel we have, and that would be of concern to me.
Absolutely.
And just since you're here, the training consists of what? Is it like a video on screen kind of question and answer thing, or
it's a force option simulator that shows realistic law enforcement scenarios, and then shows what their best practice is with responding to use of force options.
So this is on a lot of people's minds right now. Generally, the concept of use of force. I assume that these simulations are not static. In other words, they evolve as best practices evolve in the space of the use of force to subdue suspects and whatnot.
Correct.
Okay. All right. Thank you. I appreciate it.
Thank you.
I believe I was the only one that had a question about that, but I do see that Supervisor Frost is in the queue.
I just want to comment that I had the opportunity to go in front of the simulator. They give you a gun and a taser, 3 different weapons, and it's a little bit humbling because you think it's more clear cut than it really is. I recommend anyone who has an opportunity to try it out because it gives you an idea of how fast in split seconds things can happen and what our deputies really go through in real life. So I would thank the Sheriff's Department for letting me have that opportunity.
I assume that one of the options is the use of neither too, right? No weapons.
Actually, that's what happened to me. I was one of those people that wasn't very good at doing any. I was still standing there, and they said, "Why didn't you say drop the gun?" I didn't. Couldn't visualize a child with a gun, so I thought it was a book. I thought I was seeing something completely different. So it is. It's a matter of what you are actually seeing and what you are processing that you might see, given where you might environmentally have come from. It's not an easy situation, and it is I think a matter of training and reflex and learning practice that our deputies go through, and obviously they need to continue to go through.
Great, thank you. Okay, I'll move the item. Is there a second? Moved by the chair, seconded by Supervisor Kennedy. Please vote.
Unanimous vote.
Great, thank you. Item 59.
Okay, item 59, authorize Sacramento County Office of Planning and Environmental Review to establish a 5-year plan to be incorporated with the Senate Bill 2 Year 2 Permanent Local Housing Allocation Funds application.
Yes, so this is a request to submit for a grant application, which is due in July. We've already received the SB Year 1 funds, and so this is years 2 through 6. You initially heard an item by staff for one of those years, and then the notice of funding availability came out. It had some different parameters where we needed to do a 5-year plan. So this has the 5-year plan. That included needing to pass along some money to the cities of Folsom, Ileton, and Galt, as well as a requirement that 20% of the funds be used on home buyer assistance. So that's proposed.
Mr. Chair,
yes.
Thanks, Leanne, and this may involve Bruce as well on this, because as noted last year, I think certainly in response to some questions relative to the need for a senior safe house or additional capacity for seniors who either were the verge of homelessness and those who are literally homeless because they're in situations of neglect, abuse, or otherwise. And there was going to be some further exploration, and we had some discussions with Area 4 Agency on Aging relative to a home share pilot and to a safe house. But what I take exception to here now is the new grant would put $300,000 just for general homelessness. It doesn't specify for seniors. We haven't really addressed the issue of senior safe house. And under this current framework, I mean, I believe strongly when we have 1 or 2 people a day who are turned away and have to be housed otherwise in motels or hotels or however we make those accommodations for vulnerable seniors, that cries out to me for having another senior safe house or some other alternative. We talked about this, and just to kind of gloss it over by doing 1 year, $300,000 for seniors, and then saying for the next 4 years, all we're going to do is just put it in the general category. I'm not buying it. I'll just say that right now.
Supervisor, on that point, certainly we're committed to addressing the needs of seniors. One reason why we have the wording the way it is now is because of the uncertainty of what's going to happen with state funding and homelessness generally. And we thought we needed to set this up this way to preserve some flexibility. But I can assure you that we are committed, as I've addressed this board before, on the needs of seniors, and we'll certainly be looking for the possibilities of using this funding for that purpose.
For the millions of dollars that we put into general homelessness and folks from across the spectrum, children, families, single individuals, and so forth, again, I'm going to make the pitch here again, that we ought to focus in on the senior population as a segment of that population. And we can do that with this money if we choose to, and we can choose to do just as being recommended here. And I, for one, feel really strongly about that, for the, mature adults who, again, are at great risk and a growing number in our population, and for us not to call that out and to continue that, and not just for rental assistance, because I do believe having a safe place, and again, the example that's in, District 3, which is a great safe house, and, we fund it, it was in what contracts we did earlier today. I just think that, that may not be the only model, because we talked about other models, but to know that we turn away somebody every day on average that's at risk, vulnerable, and senior, and that population is growing, and we know some of the neglect and fraudulent activities that go on, and people, again, we're the gatekeepers and responders for adult services and so forth. I just think that we could carve out of a $2 million allocation every year to fund additional safe house capacity, and I use that more literally than or figuratively than I do literally, to figure that out. And I'd like to see that money dedicated. And again, if the rest of the board's comfortable with just doing it generally, that's one thing. But we're pouring millions of dollars into homelessness, including general fund. I think having a carve out for the senior population is important. And again, that's I would ask that our application would show that. And if you want to have further discussion before this board, the grant application is due in July. I heard you say, Leanne, to have a discussion. We can have it today. But to me, this is just we did it once. Not that you weren't going to pay attention to it, but it just kind of got glossed over.
I would just say this, Supervisor, as you know, when we came here before for the second year funds, we proposed and you approved a set aside for senior housing. If it's the will of the board, we could make that adjustment in the application, certainly. But as I said, we thought it was important to retain some flexibility here with the uncertainty of what's going to happen generally with funding for homelessness and other things. So we can make that adjustment, though, if it's the will of the board.
Well, so mechanically, how is the will of the board then expressed on this, separate from what we're being asked to do today? Would this have to be agendized more specifically after we return from break, and is it too late by then?
I think, Leanne, correct me if I'm wrong on this, but if it's your direction to make the adjustment in our application, we could do that.
Yes, and just to clarify, you would want the $300,000 directed towards seniors.
Yes.
So that can simply be made as a motion?
Yes, you could. I think you could give us that direction, and then we would apply the grant that way. Yes.
Okay. Continue with the action we took a year ago. I would make that motion, Mr. Chair.
Okay, I'll second the motion. Is there further questions of staff or discussion?
So does that include approving the item also?
Yes.
Yeah. All right, so we have a motion and a second. Please vote.
Unanimous vote.
Okay, all right. Before we hear the clerk read item 77, I have this public comment. It's not clear whether this was supposed to be read into the record or not.
That's if I'm looking at that correctly, that's a public comment that was added after your set was distributed. So we're going to read that into the record they requested. Yeah.
Yeah, okay, very good. All right.
That's for item 77.
Yep. You want to read it, 77?
Yeah, I do. Okay. Item 77 is approval of the fiscal year 2020-21 recommended county budget.
All right, very good. Thank you.
So, Mr. Chair, members of the board, Mr. Gill already gave an overview of this. I'll just, for the record and for those listening, sort of recap what the situation is. As you well know, the county's normal budget process is for the county executive to propose a recommended budget in June, for you to hold hearings on that recommended budget and then approve it. This approved recommended budget then provides appropriation authority for county departments to operate from July 1st through the end of September. During July and August, county staff then typically identify necessary revisions to the approved recommended budget that, among other things, reflect final fund balance carryover numbers after the county's books are closed in mid-July, revised discretionary and semi-discretionary revenue estimates, and the impact of the state budget that is usually adopted in mid-June. Then in late August, the county executive proposes a revised recommended budget, and in September you hold noticed public budget hearings and adopt the budget. This adopted budget provides appropriation authority for the remainder of the fiscal year. And as I said, and as has been noted earlier, that's the normal budget process, but as we all know, this year the situation is anything but normal. As you're well aware, in March, the COVID-19 public health emergency resulted in one of the steepest economic downturns in the nation's history, and it quickly became clear that the county was facing an unknown but clearly significant reduction in discretionary, semi-discretionary, and other revenues in both this fiscal year and fiscal year 2021. Given this, we made a decision to ask your board to approve a placeholder recommended budget in June by rolling over the fiscal year 2019-20 adopted budget with limited exceptions as the fiscal year 2021 approved recommended budget. This will provide additional time to further refine our estimates of the impact of the COVID-19 emergency and resulting recession on the county's discretionary, semi-discretionary, and other revenue as well as expenditures. And Mr. Gill indicated we continue to evaluate that and will continue to be updating those numbers as new information becomes available. Learn whether and to what extent additional federal or state relief may be available to help offset revenue losses or cost increases, and work with departments to develop carefully thought out plans to make whatever reductions in expenditures may be needed as a result of the anticipated revenue reductions. We will be focusing on these issues between now and late August, when we will finalize a revised recommended budget that will be presented to your board. In September, your board will then hold the required notice public hearings, have an opportunity to make any revisions to the revised recommended budget, and then adopt the budget, which you're required to do by no later than October 2nd. You should know that the approach we are proposing here is not unique to us. A number of other counties are either rolling over their FY 2019-20 budgets or approving very limited pre-COVID budgets in June and planning to return in September with new revised budgets. Counties taking this approach include Solano, Stanislaus, Contra Costa, Sonoma, San Mateo, Santa Clara, Ventura, and Orange, to name just a few. Your board adopted the fiscal year 2019-20 budget on September 24th, 2019. That budget totaled $4.54 billion in appropriations for all funds and $1.81 billion for the general fund. As you also know, the county is implementing a new budget system starting with the fiscal year 2021 budget, and as part of that process, we have changed what we define as an appropriation. In fiscal year 2019-20 and prior years, appropriations were net of reimbursements from certain other funds, budgets, or units or programs, which were accounted for as a negative expenditure. Although this ensured that expenditures that appeared in the two funds or budget units were not double counted, it had the weird effect of showing increases in expenditures for a particular budget unit or program that was funded by an increased reimbursement as a decrease in appropriations. It also meant that the specific appropriations by object added up to a number higher than the total appropriations. So starting with the fiscal year 2021 budget, appropriations reflect expenditures before reimbursements, and reimbursements are essentially treated as a resource. Using this new approach, the FY 2019-20 all funds appropriations would have been $6.23 billion, and general fund appropriations would have been $2.88 billion. The fiscal year 2021 recommended budget also includes $2.88 billion in general fund appropriations. In other words, no change. It's entirely a rollover budget. The all funds budget includes $6.25 billion in appropriations, an increase of approximately $20 million, and this increase is due to the exceptions to the rollover in two areas, and we talked a little bit about this earlier. The first is inclusion of appropriations for the new dental insurance fund created during fiscal year 19-20 when we became self-insured for dental insurance. That was about $17 million. And then the second is revisions to debt service fund budgets required by the terms of the bond indentures. So what we're asking you today is approve of the resolution or adopt the resolution approving the fiscal year 2021 recommended budget, and it will be returning later or during in late August with a revised budget proposal that will be the actual budget for fiscal year 2021. With that, I'd be happy to answer any questions.
Thank you, Britt. Mr. CEO, do you have anything to add?
No, I think just what Brett mentioned and I mentioned earlier, it is we are going to be working with some of the uncertainty, and there's a couple of things that since not the coronavirus related, but with civil unrest we've seen, I've heard from from almost every board member about an inquiry about body cameras. So Mr. Ferguson and I are discussing that with the sheriff's office. We're getting a proposal in on what it will look like, what would the plan look like. So it is our intent to present that with the budget in September with that financing package that we will have for body-worn cameras. So I wanted the board to know that that is a priority that I heard from you loud and clear, the sheriff too. So we will be working collaboratively with the sheriff and his team to bring something forward to you.
Okay, great, thank you. Before I go to my colleagues for any comments or questions, I just want to make sure for the record it's understood clearly that last September for final budget, I issued a lone protest no vote against the entirety of the sheriff's budget. And for continuity, I'm going to maintain that dissent for the balance of time between now and the time that the board reconvenes to consider the final budget for 2021. And again, I would just remind the public especially that the reason for that lone no vote, as I stated back in September of 2019, had to do with the cumulative, for this supervisor, for the cumulative concern that I had and continue to have for just the disjointed nature of the value set that I think is reflected in, continue to be reflected in the sheriff's budget, both because of some of the discretion that the sheriff applies to things that I just, patently disagree with. For instance, the liberal carry concealed weapon permit policy that he's deployed now for years. The fact that we had gone through a very painful process with the Inspector General. The fact that to date, we just heard from the CEO. It sounds like there's a ray of hope for body cameras, but again, last September, there was not a recommendation either from the CEO or the sheriff for body cameras. And so I couldn't, in my good conscience, representing the people of the First District, support the budget of the sheriff. And so I will continue not to support the budget with this carryover for the sheriff's unit. So with that, Supervisor Frost.
I remember when we had the conversation around the body cameras a couple years ago, and there was some conversation regarding, my impression was that the sheriff was not opposed to the cameras, but there were challenges regarding records keeping and IT and record responses. And so I want to make sure that we're looking at the big picture of what is it going to cost, so that we're planning on the big picture, because it's not just a matter of buying a bunch of cameras. It's taking on a whole nother function, several other functions really, and cost. So I just wanted to make sure that we're looking at all of it.
That's a very good point, Supervisor Frost. That's a point. We understand that it's a comprehensive look at everything.
Great, thank you. Supervisor Kennedy.
Okay, so while we're on the subject of body cameras, thank you very much, Mr. Gill. I appreciate that. It's long overdue in my mind, but I would recommend that we not just, in all due respect to the sheriff and the sheriff's department, we not just rely on their information, because a few years ago, I was given two sets of numbers, and they were very different from what came from the sheriff's department to what came from vendors. So I would reach directly out to vendors and in your information gathering.
Got it. Understood.
Okay, Supervisor Tolley, any comments, questions?
No, sir. Thanks.
Okay, Supervisor Peters, anything? Okay. All right, and we've exhausted all the public comment on the subject directly or associated so far, right, Madam Clerk?
For item 77, we do have public comments. We have about 20.
Oh, we do?
Yes.
Okay. All right. Thank you, Brett.
So Lydia Frazier is a deputy clerk in our office, and she'll be reading those comments into the record.
That's got to be the cleanest podium in California.
Following the rules.
Okay. The first one is obviously for item 77 from N. Hello, I would like this comment read aloud at the June 15th meeting. As a resident of Sacramento, I am demanding that the city cuts the unethical and excessive funding to the Sheriff's Department, Sacramento PD, and Sacramento jails. Giving hordes of money and militarizing the police does nothing to protect the communities of Sacramento and instead causes great harm. Police reform has proven to be ineffective. We need to defund the police and allocate those funds to other programs. I demand a cut to the $372 million budget given to the Sacramento Sheriff's Department, defunding of Sacramento jails, and the allocation of those funds to support Black and people of color communities, affordable and permanent housing, mental health care, education, and community-led safety programs. Sacramento's law enforcement needs to be defunded, demilitarized, and removed from schools immediately. Sacramento is also in desperate need for decarceration. Our criminal system disproportionately targets Black and people of color individuals, and we need to repeal laws that criminalize poverty and survival, release low-level offenders, and cut funding to incarceration. We should be focusing our funding on programs that help our communities instead. Thank you. And the next letter is item 77 from Michelle Petro. It says, Dear Supervisor, insert name, Michelle Petro, and I am a resident of Sacramento County and have been since December 2011. I moved here with family from Orange County, a county that I believed was more conservative and militant than my new home. I realized after the death of Stephon Clark that I was wrong. I should have known before this because my family and I already know to not call the police. My sister is severely mentally ill. She needs intense care and therapists, social workers, and psychiatrists, but there is not enough funding to provide county employees for mental health care needed. Instead, if my sister were to encounter police officers, she would be sent to jail. She is privileged in that she is white, otherwise she would be at risk of being shot on sight just for being Black. Last year, my sister was the victim of a swatting where her apartment was raided by police. She now has severe PTSD from the incident. She's been hospitalized 3 times this year because of it and still will not tell my family exactly what happened during the police raid. Please listen when we, the people who pay for your paychecks through our taxes, there is funding our community services and it is within the sheriff's budget. I'm writing to you today to express my concern for the county's fiscal year 21 budget, specifically the budget for the Sacramento County Sheriff's Department. I think I made that clear above. The city invests too much money in law enforcement. Because of this, we have lost too many Black lives to police, sheriff, violence. I'm requesting you to create a budget amendment which defunds the Sheriff Department and invest in the needs of our communities. The budget needs to invest in our communities, not sheriffs. It needs to invest in rehabilitation programming, not prisons and jails. It needs to invest in their most vulnerable members and not in the violence of oppression. Sincerely, Michelle Petro. Next letter on item 77 is from Trina Allen. 616, public comments to be read aloud at the meeting. Hello, I'm Trina Allen. I reside in Supervisor Cerna's district, and I would like to ask this board to defund the Sacramento Sheriff's Department and reinvest our money back into the communities that it comes from. Historically, Black and brown communities were hit hardest by the recession when people lost their homes and then were priced out of the housing market in the ensuing gentrification of those same communities. Effectively, this created an anti-Black public health crisis and left marginalized people unhoused, housing insecure, and at greater risk for physical and mental health issues. Now SARS, COVID-19 hits a virus that is disproportionately killing Black Sacramentans. Sheriff Scott Jones, the department at large, and the county jail all have clear track records of extreme human rights abuses, again, disproportionately against Black Sacramentans, and they continue to receive the greatest proportion of our money. This is outrageous. As an ethical and effective board, you need to decrease funding to the entire department, end all expansion projects, reinvest that money back into community programs that address the current crisis and systemic racial inequalities that this board failed to prevent and directly caused by rampantly funding and organization of terror on BIPOC communities. Thank you, Trina Allen. The next letter is on item 77. Hello, it's from, Erin Mahoney. Hello, I'm Erin Mahoney, and I'm a resident of Sacramento's 4th District. I want this comment read at the meeting. As a citizen who is paying attention to the violence perpetrated by the police, sheriff, and other law enforcement departments in Sacramento as well as across the country, I demand that you begin the process of defunding these racist and colonial organizations and put that money to resources that actually help people. Since their inception, law enforcement agencies in the United States have inflicted endless pain, damage, and violence upon our community, especially black and brown people, protecting no one but white elites. This year alone, there have been almost 500 fatal shootings by police in the United States. 5 of those have taken place in Sacramento, where more than half of the victims were unarmed. 9 times out of 10 in Sacramento, police have attempted to use non-lethal force before shooting people. Reform has proved ineffective. Throwing more money at law enforcement does nothing to keep people safe and only allows for an increasingly militarized and deadly police force. Because of this, I demand the following. Do not grant the sheriff's request for $3.1 million. Cancel the $7 million jail expansion project. Don't you dare use money from the CARES Act to further arm the police state. This is not just a SAC PD problem. This is a police problem. This is an institutional problem. Reroute these funds to the community. Listen to black leadership. Listen to your constituents. Listen to the people you serve. Thank you. Next on item 77 is Mia Carissa Dawson. This comment is a general public comment on the 616 meeting. I would like this comment read aloud during the meeting. As a longtime Sacramento resident, I'm opposed to the allocation of $3.1 million to the sheriff's office. I consider it of the utmost importance to take the following measures to keep our communities safe, healthy, and unharmed. 1, defund the police. 2, demilitarize our communities. 3, remove police from schools. 4, free people from jails and prisons. 5, repeal laws that criminalize survival. 6, invest in community self-governance. 7, provide safe housing for everyone. Mia Dawson. The next public comment, item 77, again, meeting date 6/16/20. It says agenda items 46 through 56. I apologize. I'm a citizen of Sacramento County, District 5, and I'm writing to demand that the Board of Supervisors defund and dismantle the Sacramento Sheriff's Department and reinvest in the community. The Sacramento Sheriff's Department currently receives over $372 million every year and over 1/3 of the entire budget, and their budget increases every year. Meanwhile, we can't seem to find the money to make our schools function well, to find solutions to our growing homeless population, to properly handle mental health and addiction issues, etc. This is unacceptable. We do not need to invest more in law enforcement, especially at a time when our community is in even more pain due to COVID-19. We need to reevaluate how we define public safety. Crime is not the result of evil people. It is the result of people not having access to their basic needs. We need to focus on the root of the problem rather than hacking away violently at the symptoms of an unjust society. Sacramento County has been given $181 million through the CARES Act, which needs to be spent by December 2020. None of this funding should go to the Sheriff's Department, the DA, or probation. These funds should be allocated to support Black communities, affordable and permanent supportive housing, mental health care, and community-led public safety programs. We are watching. Do the right thing. I would like my public comment read aloud at this meeting. Allison Silak. Next public comment on item 77 is from Steve Wirtz, and this is a duplicate from a previous. And this item on this letter on item 77 as well, public comment, is from Laura Patterson. She says the most widely accepted current theory of evolution is called punctuated equilibrium. Fossil evidence and empirical data demonstrate that for millennia there have been long periods of stasis punctuated with brief periods of rapid change. I believe this process also translates into the evolution of social systems. 2020 is a year of rapid social change. We are in the midst of a deadly pandemic that has transformed our concept of what showing love means. Social distancing and wearing masks as a way to demonstrate love was foreign to us just 3 months ago. Just a couple hours ago, the Supreme Court of the U.S. ruled during Pride Month, no less, that LGBTQ folks are provided equal protection under the Civil Rights Act of 1964. And people across the globe are standing in solidarity with Black people, demanding liberation from police violence and 400 years of systemic racial injustice. The power of the purse is yours. The budget you execute is a direct reflection of your values, and since you represent us, it should be a direct reflection of our values. As a Sacramento County resident for nearly 25 years, I want you to know that I support defunding the Sacramento County Sheriff's Department. There can be no reform for a department so entrenched in a culture of white supremacy. the Sheriff's Department needs to be dismantled. The money should be reinvested in community services and repairing the hundreds of years of trauma and oppression forced upon our communities of color. I implore you to start this process now. We should not wait one more minute. California is a leader in so many ways. Sacramento, as the state capital, should be a leader as well. It is beyond time that we invest in proactive programs to uplift and empower our underrepresented and marginalized communities in ways that enrich all our lives instead of investing in reactive, punitive measures that have negative and deadly repercussions and reverberate for generations. Thank you for your consideration. Sorry, I apologize. Item 77, public comment from Adriana Bolds. Let's see what she says. Meeting date, June 16th, 2020. This is a request to have the following statement read aloud during public comment of the Board of Supervisors meeting on June 16th. My name is Adriana, and I am a Black resident of Sacramento County. I'm writing this comment today to advocate for changes that our county deserves. I hope that the Board of Supervisors is a body of representatives that has the courage to make the changes that many of those they represent have stood up for, defunding law enforcement. As the Sacramento Sheriff's Department receives over 1/3 of the county's general fund budget, it's not hard to imagine how deep the ties can be between a governing body allocating money and a department receiving the money. I assume it wouldn't be hard to imagine this even if said department and its employees wrongfully incarcerate and murder the same Black citizens those representatives are elected to represent. It is your responsibility to see the wrong being done and do something about it. We do not need a jail tower downtown if you plan to just put the same formerly incarcerated people in it when it is done. We need institutional racism to be addressed meaningfully and all cases be reviewed. We need reentry efforts that have budgets that will actually make a difference. In the age of global pandemic and with more demand ever on health and mental health services, the money plan for the Sheriff's Department can be better used for your citizens and programs that keep our communities safe. This is not only a call to reallocate and defund the Sheriff's Department, but also a call to make the right choices with the $181 million provided through the CARES Act. The funding from the CARES Act should be allocated to support our community, to fund education, housing, and health services, and not added to the Sheriff's Department, Defense Attorney, or Probation Services allocations. With the pandemic and unrest in the community, you must know that these demands are serious. It seems incredibly reckless to neglect an opportunity to shift funding to these efforts, and hope that you have heard from the people and come to represent them. Thank you, Adriana Bowles. Next public comment on item 77 is from Veronica Rhodes. I would like my public comment read aloud during the meeting. Dear Supervisors, my name is Veronica Rhodes, and I'm a resident of Sacramento County. I've lived and worked in Sacramento County for 20 years. I'm writing to you today to express my concern for the county's fiscal year 21 budget, specifically the budget for the Sacramento County Sheriff's Department. I am the mother of Black children, the wife of a Black man, and the daughter of a retired parole agent of 25 years. We're in the midst of widespread upheaval over the systemic violence of policing. I was sick to my stomach watching my fellow Sacramento residents tear gassed and shot with rubber bullets. The waste of resources and money having the National Guard guarding Walmart in Natomas. Completely outrageous and shameful. Real change needs to be made to the way the country allocates resources. Too much money is invested in law enforcement. I'm sending school supplies to school for my children's classrooms, but there are officers and deputies making upwards of $200,000 a year. That is shameful. I'm requesting a budget amendment which reallocates funds from the Sheriff's Department and invest in our communities. We do not need more law enforcement. We do not need more sheriffs. Sacramento County needs to reinvest in rehabilitation, not prisons and jails. The Sheriff's Department is the largest item that the board has discretionary powers over. Sacramento County has been given $181 million through the CARES Act. It is almost July, and these funds must be spent by December 2020. Why have the funds not been allocated? These funds should be allocated to support Black communities, affordable and permanent supportive housing, mental health care, and community-led public safety programs. Empty gestures and suggestions of reform are no longer acceptable. Sincerely, Veronica Rhodes. Next public comment on item 77 is from Maulana Namaste, and it reads, I would like for my questions to be read out loud during the meeting. Do you understand that in other countries the police do not use deadly weapons? They have steps in place to de-escalate the situation by using conflict resolution tactics. Once you are defunded, what is the first thing you'll do in order to repair the damage? Barely their relationship with the Black community, and are you willing to humble yourself to serve our needs immediately, consistently, and patiently? Better housing and small business grants should be in the first stage of your plan so that Black families can start building and leaving a legacy for their children just like you. Just like you, we want the best for our families and communities too. Thank you, Maulana. Next public comment to be read into the record on item 77 is from a Lauren Morelli. And she says, Board of Supervisors, my name is Lauren Morelli, and I currently work as a mental health provider in schools in Sacramento County. I am writing to you today to express my concern regarding the county's fiscal year 21 budget, specifically the budget for the Sacramento County Sheriff's Department. The county invests too much money in law enforcement. Sacramento Sheriff Department currently receives over 1/3 of the entire county general fund budget. Meanwhile, Child and Family Services continue severe budget cuts. Just last year, 60 positions were cut from Children and Family Services, while 58 county sheriff's positions were added. I fear that these disparities may only increase in the wake of this global pandemic. We have lost too many Black lives to police sheriff violence, and we need to dismantle the school-to-prison pipeline now. I'm requesting you all to create a budget amendment which defunds the Sheriff Department and instead invest in the needs of our communities, including preventative and early intervention services. We as a community are demanding that the board cancel the $7 million contract to begin designing a new jail tower downtown. The budget needs to invest in our communities through more funding for health and social services. It needs to invest in rehabilitation programming, not prisons and jails. None of the funding from the CARES Act should go to the Sheriff's Department. Rather, the funding should be allocated to support Black communities, affordable and permanent supportive housing, mental health care, including early intervention, mental health services, health screenings, after-school programs, child care, and community-led public safety programs. I ask that you read my public comment aloud during the meeting. Sincerely, Lauren Morelli. The next public comment on item 77 is from Marcy Murtha. Meeting date 6/16. I would like my comment read aloud during the meeting. Dear Supervisor Phil Cerna, I am writing to express concern over fiscal year 21 budget. We need the budget reevaluated to prioritize community health and safety. CARES Act funding should not go to sheriff or police. Plans for new jail towers should be canceled, and funds must be reallocated to programs to help Black people who disproportionately suffer violence from Sacramento Sheriff and Police. Measure U funds should not go to sheriff or police. Instead, funding should be invested in safe housing and mental health services. No additional funding should be given to the Sacramento County Sheriff or Police. They have broken their trust with the people and operate in a manner that is not transparent or compliant with the law. We deserve better and want funds allocated to help those in most need. Please listen to your constituents. Marcy Murtha, member of District 1. Next public comment on item 77 is from Nicole Deutsch, and she says, since the board recently approved $7 million for building a new jail tower here in Sac County, and as the board considers current motions that would allocate hundreds of millions of additional dollars for use by the Sac County Sheriff's Department, I thought it would be important to talk about incarceration and what it actually accomplishes or doesn't. America has 5% of the world's population, but 25% of the world's incarcerated population. In California, 581 people for every 100,000 people are locked away. Our state's rate of incarceration is higher than that of the UK, Italy, France, and Canada. The majority of those jailed or in prison in California are Black, according to the Prison Policy Initiative. The Bureau of Justice Statistics estimates the United States spends more than $80 billion each year to keep roughly 2.3 million people behind bars. In California, it costs an average of $81,000 per year to incarcerate an inmate in prison. Since 2010 to 2011, the average annual cost has increased by about $32,000, or about 58%. In contrast, California spent just over $12,000 per student for the most recent budget year. In short, our state spends nearly 7 times as much on locking people away as it does on educating our youth. So what do we get for our money? Apparently not much. Despite the high rates of incarceration, despite the millions and billions spent on locking citizens away, the system does not have a great track record of rehabilitating and returning incarcerated people to productive lives back out in the community. According to an April 2011 report by the Pew Center on the states, the average national recidivism rate for released prisoners is 43%. According to the National Institute of Justice, almost 44% of the recently released returned to jail before the end of their first year out. California is doing even worse. Our recidivism rate hovers around 50%. An evaluation of why that situation exists was detailed in a January 2019 letter from the state's auditor, Elaine M. Howell, to the governor and legislators, and yet nothing has been done. Clearly, our criminal justice system isn't working despite increasing police and sheriff budgets, despite increasing the number of people who are behind bars, despite police reform, body cams, and increased training. People continue to die and have their lives ruined by the criminal justice system. And Black, brown, and Indigenous people are impacted at greater rates than whites because of systemic racism. We need to abandon the current practices of policing and incarceration that result in the unjust death, brutalization, and withholding of civil liberties of too many of our most vulnerable citizens. We need to stop criminalizing poverty and instead move to ameliorate it. We need to explore a new way, a way that holds restorative justice practices, not punishment, which we know is too often administered disproportionately to our Black and brown brothers and sisters at its center. I ask the Board of County Supervisors, as it considers the county budget for the coming year, to decrease, not increase, the county sheriff's budget or direct more money for new prison facilities. Instead, I request that the board immediately form task and mandate groups to explore restorative justice alternatives and ways to redirect county funds to community initiatives that truly support the most vulnerable citizens in our county. We have elected you to positions of leadership to look out upon the landscape of our community, see where the needs are, identify what needs to be done, and then move to create solutions to make sure it does. It has become clear that our current practices of policing and incarceration do not work for so many people in our community. We look to you to acknowledge that reality. We look to you to acknowledge that reality and take the lead on creating a new system. That is why we've elected you. Do your jobs, defund now. Thank you, respectfully, Nicole R. Deutsch. And the next public comment on item 77 is from Sam. Meeting date June 16, general public comment. I request that my comment be read out loud during the meeting. Thank you. Dear Sacramento County Board of Supervisors, my name is Sam Chow, and I am a resident of Sacramento. I am writing to demand that you reduce funding, the law enforcement, and invest in community-based programs. In the wake of the Black Lives Matter movement, police violence and racism has been brought to the attention of Americans in the entire world. With this information, we cannot continue to increase the budget allocations in the California Highway Patrol, City Police, and Sac County Sheriff's deputies. We cannot enable more jails and prisons to be built, such as the new jail tower downtown the board recently approved. Incarceration is problematic, racism, and inhumane. Your constituents do not support these values. I demand that you refuse the $3.1 million funding allocation toward the sheriff. Instead, I urge you to use these funds to support Black communities, affordable and supportive housing, mental health care, and community-led public safety programs. In sum, the following are demands you are urged to implement. Defund law enforcement, demilitarize our communities, remove police from schools, free people from jails, repeal laws that criminalize survival, invest in community self-governance, provide safe housing for everyone, invest in care, not cops in cages. I also urge that you take the pledge to refuse monetary contributions from law enforcement. Thank you for your time. And then the next item, or next public comment on item 77 is from Corey Pryor. Hi there. I request that my comment be read aloud in the meeting. I'd like to comment about the proportion of funds in the budget going to the criminal justice arm of our county, specifically the sheriff. It begins on the next line. I do not approve of the amount of money in the general fund going to the sheriff's office or the new jail tower. We need to reallocate a lot of those funds to invest in our communities, specifically our youth, mental and physical health services, and housing. The amount of money going to the sheriff compared to our communities is grotesque and wrong. We are always told there is no money for quality education or mental health services or housing for the homeless, but this looks like a line item we can take from. So some may wonder, well, what about crime? If you want to remove a tree, do you cut it at its branches? No, you dig it out by the root. I'm a graduate student studying criminology, and I've read hundreds of research articles about correlates to and consequences of committing crime. Decades of this research show that the roots of crime lie in social inequality, lack of resources, quality education, health services, income, youth programs, and trauma. Doesn't it then make sense to address crime by addressing these issues? Here's the kicker. Contact with the criminal justice system at any level of the system is related to every negative outcome you can imagine, specifically the ones I listed above that are the roots of crime. So this research shows that our criminal justice system is not only racist, but it actually perpetuates crime. Further, there is a lot of evidence that the safest neighborhoods are not the ones with more police, but more resources. Not only do the lived experiences of Black people and people of color more generally tell us that our system needs to change, but decades of scientific research does too. Listen to your constituents, specifically those vulnerable populations that need you to do something and defund the police. Invest in Sacramento County, not the sheriff. Thank you for your time, Corey Pryor. Next public comment for item 77 is from Tressa Fessenden McKenzie. Hello, as a member of this community, I'd like to comment that it is absolutely an inappropriate use of funds to begin a $7 million jail expansion project right now or to increase funding for the sheriff. We're in the middle of an important moment in history in which we're being called to re-examine our justice system and its many shortcomings, not to expand its reach. Rather than increasing funds for jails and police, the Board of Supervisors should be defunding the Sheriff's Department and jails. Too much of our budget is already being consumed by these departments. We have continuously harmed our fellow citizens, resulting in the deaths and traumas of our Black community members instead of serving them. We need to be investing in education and assisting the unhoused, providing medical and mental health services. Both financially and perhaps more arguably morally, the taxpayers' money would be better spent on proactive measures that meet the needs of the people. History tells us we cannot in good faith continue investing in punishment if the aim of the government and those who work in it is to truly protect and serve its citizens. Furthermore, none of the CARES Act funding should be directed to the sheriff, DA, or probation. Those funds should be allocated to providing health care and economic relief to those affected by the ongoing pandemic. Please read this comment aloud during the meeting. Thank you, Tressa Fessenden McKenzie. Next comment, public comment on item 77 is from Melissa Kumnun Sate. Melissa Kumnun Sate, and she says, hello. My name is Melissa, and I am a current nursing student in the Sacramento area who is concerned about the allocation of the CARES Act funds and the general funding for the Sacramento Sheriff, DA, and probation departments. Items 46 through 56 currently ask for over $3.1 million, which could better be used as funding for the reinvestment into our communities, specifically our Black communities in Sacramento. The CARES Act funds should be reserved for community programs, affordable housing, schools, and mental health services. Additionally, we have already seen many cities across the country, for example, San Francisco, Los Angeles, Minneapolis, Seattle, Portland, New York City, and Albuquerque, pledge their support to reallocate police enforcement and incarceration funding towards public services, such as schools, social workers, and mental health professionals. Holder 2020, June 9. Ramsey 2020, June 15. And I think Sacramento needs to pledge the same. As the capital of California, we have a duty to be an example for other cities within California and across the nation to make progressive and positive change related to defunding the police and reinvesting those funds into the community. In this time of social justice and focus on social equity, we need to be more critical of the funds that we provide our law enforcement departments, and I hope that the board feels the same way. Thank you. These are the news sources I used and recommend reading Kamsi and Cornfield article for some inspiration on how Sacramento can make steps toward positive change. She includes a link, and Ramsey, AR, and Cornfield M 2020 June 15. Amid calls to defund the police, Albuquerque creates an alternative department. The Washington Post retrieved from, she includes another link. Sincerely, Melissa Kumnun Sate. The next public comment for item 77 is from a Beth Heil Schall. She says this message is intended to be read aloud. Good morning, my name is Beth Hailey Schall, and I live in Midtown with my husband and 2 young children. Our community is suffering, and we have the money and resources to make meaningful change that would create real community safety and stability. As civil leaders, I believe you have a moral obligation to study white supremacy and how it has shaped the policies and spending choices of our county. The resources are available to you, and you should each commit to learning more about the validity of Black Sacramento's demand for law enforcement reduction and abolition. Our neighbors need housing, our neighbors need healthcare, our neighbors need jobs. This is what facilitates community safety. The criminal justice system devastates communities and is not making us safe. I do not say that to insult or demean law enforcement. I mean it as an urgent, irrefutable fact. Our money needs to reflect our values, and we should stop pretending that the status quo is acceptable or on the long arc of justice. We are not on the path to justice. There is a fork in the road. Sacramento must choose radical change and be the community that decides to opt out of white supremacies and opt into budgets that provide communities with support to live out the freedom that was promised. Thank you, Beth Hailey Schall. Next public comment on item 77 is from Camille Rogado. Greetings. Below is my comment on the agenda item for the June 16th meeting. I would like my comment to be read aloud during the meeting at the appropriate time. I am in District 2. General comment. The turmoil-stricken communities in Sacramento County are in desperate need of drastic and immediate changes. We're demanding that the seeds of the future be for the success of our community members as high school and college graduates, trade persons, entrepreneurs, homeowners, and otherwise free citizens to live their lives in stability and peace. We have been sowing seeds of hatred, segregation, racism, oppression, and fear, and justly reaping the fruits of crime, joblessness, homelessness, and incarceration. Our citizens are kept from their jobs, families, and in the worst cases, their lives are taken from them. We never should have allowed any of it, but we can fix it now. I call on the board, each of you, and as a whole, to take the required and bold action needed to heal our communities and give them the future they deserve. Please invest in our communities in social programs for education, jobs, entrepreneurship, sports, mental health care, addiction treatment, domestic education, jobs, entrepreneurship. I apologize. Let me go back. In our communities, social programs for education, jobs, entrepreneurship, sports, mental health care, addiction treatment, domestic violence prevention, desegregation, and affordable housing. Public safety needs to be safe for everybody, and it's not because black and brown people are arrested, jailed, and killed by police at higher rates than other races when they are not committing more crime. To fund health and social service programs, use funding allocated for law and justice because that money is not being used effectively. We need equality, but the criminal justice system as is steeped in centuries of racism, oppression, and profiteering. We're obligated morally and constitutionally to make our country safe for everyone. We can do better. We can live up to the ideals of our country. In the words of FDR, the test of our progress is not whether we add more to the abundance of those who have much, it is whether we provide enough for those with too little. The time for action is now and in your hands. Incremental change has been ineffective. We need a full overhaul. Invest in our community's success, not in arresting and caging and killing them in a perverse interpretation of justice. Thank you. And that's it.
Okay. I have a couple of more comments that came in. This is from Madeline Britt. I wish to have this comment read aloud during the City Council meeting. My name is Madeline, and I am a resident of District 2 of Sacramento County. I am writing to ask that we defund the Sacramento Sheriff's Department and all related law enforcement agencies and redistribute the funds into community-driven programs. It is clear to those in the streets protesting that our law enforcement agencies serve only to protect capital, property, and a racist status quo, a common theme found in our city's response to COVID-19, too, a virus that disproportionately affects black people and people of color, I might add. For real change to happen, we need to start providing substantial funding to our communities. We need sufficient funding for housing, mental health care, education, and community-led safety programs, more funding for the Sacramento Sheriff's Department and related law enforcement agencies, California Highway Patrol, City Police, Sheriff deputies, means more funding towards unethical prison labor, more funding towards militarized weapons that will undoubtedly be used to implement fear and unnecessary force, and ultimately more funding towards a rotten system that needs to be dismantled entirely. What kind of systems are you trying to protect when you prioritize funding for a militarized police force over community enrichment programs? And what kind of systems are the police trying to protect when they become militarized in response to the call for the respect, value, and betterment of black lives? Our city's response to the recent protests speaks volumes to the functionality of law enforcement. Again, it is clear that the people at the top only serve to protect capital and property, not people. Now is the time to implement real change that starts in the community. It starts with citizens. Provide substantial funding to our black communities, to education, to youth community services, to healthcare and permanent housing. When our communities thrive, our city thrives. Okay. This is from Geneva Katura Hutchison. Good morning, Supervisor Cerna, Chief Nava, and Board Clerk. I am writing with some questions and comments on the 2020-2021 rollover budget, which is item 77 on the agenda for the May 16, 2020 Board of Supervisors meeting and scheduled at 10:45. 1, will there be a public announcement before the board begins discussing the official budget in September? 2, what does COP stand for? I noticed it on the document discussing changes from 2019-20 budget and also as a line item. 3, where do reimbursements come from? Where does the revenue for individual departments come from, specifically planning and environmental review? I am a little confused as to how that department is making money. To a layman, it seems like department would need funding but not create funding. 2, what is LAFCO? 5, are there any plans to increase funding to the Fair Housing Act? 6, what does the Criminal Justice Cabinet do? 7, who is the clerk of the board? 9, where does the revenue from voter registration and elections come from? Who oversees that department? 10, have you considered presenting a bill to have graduated fees on things that turn revenue for the county, i.e. having people pay bail or tickets at different rates depending on their income so that the burden does not weigh disproportionately on residents with lower incomes? 11, why do regional parks have revenue? Are all regional parks not free to visitors? If so, have you considered presenting a measure to make them free? It seems really cruel that those who are least likely to have access to private green spaces should be priced out of public ones. 12, are you currently discussing divesting money from the district attorney and sheriff to invest in community enrichment and the public defender? I noticed that the DA and sheriff account for 60% of the net county budget. That is really concerning to me. Please read the following aloud during the aforementioned meeting. Please divest funding from the DA and sheriff, who currently account for 60% of net county costs, and invest in community enrichment, environmental protection, affordable housing, libraries, health services, social services, and public spaces in low-income neighborhoods. 13, can I please have a breakdown of how the funds from 1991 and 2011 realignments are distributed? 14, what does the community investment program currently do? Who is in charge of it? 15, what is currently being done in the Department of Transportation? Could I please have a copy of its internal budget? 16, what is being done with the funds that go to golf? Why does golf get 7 times the funding that unemployment insurance gets? Thank you for taking the time to read and respond to my questions. I look forward to watching the meeting next Tuesday and hearing my comments read and considered. I hope that you will take my budgetary concerns into account. I voted for Phil in the last election and want to see my views represented in the council. Sincerely, Geneva Hutchison. This is from Stephen Sander. Please read my comment into the record during the meeting. My name is Stephen Sander, and I'm a resident of Sacramento County District 2. I wanted to bring up consent item 56. Just so you know, this came in for item 77, and it came in around 4 o'clock. I wanted to bring up consent item 56 from the June 16 board meeting where Supervisor Peters had an exchange with the Sheriff's Department spokesperson, and they were discussing the use of force simulator. First, Supervisor Peters indicated that the use of force simulator would be open to members of the public to try out to see how these decisions are not clear-cut vis-a-vis use of force. Great. Please get in touch with me. I would like to try it out with a few folks. Then there was also some indication by Sheriff's spokeswoman that the simulator was extremely realistic and portrayed real-life situations. Then Supervisor Peters remarked that she was presented with a situation in which a child was pointing a gun at her and she thought it was a book. My question to she's saying Supervisor Peters, but it's Supervisor Frost, was, did you blow away that child in the simulator? Do you expect a sheriff's deputy to blow away a child? Let's say they really are armed with a gun. Are you shooting a child for crying out loud? What kind of realistic scenario is it that a child would be holding a gun? I don't know about you, but I'm not shooting a child under any circumstances whatsoever. Even if they were pointing a gun at me, I would resign from the force and find another line of work, because if we have gotten to that point in our society where a child pointing a gun at a sheriff's deputy is now considered a realistic training exercise, then we are well past the point for the police. That is, simply put, a completely intolerable situation that transcends the need for law enforcement and calls into question the very foundations of our society. Also, I think it is very tone-deaf to request members of the public come into the Sac Sheriff's Office and try out this machine as though it were some kind of toy. This isn't a game. This is people's lives at risk. Gunning down someone is a matter of last resort. These simulators must take into account AB 392, which states that the only 2 instances in which use of deadly force is justified are to defend against an imminent threat of death or serious bodily injury to the officer or another person, or to apprehend a fleeing felon if the officer reasonably believes that the person will cause death or seriously bodily injury to another unless immediately apprehended. Abolish the Sheriff's Department. Stop killing us. Stop institutional racism, stop upholding the carceral state, stop shooting nonviolent protesters, let people express their collective fury at the system. These thugs are the biggest gangs out there. We are all living under a racist police state. You are doing evil by protecting these modern day slave patrollers. Get on the right side of history now. John Terry, I would like my public comment read aloud at the meeting. My name is John. I'm a resident of Sacramento County and currently work as a teacher. I would like to make a general comment about the approval of the budget for 2020-2021. Why is there no reference or discussion to funding the lizard people of Sacramento County? I'm not referring to some broad way to police officers or some random reference to a group of people. I literally mean lizard people. Why are we not talking about them? Why is there no funding to even research the problem that is growing in our community? John Terry. And then I wanted to just make a comment for Dr. Wirtz and also Liz Blum. They made comments for items 46 through 56, and their comments were repeated. They were the same exact comments, and so their comments are included in the record, but we're not rereading them into the record.
Understood. Okay.
And that concludes all of the comments through 4:27 p.m.
Okay, and I'm going to exercise Chair's privilege and say we are cutting off public comment at this point for the day. Okay. Supervisor Frost.
Well, I just wanted to apologize.
Or is it Supervisor Peters?
I'm Sue, Sue Frost. But I wanted to apologize because I might have left the wrong impression. When I did visit the simulator, it was by invitation from the Sheriff Department. I felt like it was an important activity for me, given I'm a person who's making decisions around policy that relates to the Sheriff Department. I, at that time, was encouraged by the officers that if any of my colleagues on the board would like to come and visit, that they are also invited. And if I left the wrong impression, I don't know that the sheriff has the resources to open that simulator to the general public. I know they do have ride-alongs, and I want to say that I've also gone on ride-alongs with the sheriff and CHPD, but I didn't want to leave the wrong impression that the sheriff was open or able to provide that experience. But they did invite board members if they would like to see the simulator. So I wanted to apologize if I left that person with the wrong impression. Thank you.
Thank you, Supervisor Frost. Supervisor Tolley.
Thank you, Mr. Chair. Thanks again to the clerk's office and our staff for reading those into the record. I would just say that one thing certainly was apparent today, that folks have followed our agenda, have looked at a number of the items. I think some of the questions were posed and some of the correspondence read more recently here this afternoon, are very good questions. They're ones I think that have answers to them in many cases. Whether folks are entirely satisfied with the answer, but I think what we do here in these chambers, as we all know, is very, very important. We do the people's business. This is the budget that belongs to the people of Sacramento County, and we're given the privilege and responsibility to, not only weigh in, but obviously to make the decisions that we're called upon to make. But I would just say that I think that's important, and if there's important to not only acknowledge those comments, but if there's a point of reference, and maybe it's on the clerk's website and or at some other location, maybe with the county executive, that the budget, there were questions posed about, what's going to happen in September, how will we know, and so forth and so on. And I think just as they've tuned into today's agenda, obviously there's been, good communication amongst a network of folks. But I think people having a better understanding, and certainly an understanding of what it is that we're called upon to do. And I think the diversity, the breadth and the depth of what's in a several billion-dollar budget, and I think some of the constraints, but also some of the choices that we are given the opportunity to make in any given year, any given sitting of this board. So I guess I would just encourage us, it's probably not possible to respond to each and every one of those questions, and some was more commentary than questions. But I think if there's some acknowledgement that could be put forth that would give people the ability certainly to steer to, information that would help answer some of those questions. And if not, I would just say I know our staff has been very responsive in the past, and certainly through our respective offices in the inquiries that relate to, budgetary matters and so forth. But there were some good questions amidst many of those comments, and I think ones that help shed a light on, I think, some of the things that we're faced with in any given budget year, but certainly this year and in forthcoming months. So again, thanks to all who participated, and hopefully by the time we next come in, we'll have a setting where folks can present them themselves. But again, thanks, Flo, to you and all your staff for taking the time to log, but also to read those into the record. Good job.
Thank you.
Thank you for those comments. I just want to point out too that, first again, I want to thank our clerk of the board staff for again handling the distant written public comment the way you have. I think it was done very well and always very professional. So thanks to our clerk of the board and all our staff for that. While we did have, as was mentioned earlier, an excess of 100 comments on items 46 through 58, or whatever it was, 56, that were associated with the budget. And then, of course, we had some more pointed written comments that certainly had a theme to them that were just read aloud now because the commenter requested it to be read in the record. That's a bit of a tip of the iceberg. I don't know about the other board offices, but I have to imagine at least District 1 has received thousands, probably a couple thousand emails in the last, 3 weeks, 2.5, 3 weeks. Very thematic, and a lot of it form, meaning you fill in your name, but also I would be remiss too if I didn't mention that some of those same emails that were common in theme were also very passionately written on occasion to explain why it is they hold the position they do when it comes to this year's consideration of resource allocation for law enforcement. And some of those stories that were told in those emails were very poignant, some of them very sad, some of them would probably anger anyone. But I just want to be clear that as I mentioned earlier, my protest no vote is going to run with this continuation of the rollover budget, and that was months before I received those thousands of emails that we all did. And again, I look forward to the day, quite frankly, and perhaps it happens in September. I don't know, that I can wholeheartedly support a budget that does reflect what I believe to be congruent values with, at least with me and with the people I represent in District 1. But I want to make clear that I'm not supporting the sheriff's budget because I have anything inherently against law and order, or that I don't greatly support our deputies and our staff in the field or in the jail. That's not what this is about. This is about just the fact that we have a healthy disagreement about priority setting. And so for me, that will continue until I see that the priorities become a little bit more aligned. So with that, Ms. Frost?
Move approval of the...
I'm sorry, so
Oh.
I have to do that.
Okay, no
because of
problem.
my-
That's right.
Only a couple more times, guys.
Okay, is there, before we do that, Mr. Kennedy, any last comments on the budget? Okay.
I do have comments on number 8, though.
Gotcha. Go ahead.
Okay, I wanted to move approval of the budget of the FY 2021 with the exceptions that are being shown on the screen due to a potential conflict of interest.
Second.
And then please just let the record show my protest no vote on the sheriff's budget.
Yes, I have that noted.
Do we need to move the remainder?
Unanimous vote, and yes, you'll need to do another.
Someone else to
Move the remainder.
I can't hear you, I'm sorry, they're both talking.
Do we need to move I make a motion to move the remainder
Yes.
balance.
Okay, it's been moved by Supervisor Frost, seconded by Supervisor Kennedy. Please vote.
And the motion carries with Supervisor Peters recusing.
Okay, thank you. So we
Okay,
included
so-
a 10:45 item at 4:30, okay.
That's a record.
No.
No, actually, it's not.
Feels like a record.
You should have been here, and, well, I was over there, but these two were here in 2009, and those, you don't want to be part of those hearings. Okay.
Adjournment.
Item 79 is the county executive's comments.
Any comments, Mr. Executive?
Nope.
Okay. I know Mr. Kennedy does have a board comment.
Thank you, Mr. Chair. I just, I brought, I think it was the last meeting, maybe the meeting before that, the idea of having the sheriff come before us, and I left some very specific issues that I wanted to address. The chair added to that. So I was just wondering if that has been scheduled.
No, I'm still in discussion with the sheriff coming up with a date. We are working on that item. I'm looking at July timeframe, July, early August.
Okay, it's a big priority.
It's pressing.
For me. Yes.
And I think necessarily it should be something that we have as publicly as we can by that time with COVID and the social distancing and all that, prior to our consideration of final budget. It'd probably be very helpful.
That's what I was hoping for.
And the second thing I wanted to say is, kudos to the clerk staff for their reading skills. Very impressive. And also, I also wanted to, Dr. Bielenson, I don't see him here now, but I just wanted to, for the record, say that I'm letting my decisions be driven largely by Dr. Bielenson at this point. I think he's gotten us where we've gotten, and we're in a better position than most counties in the country. And so I'm not in a position where I'm going to second guess him at this point.
I'll pass that along to him.
Thank you.
Good comments. Supervisor Tully.
Yes, I know that Supervisor Kennedy at the last meeting raised it, and I'll just say that the emails have started as relates to fireworks, illegal fireworks, and I know there was a task force that was convened. I don't know if the sheriff's staff was able to participate in that. I think it was about the same time, obviously, some of the other activities were going on that were drawing, people's resources, but I would just say that that's, last year we had quite a bit of discussion about it. We, put some funding up. The sheriff was a part of the team of folks and actually deployed some additional staff. Whether we have the resources to do that or not, it's a serious issue. It doesn't go away. And I would just say anecdotally that I heard from folks that, albeit it may have been still a big issue in the community, that there was a recognition that at least the county attempted to address some of their calls for service, even if they couldn't get in on the line and so forth. I don't know what our plans are now, but, we take a year at it, and, the report didn't show a lot of citations and such. But I think the presence was important, and granted it's a holiday, and it's going to be a longer weekend, but we're now right into it. And I saw 2 or 3 emails today from constituents in my district, and as well as Supervisor Kennedy's district. So I don't know what you can do in your conversations with the powers that be, but I do think that we need to keep some emphasis on this. It just doesn't go away.
A couple of things. There's a memo that we're asking Lisa Bartlett from Sacramento Fire sent to the board members on what they're doing, and a conversation with the sheriff was what can we do to continue the collaboration with Sacramento on it. So I'll have the conversation again with the sheriff.
Okay. Yeah, too bad. And just one other, I know that they're looking at it, but there was an article over the weekend in the Bee regarding some of the operators of nail salons in particular, and largely ethnic community of ownership there. And I got an email yesterday from someone. I got another one this morning, and I guess we're still taking a look at that, but the pronouncement that came through the governor's office, as I understand it, was that June 19th they were to open it up, but it's still upon us to decide. And I know Dr. Kassiri responded to some of the information I sent to her yesterday, saying they're still taking a look at it. But that people are very, very.
So a couple of things on that one. That's created some confusion. That's going the other way. The governor has given that date that nail salons can open Internally, Dr. Bielenson and his staff have some concerns that they're looking at it before they're going to give the green light. So that is actively being considered on what guidelines are going to be put in place before nail salons are allowed to open.
Can I just say, it was reported that they were opening on the 19th in the newspaper, on KCRA, in the Business Journal. June 19th, nail salons are opening, and people are totally confused, and there are a lot of illegal salons that are opening, have opened, I know it's probably not the most important thing to maybe if you're in public health, but it provides a lot of jobs for a lot of people who don't make a lot of money. And if we, whatever it is our public health office decides this week, they have to make it clear. And I was going to talk to you about our website, which also I can see why they're confused for those who have been on our website, because it takes you directly to the state, which is saying June 19th they can open.
Okay, we will look into that.
And I would just echo that. Small businesses, largely women-owned. A lot of Asian ownership, Asian Pacific Islanders that own those businesses. And I had an outreach. I'm sure maybe Supervisor Kennedy has as well, or other members of the board from, the Chamber of Commerce. That represents a lot of folks along the Stockton Boulevard corridor, but elsewhere as well in Elk Grove. And so again, there's health concerns here. I get it, but to Ms. Peters' point, there's a lot of confusion and frustration. There's some language, I think, challenges maybe too, or at least communication challenges now. So I wanted to just bring it to attention here today.
I appreciate that. We'll look into that.
Okay.
Supervisor Kennedy.
Thank you. One more. That reminded me, and I talked a little bit with Mr. Gill about this. We also need to do a better job of reaching out to restaurants and letting them know what the rules are and what they can and cannot do.
Yeah.
I mean, anecdotally, I went to 5 different restaurants to take my wife to lunch recently, and they all thought that they had to still be shut down, and they didn't. So I just think that and I've reached out to region restaurants, and they're willing to pay for the outreach if we just provide them with the contacts.
No, we're looking into that.
Okay, thank you.
Okay, thanks. I know Supervisor Peters has an adjournment, but before we get to that, I do have one comment that I want to offer, and hopefully provide some direction to our county CEO. My office has been in receipt, especially it's kind of crescendoed in the last, week or so, a number of emails expressing interest in the possibility of moving our 3 countywide elections, office holders to a presidential election instead of a gubernatorial election, which is a 2-year stagger. So I'm not suggesting I agree with it, or I'm not advocating it necessarily, but I think there's enough interest, at least that I'm seeing in the community, that I'd like to have the CEO work with my office as we begin to come back after some recess to maybe schedule a workshop around, or an informational item, maybe it's not a full-blown workshop, but an informational item about what would it be involved, whether or not you have to have charter revisions and what that means, and what options there could be for folks that might be interested in signature gathering, that kind of thing. Basically, everything that would be involved in moving those election cycles 2 years to presidential cycles. Okay, Supervisor Peters.
Thank you. I think we all just recently learned about the passing of the husband of Renee McLean White, one of our deputy clerks. Just wanted her to know that we share her loss and notice his passing by adjourning today in his memory. So I'd like the board to adjourn today in memory of Terry D. White.
Great, thank you. All right, if there's no further business before this board, we will adjourn in the memory of Terry D. White.